when I thought I couldn't find my way out. Yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, way out. Yeah. See, if you believe in the God in you, it's a better place. Creating the force and the power to live a better life. Know that love and joy and peace is one in all of the same space. That you were chosen just like God. That's right. I'll give myself. Only you can make the change. I'll give myself. Shine your head at you. I'll give myself. Shine so bright. From darkness to light. Hey. From darkness to light. Yeah. And you'll find your way out. Yeah. Oh, it won't seem way out. Yeah. The power of God will flow through you from way out.
Welcome. This is Alchemizing Energy. I'm your host, DJ Genesis, and today I wanted to do a show really discussing this whole aspect of, being overly nice to men, being overly kind to men, and we want to really talk about the aspect of the mean girl and the man hater, Misandry, right? And there's people out here that believe that, hey, some of them make the best girlfriends. I think that's interesting. So today we're going to be talking about why some women become anti-men, trauma versus genuine independence. Do soft women or hard women make better wives? A lot of times you'll see a couple and you'll be thinking, dang, that woman is treating him like, crap, but this guy is loving it the whole time. But is there something to the exterior that people see that they can't see on the inside that's within their relationship? Let's dive a little deeper. Let's go.
Powerful misandrists. Those man haters, those powerful misandrists are going to treat you so good because you've made it past the wall. You've proven yourself. You've proven yourself as a human, a decent human being. So once you are past the vetting process of a misandrist, you are going to enter into one of the most healthiest relationships you've ever been in your life.
Women who hate men make the best wives and girlfriends, and I will die on that hill because she's not impressed by a jawline and a good morning text. She's seen the whole male playbook. So when that woman chooses you, it's not a crush. It's a clearance check. She doesn't hand out access. She hands out standards. Most girls are loyal to the vibes. She's loyal to the truth. A friend to all is a friend of none. Same rule applies to love. If she's everybody's piece, she's nobody's home. But the girl who doesn't even need men like that, if she's soft with you, that means you're not running game. You're running with integrity. You didn't win her with you won her with what every woman wants: consistency. That's why her love feels like a seatbelt, not a roller coaster. She's not hard to keep. She's just hard to convince. And you did it.
Only a lucky man gets to be loved by a man hater. Because do you know how rare it is to tie down a man hater? The woman who just knows who she is, who she knows what she deserves, she knows where she stands, and she's not going to settle for just anyone. She filters out the 99.999% of the male population, and she would rather die single than being with a man who doesn't match her standards. And being that man to finally tie her down and make her and change her from a man hater to a lover girl, you have to be an extremely lucky man. And that's why only a lucky man will be able to get loved by a man hater.
Sorry, being liked by many women is not a flex, but being loved by the man hater is. Let's really talk about it, because if you got her, you better realize how lucky you actually are. That girl swore she was off men. It's the same girl who be like, I don't even like men like that. The same one who keeps her distance, minds her business, and don't even entertain nobody. That girl doesn't want attention. She doesn't chase validation. She barely tolerates most guys. So if she chose you, yeah, you kind of made history. I'm just going to be honest. Because she don't even like other men. But at the same time, she loves you to death. that's different. Like with her friends, she be giving them the best advice. Don't text him back. Stay in your ground. If he wanted to, he would. The whole entire time, you in the background listening. Like you don't even act like that with me. Because with you, yeah, she's soft. With you, she's patient, understanding. She's actually trying. I'm telling you, man haters make the best girlfriends. It's just that they're a little mean. You know, you gotta get past the little mean, the little attitude. Because I'm telling you, some days you gotta get up and make sure she still like you. Like I'm telling you, she love you. But some days you gotta get up and just make sure.
Women who hate men
You gotta
make the
make
best
sure.
wives. Because no woman truly just hate men out here. They just tired of the mistreatment. Right? Now, men will say that these women are misandrous and they hate men and all that stuff, bro. Okay, whatever you say. But one thing I know, when a man come in and he break through them walls and he actually proving himself and he doing the things that he say he gonna do, that woman go right back to being soft. Because a lot of women out here really want to be soft. They don't want to be quote unquote nagging, because no woman does that. She's just trying to get you to do better. Y'all just use the word nagging. Y'all men out here. You know, I don't think it's nagging by her constantly telling you to take out the trash and you ain't doing it. But anyway, that's neither here or there. When a man actually does what he say he gonna do, instead of, you know, presenting himself to be something, lying to her, manipulating her, using her. When a man come in, he really not doing that, she gonna melt. She gonna melt. And it's funny because they make the best wives. Cause it ain't that a lot of them don't want no man. They really do want a decent man, bro. A lot of them. I ain't saying all of them, because I know some of y'all go, but what about this one? I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about majority of the women who y'all think are misandrous and they hate men and all that stuff. They make the best wives, bro. And they gonna love you for real. Truth be told, real man.
And I'm gonna tell you what. They're not looking at every dude. They're not over here with the, because they don't like him anyway. I'm not a man hater, but I'm not really all that, you know what I'm saying? They say I'm feminist, whatever. But I'm not I ain't for everybody, That's the thing. I'm not out here for everybody. I'm an acquired taste and I'm not gonna put up with nobody's bullshit. So yeah. But the right guy come along, oh yeah. And there's a reason why that man hater is the way that she is, because she's gotten her heart broken and all these different things. We're going to talk about the trauma responses, the over, compensating, for the independence, all this different stuff. But let's get a little further into this. Real men.
Men do not care if you are a man hater. They are so secure that they are not a man worth hating. One more thing, they get it. They get why the majority of the population is man haters. Remember that.
If I could tell you one thing that doesn't make sense, but is actually true, that I've learned vicariously for other people, is that women who hate men the most, that are the biggest man haters, are usually the biggest lover girls. It's just the fact that you're not the right person. It takes the right person to unlock it, and you and I aren't him.
So ladies, in this video, we are going to be seeing men who say that women who are men haters usually end up making the best wives or even the best girlfriends, and they actually end up having some of the most healthy, happy, long-lasting relationships. Now, I don't know if you'll agree. I would love to hear your thoughts on this topic in the comment section below.
So let's get into it. So what even is the thing that triggers a woman to be a man hater? There's a lot of external factors that will contribute to that kind of a behavior, Or he says you're official if you're a man hater like you, but you're the official if you a man hater. Love you. A shorty could be born naturally a man hater too. Some serious type, sorry, yes. And a lot of my friends have the same sentiment. A lot of them, we're like, dude, I don't even celibate. People like, oh, you want to be celibate, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, because I'm not giving it up, to just anybody, So a person that's like overly trying to please a man, those are the ones you got to watch out for. Because they're not just trying to please you. They're trying to please any man, But why is it that some women hate men? Let's get into it, let's get into it. Why do some women hate men? Let's talk about it.
I sometimes volunteered in her classroom. One day, as I was organizing paperwork in the back of the room, the teacher gathered the students to the rug where they sat cross-legged at her feet. As she talked to the class, a wiggly boy in the front named Jack tapped her foot gently with his foot. She said, "Please don't do that." And he stopped for a minute, but then tapped her foot again. She corrected him again, so sternly that it caught my attention. The third time that he tapped her foot, she lost her temper, chastising him severely and yelling at him that he was being defiant. Another time when I was in this kindergarten class, I was helping the kids as they did an art project drawing animals. Suddenly, I heard the teacher scold a boy, "Chase, what are you doing? Goats are not purple. Start over." I was stunned. The teacher was young and friendly, and she was always really nice to me and very kind to my daughter. What I and other parents noticed over time was that this teacher often exploded disproportionately
Right.
at boys. And remember, these were 5-year-olds, barely out of preschool. They clung to their parents when they got dropped off at school. Some of them still took naps. So what was going on? Could it be that this teacher really didn't like boys? Or maybe didn't like men? More broadly, is misandry real? If so, where does it come from? What are the effects? And what do we do about it? This video has the potential to be one of the most controversial I've ever shared, and I realize it might make some people mad. Some of you may think I'm not hard enough on men, and some might think I'm not hard enough on women. And listen, plenty of people out there will offer a hot take on misandry to get you riled up for battle in the gender war. That's just not who I am. My goals are clearer understanding and solutions to the gender war.
And the same here. I'm not over here trying to bash men. This is not a male bashing festival. But let's get into the real deal. Why would a person start hating men?
Are grounded in love. So stick with me. Let's see if we can figure this out. First, what is misandry? The word misandry is from Greek, miso meaning hatred and andry meaning men. And it's as straightforward as that. It means dislike of, contempt for, or ingrained prejudice against men, just as misogyny means dislike of, contempt for, or ingrained prejudice against women. So do some women really truly hate men, and not just like dislike individual men who behave badly, but really hate men in general because they're men? Well, yes. And in fact, as I talked with people in preparation for this video, I found that many women felt more general anger at and even dislike of men in general than I expected. They described feeling conflicted about it because they loved their own male family members, but their anger at patriarchy and so many bad experiences with so many men, both personal and large-scale societal, had started to add up to negative feelings toward men in general. If that's you, you might already be feeling defensive. So let me establish a couple of things right off the bat. Misandry, hatred of men, and misogyny, hatred of women, are both hurtful, but they have not caused an equal amount of harm in our world. The impact is not even comparable. On an individual physical level, the simple size and strength difference between a typical male and typical female makes for a grossly uneven fight. In general, a man can do far more damage to a woman than a woman can do to a man. Add to that patriarchal entitlement, where a man becomes furious if he's not obeyed or shown the deference that he thinks he deserves, and you get a world where, as Margaret Atwood said, men are afraid that women will laugh at them. Women are afraid that men will kill them. The data bears this out. In 2019, in the United States, there were 477 men murdered by women and 1,647 women murdered by men. And the large-scale societal impact of misandry versus misogyny is also vastly different. Some women do cause real harm to men, but in relatively small numbers. So in this way, misandry is like a destructive bacteria that a few people pass on to people they come in direct contact with. Misogyny, on the other hand, is like a destructive bacteria that made it into the world's water supply. The impact is exponentially different. And by the way, if you...
So bottom line, what she's saying here is that, okay, if I hate men, that's a bacteria. You know what I'm saying? Bacteria can get healed with antibiotics. Virus, on the other hand, you gotta either hope it goes away, or you damn near gotta kill yourself trying to cure it. You gotta damn near cut it out. But a virus will kill you way harder than a bacteria will. You understand what I'm saying? And if you take the right antibiotic, that virus, that bacteria will go away and your body goes back into homeostasis. But if you have a viral thing, we have a person that actually is misogynistic, that's a lot harder to get rid of. And that's where it could kill you. A man thinking in a misogynistic way could be someone that actually could kill you. And that's the thing why all this red pill conversation is so dangerous to women. Because when you have a whole bunch of people on a panel dissing women, and it's creating more and more hatred towards women. Half of these men are married. Like, how does the average person that might be mentally ill view this when they're watching it? Are they gonna? I mean, and you're seeing that some of this red pill rhetoric has leaked out into actual society, where a guy asks your phone number, and next thing you know, if you don't reply the right way, they could just sock you in the face, body slam you head first into the ground. And it's the type of stuff that happens. And then when women see this, what do you think the result is going to be? Lower birth rates, less women getting into relationships, celibacy at a all-time high, women choosing themselves over relationship. So this is not just something that we're actually just going to be talking about like this is like a no biggie. This is something that actually can affect the future generations to come. There are more teenagers right now. You know, back in the day, they're actually trying to convince more young people to have babies in America. There was an article I saw about the lower teenage birth rate, and they're worried about that. And they're trying to encourage people to have children. It's the most craziest thing. It's like what I remember, like being a teenage pregnant mother, that was terrible. But now they're trying to encourage younger birth rates because they see other countries that don't have the crazy misogynistic ideals and things like this out birthing them at an alarming rate, like Africa, which has a primarily matrilineal, whenever Christianity is not involved, matriarchal societies where they respect the woman to a certain degree. Now you do have like that patriarchal thing that does creep in there, but there's a certain level of also respect, and everybody knows what their gender roles are. Also, because they live in more rural areas, and the woman is kind of forced into a more gender-based, role. I had a guy on my channel the other day who actually has a dating app, and he was talking about how him and his wife, live in a rural area, and so they don't have arguments about what the roles are. She doesn't want to chop wood. He don't want to wash dishes. And if she say, hey, well, why don't you wash dishes sometime? He'll say, okay, well, you go chop the wood. And she'll just go right back to, and the argument is dead right there. Let's get into it.
You meet a men's rights activist who argues that misandry is systemic, that men are more oppressed than women. Simply show him this photo, or this photo, or this photo, or these photos. As historian Gerda Lerner said, throughout history, men have been oppressed for many reasons: their race, their religion, their social class, etc. But women have also been oppressed for all of those same reasons, and they have been oppressed because they are women. So I repeat, the impact of misandry and the impact of misogyny are not even close, and it would be a gross, ridiculous instance of false equivalence to claim otherwise. And
let me also talk about the Black community when it comes down to relationships. A lot of times we want to compare ourselves to Caucasian relationships, and we don't have the same dynamic. Same thing. Like, I mean, the women's suffrage movement in the Black community was not the same movement as the white community. We didn't have the same issues as inequality, but now it's more of a thing where men are wanting to so-called go back to a time where in the Black community, and that time didn't exist. Women always worked. We had to, because our households needed both people to work in the household. We didn't have that same inequality that people experience in other races. So a lot of our arguments on these red pill conversations, we need to go back to the time when grandma was just in the kitchen and giving it and backing it up and just cooking, and that didn't exist. Grandma had to work too. And I hate to hear people constantly like bringing up that crazy stereotype of this old time love that the woman was just in the kitchen cooking and cleaning, and all she did was sit flat back on a bed and just let the man procreate with her and didn't have to work and do nothing. She probably had to work and do all those things. And then women got more higher and more better jobs, and now men are upset. There's a jealousy. I talked about jealousy. Go watch those videos. We talked about, is the man jealous of the woman? You know what I'm saying? All these different things. I hope that you guys like those shows. I'm going to be doing more of these kind of deep dives into relationships, even though all these things, like, we're going to also get into the 14th Amendment and Trump and how that affects our society. That's coming up soon too. But I really wanted to get into this relationship conversation because you have so much rhetoric out there and like argumentative panels where you have people like men constantly wanting to like talk about how bad the woman is, because I don't know whoever hurt them. Half of these guys are in relationship with a woman, and I'm like, well, how does your woman allow you to get on a panel, or even like not even wanting to get into it with you after you get off when you've been talking so badly about women? And isn't your spouse a woman? Oh, she's different, huh? Let's go.
With all of that said, girls and women do really harm men sometimes, and that matters to me. Feminist activist Audre Lorde said, "I'm thankful that one of my children is male, since that helps to keep me honest. Every line I write shrieks, there are no easy solutions." Audre Lorde loved her son and wanted his precious soul to be safe and to flourish in this world, just as I feel about my son and all the boys and men in my life, and boys and men in general. So today we're going to take an honest look at misandry through 4 representative examples. Think about whether you've seen examples like this in your life, and then later we'll analyze what's going on. First, a fictional example. In Charles Dickens' masterpiece, Great Expectations, a young orphan boy named Philip Pirrip meets a woman named Miss Havisham and her adopted daughter Estella. Miss Havisham hates Pip, and she encourages Estella to break Pip's heart.
You can break his heart.
Why did Miss Havisham hate men so much? Second, a real-life example. Not long ago, one of my nephews was on a Zoom call with his middle school classmates, and a girl started writing in the chat that men, implying all men, were horrible and abusive. My nephew had never heard anything like that before, and no doubt thinking about his dad and his grandpas and his brothers and uncles, ventured in confusion, "I don't think all men are like that." The girl wrote back profanities and "you should kill yourself." She literally wrote that. I saw screenshots of the whole conversation. Thank goodness my nephew told his parents about it and they helped him process what had happened. But what if he hadn't told them? What if that experience had gone deep into his heart and festered there? And then what if another girl at school bullied him the following year, which did happen, by the way? And then what if he fell in with some boys at school who introduced him to the manosphere? Here's a less dramatic but extremely common example. I can think of multiple women I know who are chronically curt and critical of their husbands. Their husbands aren't perfect, but they love their wives and they do their best to make them happy. The wives just seem to be seething with resentment. In fact, this type of grumpy, critical wife is a trope in a lot of cultures. Where does this stereotype of the angry woman come from? I know multiple men who were profoundly wounded by their mother's angry, volatile behavior in their childhoods. Then, just a few weeks ago, I was talking with my friend Shirley Draper.
Right.
Shirley's kids are grown.
That's why
now,
she's
and
mad
she
all
shared
the
with
time.
me that her sons had come to her recently and given her some feedback that was really hard for her to hear. She told me I could record her story to share on this video.
I had 3 sons, and I just felt like that I was constantly trying to make sure that they understood, this is, men have this privilege and you don't take advantage of that, and you shouldn't expect, anything special because you're a man. But then more than that, it was the conversations I would have with my friends, or that my boys would overhear, or, anything that would come along. So somebody would talk about male privilege or anything, and I, of course, had a lot to say about it. And so it really showed up in a way to my son as man-hating. And it showed up even beyond that as his inherent trait of having a Y chromosome was bad and wrong, without having any kind of productive or helpful male role model, was very harmful to him.
So that's where it could get very dangerous. When you have a male hater and she's in a position of power, like a teacher, that's where you got to draw the line. Like me as a mother, and I had a son, and I got this teacher treating my child like ish, she will be removed from that class immediately. You know what I'm saying? Even though I have my issues with men, I'm also a female that has children, and I had, if my son would have lived to see the day, I would be ready to raise hell if someone treated my baby anyway. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not down for a woman using her power to also unleash a bunch of matriarchal bullshit and evil bullshit onto men. So even though I might have my issues, I'm not down for us taking, two wrongs don't make it right. Well, the patriarchy, so I'm gonna like do this and use my power to then enforce that over other men. That's not cool either.
And so, we had a conversation not that long ago where he said to me, I need you to understand what it was like for me as a man to be raised in a man-hating household.
I know Shirley, and like all mothers, she loves her kids and she would do absolutely anything for them. She literally left her fundamentalist polygamous community to save them. And she was absolutely devastated to learn that she had hurt them. Where did her hatred of men come from? She'll tell us in a minute, and it's a powerful insight. But first, let's circle back to all of these examples and figure out what's going on underneath. Miss Havisham. What on earth did this lady have against sweet little Pip? Well, Miss Havisham had been engaged to a man who pretended to love her, but was secretly conspiring to con her out of her fortune. And then he jilted her at the altar. She was so heartbroken by this man's cruelty that she stayed stuck in time at her abandoned wedding, literally still wearing her wedding dress. And that wound turned into hot, infected rage at men in general, which she took out on poor 7-year-old Pip. Have you ever known a woman to carry past masculine wounds into her relationships with other men?
I'm going to say this. Now, when Princella Clark had her moment where she was hating on men for the longest, it got so bad to the point where she was actually saying that we should kill the male child. I mean, it was getting really crazy at some point, and then she ended up changing her mind when she became a lesbian and began to date women and realized that, okay, women could be equally as, annoying. We have our annoying traits. We're not going to lie that there are certain aspects of the woman that, okay, we be tripping sometimes, but it's interesting how bad relationships will drive a woman to a very crazy extreme. So I'm not down with that either. I have my moments where I'm like, whatever, but do I completely hate men? I wouldn't. Come on now, I wouldn't go that far. And I think that people need to understand that this is really a trauma response and really heal themselves on both sides.
Next, the middle school girl who told my nephew to end his life. I don't know that girl, but it seems to me that either she had seen men do some really terrible things, or she had been hearing women express a lot of vitriol toward men. Maybe in person, maybe online.
You want to come up and say something?
Have you ever known a woman to absorb collective cultural rage and then direct that rage at an undeserving target? Next, the bitter, critical wife. First of all, let's just say that the shrew trope perpetuates unfair, derogatory stereotypes about women. In patriarchal society, men have historically grown up expecting women to obey and comply. So a woman who simply has her own opinion would be perceived as difficult. But even if this woman is legitimately mean to her husband, have you ever known a woman who was told her whole life to not ask questions, to be quiet and small, who sacrificed her career and her individual growth and development so everyone else in her family could pursue theirs? Have you ever known a woman who was financially dependent on her husband to the point of having to ask for an allowance and had no real vote or voice in her religion? If so, can you imagine why such a woman might feel a little resentment? Does it make sense that if this woman had never been taught what to do with that resentment or been given any tools to communicate it, that bottled up frustration might leak out or explode at the men closest to her? Are you seeing a theme here? What if the root of misandry is actually misogyny? Just think about it. Misogyny is about controlling, hurting, and oppressing women. Misandry is about trying to protect against misogyny. Misandry is a response to the harms of patriarchy. So now, my friend Shirley Draper, whose son told her it had hurt him to grow up in a man-hating household.
I was born and raised FLDS, which is Fundamentalist Latter-day Saint, and it's the group that practiced polygamy with, infamous Warren Jeffs at the helm. So my context for this conversation is about being raised in this really overtly patriarchal, misogynistic society, being raised with these messages that were so contrary to my soul, and then learning to come out of that and trying to fight against it in a way that I find out later isn't as effective as I wish it had been. My cultural history is one of high patriarchy and having different rules for men than for women. And so it started off with the entire setup, but I think in utero, where my dad was really abusive, physically abusive to my mom, really had a massive, massive impact on me. And so just my entire life, I remember chafing under these rules, separate rules for me than there were for my brothers, just because an inherent trait that was encoded in my DNA. And that was for me, the lack of a Y chromosome. That was literally the only difference between me and my brothers. And yet they had a lot more privilege than I did. It was very present for me from my first breath. My earliest memories are of a need to protect people who were being harmed, and also this rage about inequality, inequity. And so every time I'd see that, it would just make me so angry, and made me also very hypersensitive to any whisper of it, to where a lot of times I would see it where it didn't really even exist. You know, somebody was trying to express care, and it would come across to me as control. So yeah, that the hypersensitivity and the rage were ever present. I got this feedback that I was a man hater, and from my perspective, it was just, why? Because I'm not putting you on a pedestal and worshiping you? Is that what it means to be a man hater? And so I remember being told that a lot. You know, you think differently than others. And eventually I just ended up thinking I'm literally the only one in the world who thinks this, because I keep getting that feedback. But I didn't internalize it. I didn't take it in that I was a man hater. Because, you know, for me, it was just like, no, I'm demanding of you what is due to me. And that doesn't make me a man hater. And
so, you know, when this is a weird thing with the cult situation of polygamy. It's interesting how the cults tend to have a lot of women that they treat like crap. And then it's crazy because a lot of times the women are the thing that's keeping the whole cult going, especially in those polygamous relationships. Welcome to the stage, Tony.
What up, Genesis?
Hey, how's it going? What are your thoughts on today's show?
Now you rocking, keep rocking, Genesis. You going? You going?
All right, let's go.
And you don't get to tell me that. It never occurred to me that my being a warrior and really communicating in violent ways was harming my child. And so, you know, I have to learn nonviolent ways of communicating. So one of the things that I've learned over the years of studying, you know, people that I want to be like, Brene Brown, you know, shaming is so violent. And so if I'm looking at the message that I'm trying to get across of here's what we need to change, if I'm doing it in a shaming way, automatically people are going to be defensive and digging in. And, you know, and I think because we do that so much as a society, we create extremism. We create, you know, right now we've got a lot of young men that are really leaning into patriarchy and male dominance. And I think it's probably a reaction to their feeling shameful about who they were and their, you know, ascribed traits, inherent traits that they were born with. And so I'm thinking, you know, as a society, we can do so much better by having these gentler messages and these including and helping people understand, rather than saying, you know, you have so much privilege, you should be ashamed of that. That was something my son was born into. If I want people to have compassion for people who were born into polygamy, why wouldn't I want people to have compassion for other, you know, things they're born into, other privilege they have, just because, you know, I have white privilege. I know that, right? So how do we have conversations about what it means and how we can do better, rather than saying you're bad? I can be a feminist. I can help people understand why the patriarchy is harmful without undermining and shaming and making someone feel like, you know, guilty for having been born a man.
You know, these cults like that in polygamy, you know, a lot of times men right now nowadays are using polygamy to kind of exploit their power over women. I'm not going to lie. Like in real polygamy, you don't just, people are using polygamy in a pimp-like manner, not necessarily in the correct way. You know, what are your thoughts on what she said right there?
Nah, you know what, Genesis, the polygamy part. What you think about it? I don't like polygamy. I mean, a lot of people, some people they for it. Nah. I'm good with just one shorty. I'm good.
Yeah,
then, like when
I particularly, you know, I'm in the right condition, in the right situation, I would be okay with it. But I'm not down with the pimp like polygamy that you see in situations like such as this. Let's get into this right here. Let's go.
brainwashed into a polygamous relationship? Do you
Oh
think,
man,
or would you
these
say?
niggas here.
Yes, yes, we were.
Explain to me how you were brainwashed into a polygamous relationship.
Nah, cause that be pick me shit. That's what
Starting
that.
all the way back in the timeline of my journey in my life, before I got to this point in my life, I came into this world, ported through my Babylon parents, and they told me everything that I was gonna,
She the
all of
only
the
bad
options that I had
one.
to choose in life, as far as what I wanted to be and how to.
I'm trying to. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to mute you. I was trying to figure out where that wind was coming from. I guess it was coming from their show.
Oh
I
yeah,
thought it was
yeah,
you.
yeah,
I
Genesis.
thought it
I'm
was
in the
you. I was
I'm in the
like, where is
back.
that
Yeah,
wind coming
yeah,
from?
yeah. That's me. Let me mute up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. It exploits women. I think it does too. Unless you're doing it in a traditional format, there are traditional ways that you can have polygamy. Let's get into it.
Yeah, and then okay.
Go ahead.
Nah, all I was gonna say, Genesis, just look at this. See, at least if you polygamous, at least like you know what I'm saying, you gotta look and be like, damn, I don't know which one. She the only her and probably the shorty in the back. I ain't trying to play the shorties, but damn, you know what I mean? People be polygamous acting like they pimps. This ain't no pimp shit right here. Nah.
People get polygamy and pimping mixed up, and that's what was going on in
Yeah,
this situation. So
exactly.
you know what I'm saying? Let's go.
Live, and they brainwashed me with a certain program, a certain way of thinking, a certain life, and so I was living that out. But in my heart, I intuitively knew that that was the wrong thing to do. I just didn't know how to articulate it. And even in the moments where I did feel the truth spilling out of me, they were looking at me like I was crazy at a very young age. So I was in search for the truth. I was in search for my husband, Chief Nature Boy. I was in search for him because that's just in my heart. That's what I was searching for, and he is the truth. I believe that he is the truth. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm his wife. And once I found him, everything became clear. My life became very clear, and I knew what direction I had to go in. Prior before that, I was very lost. I was dumb, deaf, and blind. I did not know which way to turn. And the only thing I could do was reach out to the universe to send me something to show me what was right. And he came along, and then I was like, oh my goodness. So at that point, when I found him, I had to he brainwashed my mind because he gave me all of the information that I have now, sharing with the world all of my understanding of how life is supposed to be, the truth about life. He has given me the logic and the mathematics behind what I was feeling and all of the things that I couldn't explain with logic because I'm a woman. I'm mostly intuitive. So he gave me all the information, and that brainwashed me. And we would like to think that the word
Man, all right, she about to explain how brainwash don't mean what it mean, but you see how crazy this type of stuff can get.
Yeah, that's like pick me shit. You know what I mean, Genesis? I don't like. See, the reason why I don't like this, cause it's this be like insecurity. Like, see, these are the types that we talk about right here. See, these types, you gotta watch all that fighting over one guy. Like, you gotta have like confidence in yourself. All of it, and y'all making him think he king. This nigga not even. Come on, him. And then all y'all sitting up there groupieing up. Like, this is a bad look. Like, this shit right here, it make women look bad. Like, it don't make women look bad, but it's a bad look for women when people see this. You know what I mean?
Right. Look, he done brainwashed her to even have a different definition of being brainwashed. So
Right.
she's
And then
using the
another
word brainwashed and don't even know that. No, that's not even the truth. That what are you talking about?
right. And a
Hey,
lot
hold
of
on,
times
I'm
too,
getting a
Genesis.
phone call. Let me. I'm gonna play.
Okay.
brainwash is like being something negative and it has a negative connotation. But really, if we look at ourselves in the most purest way, which we are organic computers, when you have a computer system and you have a virus on it, you wipe that virus off, you get it rebooted, you get all of the information that was prior on there off so that you can put the truth or what you feel is the truth on your software that you want to live out. And that's exactly what we did and allowed our husband to do for us.
Insane, right? Please support his channel. But yeah, that is insane to think that that's what it's be brainwashed to change your definition of words is insane to me. You know what I'm saying?
Right, right. And then another thing too, Genesis, like a lot of people when they do stuff like this, like they really hate women. Like they was getting rejected when they was younger. So when they got like a little bit of money, scam money, whatever they do, then they this be like a revenge tactic to get back from what happened in the past. You know what I mean?
He got life in prison with all that crazy bullshit he was doing.
See what I'm saying? That's karma, you see? Because he didn't have ill intentions. He didn't have good intentions on. See, some people do it like, because it'd be like tradition. But some of these people, Genesis, most of these people, I mean, they not doing it because of no tradition. It'd be like some kind of get back tactic, like, yo, I'm iller than you, competition, I got more girls than you. Like, like little kids clown shit.
Right. So let's get back into it. Let's hear this psychologist talk about the whole aspect of the mean woman, why some women become misandrous. And you just heard from a person that's in polygamy. See, people get the thing mixed up. Even with polygamy, that becomes a very patriarchal situation with one man ruling over multiple women, even changing how they actually see themselves. Let's go.
I'm so grateful to Shirley for sharing her story. And one quick note, after we recorded this conversation, Shirley told me that she hoped she made it clear that she was not saying that women need to do men's emotional work for them. Women take on that burden far too often. So I do want to emphasize that Shirley was speaking specifically as a mother to a son, and that's a unique relationship. I wanted to feature that mother-son relationship, though, because Shirley isn't the only mother who has shared a story like that with me. Multiple grief-stricken mothers have reached out to me saying that their unhealed patriarchal wounds have done profound harm to the boys and men in their lives. In my opinion, we as individuals and as a society have to care about that. We have to care about our sons and husbands and fathers and brothers and nephews. And when we chase down that misandry to its source, to its root, over and over again, we see that at the root is a giant unhealed wound in women caused by misogyny. So what do we do? How do we heal so that we break the cycle and pass on less trauma to the next generation?
But here's the thing. Is it only just patriarchy? There's also a thing called being hyper independent. And how does that affect a woman's relationship, especially because it's a trauma response? Let's go.
I want to talk about hyper independence, what causes it, and what we can do to overcome it. Hyperindependence often flies under the radar because it's seen as us being super strong or admirable. But what if I told you that it can actually stem from emotional wounds like neglect or trauma? In fact, this behavior isn't about strength, it's about survival. I recently heard this clip from Theo Vaughn, and I feel like it perfectly describes what it can feel like to be hyper independent.
And that's when you're alone, you feel that's when you have nobody and you don't, and you feel like nobody has you. That's the thing. That's the thing about being alone. It's not that you feel like you don't have anybody. It's like you feel like nobody has you.
Right? So you people will diss a single mother, but how many single mothers feel that they don't have anybody and nobody has them? And then they also have to raise children, right? So the man that they had their children with don't have them, and they're all alone, right? And so they become this hyper independent person. Like, I can do it all by myself. And it's really based in the trauma response of feeling like you're in this world alone. So they become anti-men. They become hating. They become hateful and resentful and all these different things. And then you get into a relationship and you're very difficult. Why? Because all this baggage and trauma that you have in your system where you're feeling like that you are alone in the world. Let's get into it.
And man, and I know especially when we're young, we can't even put it into words, but we can feel that. And I remember a lot as a child feeling that way, just feeling like nobody has me. When you grew up in an environment where your back is against the wall, or you go through a time in your life when your back is against the wall, man, you're so scared, to be honest. I think I was so scared, and I didn't know how to care about anybody. Nobody taught me how to care. because somewhere in my head, I just didn't have that trust. Somewhere in my heart, I didn't have that trust for others that would let me really, embrace the care that they probably wanted to give me a lot of times.
How many men experience women that have this same type of disposition? And then they'll say, "Oh, that's why we don't need to date these single women because they and single moms are trash and whatever they want to say." But what about the deeper aspect of that and that feeling of being hyper independent and as a trauma response of feeling alone and where you have to like do everything but by yourself? Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
Nah, I was gonna say, Genesis, like, yeah, I've been in situations like that, but I ain't blame her though. I ain't blame her because I'm under. You know what I mean? I understand. You know what I mean? Before me, it was different things, but that's why, Genesis. What I always say is, people gotta heal before they jump into something new. You're not gonna all the way heal, but you heal to the most the part where you like. You know what I mean? You know you could jump into something else. Because a lot of people, they just need like emotional security. So they'll just jump right into something right after something. Like, you just got to work on you.
So then you get like these men that get on these panels and say, what did the guy named No Fugazi that, hey, after a woman becomes a single man, she's undateable or she's on this and she's on that. Well, what it is that, like I said, she's become hyper independent. And once you get past that, you could get a really good woman, a good person. But the fact that men want it easy sometimes, and they don't want the difficulty. But a lot of men, that if you're a real man, you don't mind. You don't want a person that's too easy. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Right. Because if you get somebody too, it's like any. Right. No, go ahead, Genesis. You good.
No, you said you get.
I was just gonna say, yeah, I was just gonna say because anything too easy, you ain't getting nothing out of it. You know what I mean? So you might as well just leave it alone.
Yeah, even Eartha Kitt, she says a relationship is something that should be earned.
Right.
Compromise for what? Turn down for what?
Right.
A man comes with me and I have to compromise? Why? For who? For what?
Right. Both people gotta play their part. Like, it can't be like, you know what I mean? It's a seesaw. It can't be like one like imbalance. You know what I mean? Both scales gotta be balanced. That's what it is.
Exactly. Let's go.
But that comes from this fear. When you grow up scared or you go through times when you're scared.
Hyperindependence is the belief that we can only rely on ourselves. It often develops as an adaptive response to emotional neglect, childhood trauma, or even societal pressure. While being self-reliant can be helpful in some situations, hyperindependence goes beyond that. It creates walls instead of boundaries, keeping us from leaning on others or asking for help when we really need it. Let's get into the 5 key signs of hyperindependence. Number 1 is the fear of relying on others. An example of this would be that you insist on doing everything yourself, even when you're completely overwhelmed. This can also mean you feel really uneasy or vulnerable when someone does offer help, almost like it's not safe to allow them to assist you. We could also.
I have that. Like when sometimes I don't think the person's gonna do it right, so it's like, no, I'll do it. Because I don't think you're gonna do, you know what I'm saying? Whatever it is, I feel, I might give a task to someone and I am like, oh my God, I hope they get it done. So yeah, I have a very big fear of relying on other people to do anything for me.
Also struggle to express our needs, meaning that if we do need help or if we are upset, we don't know how to say it. Sign number 2 is emotional neglect in childhood. Being emotionally neglected as a child often lays the foundation for hyperindependence. Now remember, emotional neglect can mean that everything looked good on paper. We had a roof over our head and food in the fridge and we went to a good school. But when we came to our caregivers for support, for love, for understanding, to show us some compassion when we're going through a tough time, they weren't there or they didn't know how to be there for us. And when this neglect happens, we can feel like we have to comfort ourselves, that no one else is going to do it. And if we turn to them and we didn't get the support we needed, we start to believe that no one else can be there for us. And if we lean on them, they're going to let us down, right? And so we'll start trying to do things all on our own. We'll try to offer ourselves comfort. And usually what that means is we kind of start stuffing down how we feel. And if we learn to continue stuffing down our emotions in childhood because no one's there to support us with them, as we get older, this can mean that we have a difficult time identifying or regulating our emotions. We can experience a lot of guilt or discomfort when we do feel anything, or especially when we ask other people to help us. Therefore, what would we prefer? To do it all on our own.
How many women do you know are like this? And then you'll say that they are a man hater. They don't like men, or they're evil. They're y'all mean women. Da, 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 da. But it's like, well, how many times do men really try to get to the crux of the why a person acts the way that they act? A lot of times, people just see it as you just being ghetto, or you're just being a difficult. You ain't. But sometimes, like I said, if people started to have adult conversations instead of these surface level, shallow conversations, to really get into the depths of what's happening in these relationships, a lot of relationships will last a lot longer because you're not dealing surface level. Go ahead. Your phone is breaking. Go ahead, say it again.
No. Shallow. I'm walking to the car. I'm leaving the park. Now I was saying shallow conversations. Them be the worst.
Like we lost his mic or whatever. So, just come back up when your stuff gets back. I'll bring it back up when it connects again. But yeah, okay, here we go. Were you saying something when we lost you? Go ahead.
No. Get Genesis. When I get to the car, I'm gonna continue.
Okay, all right. Yes, most black women come through that, but a lot of times the black men don't understand, and they might come from that as well. And so you have two traumatized people trying to have a relationship with each other. One that probably experienced a woman that was a man hater. Her husband or whatever treated her like this, and then she treated him because she might have reminded him of the husband because the son looked like the husband, or maybe his behavior was like the husband's. And then now you get the mom overly correcting the son or being a certain way to the son, and then that son grows up to be a certain way towards women. And then you have the woman that felt like, maybe their mom, it was neglected. They didn't feel like loved in the household. A lot of times women can be competitive with their own little girls. That's another thing that happens that people don't even talk about in our community. A lot of times the mothers, the grandmothers, and all these different things be in competition with their daughters. And what do you think that leads to? That leads to a person being neglected emotionally. And then that person grows up and they have a relationship and they meet the guy that was neglected in his own way. And then now there's trauma. And so you have two traumatized people trying to have a relationship. And then one is filled with misogyny, and the other one's filled with misandry because of how they've been treated over time by these different traumatized men. And then you have the patriarchal system that is saying that, well, the man's supposed to be this alpha male. He's supposed to have it all together. He's supposed to operate in this way. This is how a man's supposed to be. And in reality, it's just dysfunction. Let's go.
The third sign is pufferfishing. This is something you guys know that I'm very familiar with. I personally struggle with this too. But pufferfishing really means that if someone gets too close, they touch our little soft, squishy inside. We feel vulnerable. We're worried that they might hurt us. Oh, we stick our spines out. Get away. We try to pretend that we don't need them, that we never needed them, that they don't even know us. We just stick our spines out to get them away. Vulnerability can feel dangerous, like we're going to get harmed. And so we can kind of prefer to keep people at arm's length. But the thing about pufferfishing that at least I've learned is that if we do keep people away, if we do stick our spines out when we feel any bit of vulnerability, that means that we'll never feel seen, heard, or understood. We'll never be able to cultivate deep connections, and we can end up feeling really isolated and alone. Hence, this hyper independence, right? We feel like we have to do it all by ourselves because we don't want to let anybody else in.
Do you see how all these things contribute to the same behavior? It all equals the same thing. All these things make you feel like you can't, that you have to do everything yourself and you're alone in the world. And if men knew this about women, how many of the men would actually feel like, dang, I mean, y'all need to have more deeper conversations, y'all. A lot of times, and I'm gonna tell y'all this, I was seeing these videos about how what men really think about women, and it disgusts me. I'm like, damn, men mainly focus on sex and this, that, the other, and getting a whatever wet. But look at how much do you think that is contributing to traumatizing women? And then when you finally get to a woman that you really like, well, damn, what do you think is gonna happen? Let's go.
The fourth sign, and one you might be familiar with, is eldest daughter syndrome. Now, this is obviously not a diagnosis, but if you find yourself being the eldest daughter in your family, you're often the most responsible one. You might have been the one that did way more than your share of home tasks, making sure that your other siblings got fed and got to school on time, that clothing was washed and folded, that other siblings' homework was done. You probably took on way more than you should have. And that could have robbed you from feeling like you could be a kid or that you could be irresponsible. You always had to be the one that's on top of everything. And obviously you can see how this could link to hyper-independence, because if we're the ones that have always done it, then we believe that we have to continue being the ones that always do it. And as a random side note, we might find ourselves in adulthood pairing up with someone who is very like irresponsible, or looking for someone that will fill in the gaps for them, that will be the responsible one. That all is just a lot of pressure. That means that we never get to be a kid. We never get to be irresponsible. We can feel a lot of pressure to do it all perfectly, to be everything for everyone at home, in our relationships. And that often doesn't leave any room for us. And that can definitely be a sign that we struggle with hyper-independence, or what I used to call toxic independence, meaning can't count on anybody else because they're just going to let me down, right? It's not very healthy for us, and it doesn't feel very good. There's going to be a time in each and every one of our lives where we're going to need to count on somebody else. And we want it to feel okay when we allow that to happen. And sign number 5, not feeling seen, heard, or understood. Now, I want to just take a minute for you to think about those words. Feeling seen for who you truly are, not what they want to see, not what they wish you were, for who you are. Feeling heard, like your opinion, your voice is actually important. Someone is listening, paying attention, and understood, that they get where you're coming from. They know what you're asking for. They see who you are, and they want to understand that. These 3 pieces are so vital to our development as children and into adulthood. And if we don't get those things, it's like we don't get any validation for who we are and what we're about. And this can make us feel really unworthy, lesser than, almost like we're not as important as other people. Hence why we can put other people first, right? We don't want to bother them with our ask. I don't want to have them help me. I can do it all myself. I don't need to upset anybody else, right? We feel like we can only exist on our own. And when we don't get this validation, when we don't feel seen, heard, and understood, it can make us feel really unworthy. It can make us feel like we're maybe not good enough, or that something's maybe wrong with us, right? We have maybe some shame thoughts. Maybe something's wrong with me. I'm broken. Why don't they really see me for who I am? And it can cause us to kind of stop sharing our thoughts. Stop sharing our emotions. Stop telling them who we are or what we need, because we begin to assume that nobody's going to care. And that can be really painful, right? All of the things that we're needing, all of the things we need to express, all of the connections that we should be trying to make don't feel worth it. Maybe feels too dangerous. Let's move into the good things, what we can do to heal, right? Because maybe we have all 5 of those signs. Maybe we have 3 of them. Maybe we just feel like we can't rely on other people, and we know that in our heart of hearts. So the first thing that we need to do is start recognizing the patterns.
So here's the thing. One of the biggest thing is that how can you be in a relationship when you have all this shit going on? When you have all this trauma going on through your body, You're feeling it on every level. You're scared. All this fear. People need to go to therapy, y'all. People need therapy. I've definitely experienced what she's describing. A lot of women feel this way. I think that we need to like really talk about that. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, Genesis.
You there? Can you hear me? Oh, okay. Well, while he's getting his phone and everything situated, let's this is another thing that kind of came up and I thought was really interesting in this conversation. And it's interesting how these men in this particular stream, like how they even were reacting and discussing women and relationships and their baby mom and whatever. Now Charleston White was trying to teach these young men certain stuff and they were not having it, you guys. They were not trying to hear what he had to say, but let's go. Let's look at it.
I don't know why these guys continue to platform Charleston White. Now, I know that Charleston White says some positive things sometimes, but he also says that
Listen.
Also says some like the rappers, y'all, and he's telling the truth when he says this. Y'all like to listen to the rappers. They say all kinds of stuff about doing things to women, hurting each other, the women bad bees, and y'all celebrate this stuff within the culture, right? So I'm playing the character to make money because they playing the character to make money. I get it. I get it. So, you know what I mean? But I feel like with Charleston, because he has a lot of intelligence, he could have went this far just being who he was because he was charismatic enough.
Is that you need to go back and apologize to every woman you think you have hurt, whether you.
Let's get into what he said though, because people see a lot of these men, they don't like what he said. They don't like what he had to say. But I think he was right. Let's go.
They were mad.
Think we need to do as a community to change that. You need to go back and apologize to every woman you think you have hurt, whether you think you've done it. Apologize. That's why we can't get ahead. All I'm gonna say is, I'm gonna say why I say this. I got two kids. I got two kids by one woman who I was married to. I ain't got bastard baby. So go apologize. Go apologize.
I ain't apologizing.
So have you gone to jail on your kids? Have you gone to jail on your kids? No.
I come from a household. I come from a household with no mama, no daddy, no.
I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear the sad story. I know plenty out there.
See what I'm saying?
Nah, he right. Yeah, because I know plenty of people like that too. They turned out fine. Like, see the excuses. I don't like the excuses. You know what I mean?
Well, my daddy, my grandma, whatever. Okay, well, that he sound like he hurt. That sound like pain, hurt, whatever he went through, right?
Exactly.
This is why his relationships failed, because he didn't go get therapy. Like, sir, if you went through all that, why didn't you go see a psychiatrist and deal with your issue?
Nah, right. Nah, you know what it is.
Before you stick your dingling in a woman's vagina and have kids, deal with your issues.
Nah, because you know what it is.
Yeah.
Right. He think it sound good and it's all hood, and see, people don't not understand it. We from hoods, Genesis. That hood shit is to a certain extent. Like, you're trying to put the hood on everything. It's not gonna work. We grown adults now. That shit is not saving you and it's not getting you out of nowhere. People gonna look at you like you ignorant and you haven't grown. You know what I mean? Oh, I come from a single house. Yeah, I know.
What is wrong with apologizing if you've done something? What is wrong with apologizing?
Thank you, Genesis. That's what I was trying to tell son the other time. What's wrong with apologizing?
Even if he was trolling, he was trolling, but he was making sense though. And no matter what he was trolling about, he actually, because he probably don't believe it, but because he said that he just say stuff. But the bottom line is, why not apologize? What is the problem?
Man, there's nothing wrong with apologizing.
Don't you think that should be a leaf, or what is it called when you a palm leaf or whatever to your baby mama, and maybe like try to work it out? He go right into his trauma. Rather than him saying, well, no, I'm not going to apologize because whatever. He went into my grandfather and my grandma.
Yeah, see,
I wasn't raised by my mom and my daddy. You know,
right. Not taking
Go ahead.
Yeah, not taking accountability, right? And that's something simple. So imagine, Genesis, if it's something where the relationship is on the line. You know what I'm saying? See, that's why I say like the little pictures.
Imagine if it was a woman saying, "You need to apologize for what you did," and this nigga, "Well, my grandma, what the fuck?"
Yeah,
if he
like
was
what they got
like
to
that
do
in
with
Charleston, he'd probably screaming at his girlfriend. Cause it's like, bro, what the
like
hell?
right.
Yeah,
You gotta right your wrongs. Like what that got to do with the situation? It's me and you right here. You talk about my grandma. She ain't even here. What you talking about?
My mama, my daddy. Look, come on now.
Yeah,
let's go.
like what you talk like? Come on.
You need to go back and apologize to every woman you think you have hurt, whether you think you've done it or not. Apologize. That's why we can't get ahead. All I'm gonna say is, I'm gonna say why I say this.
Let me find the original of this because I think that guy's gonna end up cutting in and saying, because you know he's more focused on Charleston White and how he's behaving, but I want to hear what is it called? Everybody has a voice. Okay, look, I want to hear the actual original because I'm like, bro.
That shit crazy, son. Don't want to take no. Don't he sound like what he sound like, Genesis? He sound like that giggle gang that was on the panel the other time. When was it giggling? What y'all giggling for?
Right, because it was gay
giggling. Yeah, like giggling. But yeah, because
that was really crazy. I said, damn, y'all really that insecure that y'all can't hear?
Yeah, like because I don't fuck with that gays, but I ain't gonna be like immature about it. Just let son talk. You ain't agreeing with what he's saying? All right, just shut up. Or like giggling, you sound worse than him. You talk about he gay, that nigga's giggling. Y'all sound gayer than him. What you talking about?
Right.
You know what I mean? Genesis, right?
That was in the last show I did. I know it's long as hell, 8 hours, but if y'all get a chance to skim through it, please go watch. That show was crazy as hell, y'all. Y'all gotta go watch.
Check that, y'all check that. Yeah, check that out when y'all get a chance. Crazy. Crazy, Genesis.
Men was giggling. You see grown ass men get to giggling because they see a gay man.
I couldn't believe it. And a lot of times too, Genesis, you gotta watch niggas like that because that giggle shit, it be deeper than what we be thinking. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Trying to thinking they fooling us, nigga. You fooling yourself.
Exactly right. Let's go.
And as a mother, if your children don't serve your daughter, nigga, my son has never been arrested. My daughter graduated. Hold on, this is not a competition. This is not a competition. I'm not banning with no black man that got a problem with his baby mama. You hate your baby mama. She hates you. How we gonna get together and the two people who made a seed can't even come together? Nigga, I don't trust you.
All right, so what you think we need to do as a community to change that?
You need to go back and apologize to every woman you think you have hurt, whether you think you've done it or not.
See this?
I know. That's why I told son the other time, you gotta apologize to Genesis. See, these the types we talk about, Genesis. I don't like these types right here. I always have problems with them.
And they'll say, you know what I'm saying? She's a man hater. She hates men. Well, guess what? You don't even want to apologize if you've wronged her or treated her the wrong way. Fuck that bitch is what the sentiment is, right? Really?
Right.
Fuck her? The mother of your children, the one that gave birth to your children, fuck her?
Right, and that's how you feel.
We're at that page. We're at that page. So we're at that page. So we're on self-improvement.
I'm not saying you're not. I'm not saying you're not.
So he ended up leaving the show, but bottom line is that let's get into it.
I would have got up out of there too if I was him. You over there?
Hell yeah, like what?
Studios sponsored by Vivian's Barbecue. It's your boy, Worldwide Wall Street.
It's your boy Q.
Boy E. B Blanco. And y'all see
too long when I see that inspection stick out, I'm calling cold compliance on your ass. Yeah, don't let your all break down and go to leaking. Yeah, I'm that kind of nigga.
We got Charleston White in the motherfucking building, man.
Yeah, I ain't doing it wrong, so I can tell on everybody. Yeah, the nigga who ain't breaking law can tell on everybody. That's what I pay taxes for. I couldn't wait to be a law-abiding.
But why you like telling though?
I don't tell on niggas that's minding their business, selling dope, going in the house, telling the nigga not to park in front of his. Yeah, that nigga. Yeah, that nigga at the store bothered me with that. I got that gas on. I don't.
Y'all see this crazy motherfucker just walk past the camera?
I don't sleep on the bed. I sleep on the floor.
On the floor.
On the floor.
He a different type of creature.
You think you the smartest at the most critical point in your life when you won't listen to nobody. 17, 18, 19, 20. That's the most critical part of your life. And you the dumbest because you think you know everything.
Why they starting at 13, 12, 13, 14 now though?
Because nigga, 15 years ago, we had an evolution of children that became murderers at 9 and 10 years old.
Let's talk about it, right?
Yeah, because of bum ass niggas like this on this panel. The bum ass niggas on this panel passed the tradition down to be another bum ass nigga. See, that's why Genesis, I agree with Charleston White. Get these niggas off the street, lock all these niggas out. The world would be a better place, passing down bullshit to the next generation, and they acting just like y'all bitch ass niggas.
But I'm talking about, see, this is the male trauma I'm talking about. See how many women are dating men that possibly have went to, do you know how many men I run into on these dating apps that are coming out of that went to prison at a very early age, like 17, 16?
Yeah.
And was in for like 15 years for armed robbery, because if you're black, what they do is they charge you as an adult. So you go to an adult prison, you damn near probably get turned down. Who knows what happens to these little young boys in this prison situation? Then they come out and end up being a part of the regular world, right? And they end up meeting your son, your daughter, right? And then they end up traumatizing her based on all the trauma that they went through. And then you wonder why the women are becoming man haters. But really, the bottom line is that they dealt with traumatized men. And then they were traumatized growing up, as you can see when I talked about hyper independence based on neglect that people go through. Hey, what's up, King Dish? It's I've only seen a lot of blacks that get charged as adults. I mean, are there a lot of? I mean, there has been some. I don't know. I'm focused on the black community. I'm a black woman, so I'm just saying that when these people come out of prison and they end up dating your daughters, you know what I'm saying? Now you're dealing with a traumatized individual. How many men have records and all these different? Let's not pretend that we don't have an epidemic of men that have records in our community, prison, or jail or whatever, and that trauma of all that. And that's what he's talking about, the problem in the black community. Let's go.
So the 12-year-olds had to switch up. They give the 10-year-olds got the switches. Yeah, y'all don't remember them little kids in Chicago that was getting killed before Chief Keef made that song? Them niggas were 9, 10, 11 years old when them babies first started dying. Mm-hmm. I didn't catch on till King Von died, so I was late.
Before Chief Keef and them?
Yeah. That little nigga on the bike that got
now all these guys are in their 30s, right? Charleston I'm 48, he 48, right? So we got to experience from the 80s or whatever, and they end up those are our parents on crack and all this other stuff. The crackhead, that whole crack epidemic, those were our parents. So then you have the kids from that. Some of them kids was crack babies. Right. So then you neglect, you get all the crazy stuff that happened in that. Some of them had to go and get on a deal drug. This is the type of shit that's happening in our community. Now I know I showed the psychologists and they're talking from a clinical perspective, but let's really get what's happening in the black community. We have an epidemic of parents that from the 60s all the way down are just filled with shit, just back to before that, traumatized. And we wonder why we can't be in relationships, and then you want to say, oh, okay, she's a man haters and all this other stuff. Why wouldn't she be? You know what I'm saying? But let's go.
Key, homie.
JoJo.
Yeah. Them niggas were babies. Them niggas were babies.
That shit spread it around.
But hold on. Like, what about what do you think of the mother of these young babies that were 10 years old running the streets of Chicago without a father? Why? Because their father's probably in prison. You know what I'm saying? And so she's left with the child to raise on her own, or the father left her. And now this little munchkin is running around at 10 years old, because there comes a time raising a little boy that he becomes incontrollable as a woman. And if that man is not there to say, listen, just let me have that child and let me go ahead and be a man. Back in the day, we had a movie called Boys in the Hood. Remember? The mom had to give the son to the father. We had movies like that came out that explained that like, hey, go to your daddy because you too much for me.
Yeah, you talk about Trey. Yeah.
That was the whole premise of that whole thing. He was a
And
good
Lawrence
kid,
Fishburne
but
was
he
an
was getting.
excellent father too.
You understand what I'm saying? And now we go back to the show that I did. Should we do 50-50 parenting? Should we allow the father to have the children, especially when they get to a certain age? Then we find out that, you know what, kids raised in a single father household tend to thrive a little more. Why? They don't have the same societal pressure as a mother that's being hyper independent, trying to do everything herself because she feel like she has nobody to help her, and she's putting all that trauma into her kid. If men would step up, only step up, and cut all this blaming out and everything, we would have a way better family structure. Let's get into it. Let's
Yeah, that demonic spirit. Yeah, it's called niggas.
That shit running all through Chicago.
And it is.
It's bad everywhere, man.
No, it ain't.
You don't think so?
It ain't bad in my neighborhood. My daughter have never had a fight. My children have never.
Is that in the city though?
Yeah,
See, you see how stupid these niggas is?
It's bad everywhere though. That's crazy. A crazy take.
See what I'm saying, Genesis? See what
This
I'm
guy
saying?
thinks it's bad everywhere.
Exactly. See, this is the mentality we talking about, passing down generational bullshit.
Okay, so we got like some racists in the audience that's saying bullshit. But anyways, let's go.
My children have never been in an environment where they have to fight.
I mean,
never.
I ain't gonna question that, but I find it hard to believe in.
My daughters have never been into a fight either, at school or anywhere.
Exactly, and that's good, Genesis.
All of my daughter's about to graduate high school, so I've never had to like go in, rush down the street and stop her from getting into a fight coming home or none of that.
Exactly.
My youngest daughter either. So they get picked up anyways. Let's go.
No. If you got a daddy around, most kids don't have to fight. Because your father teaches you things that other children who have to fight don't have. Strength, male strength, conflict resolutions. See, my son got a daddy that he can say, "Daddy, I think I might have to have a fight," and I can say, "Man, that nigga don't want to fight. He's scared." I can coach him. And nigga, he got a knife to stick a nigga that his daddy, and I already told him. So, nigga, you have to train up a child. You can't just raise it. You have to raise it. You have to discipline it. You have to correct it. You got to love it, and you got to train it.
But what about when the discipline been taken away by the white man? How that work?
The white man didn't take the discipline away.
Yeah, he did.
How? My mama still whoop kids.
She took it out the household. How? Took it out the school.
Black kids have.
How in the hell do you allow that to happen?
Right.
It sounds like I don't think he's in his kid's life.
No, he's not. And he don't know
that shit. No, because discipline.
Right, and he don't know.
Whoop your child. It means discipline could be you don't get to do this and you don't get to do that.
Right. He don't know what's going on in his child. Like, look at how oblivious he is to the situation.
Yeah, just no situational awareness. Like, you know what? That's a stupid ass. Why the white man take away our ability to? Nobody can take your ability to blame it on.
Right. Then he's going to blame it on the white man. Exactly. But he
that ain't the white man that took away your. It's you that took away your ability being absent.
Exactly. Exactly. We tired of hearing about that white man shit. That shit old now. That shit's corny.
Right. Get out of here, the white man. Come on now.
You got kids that go to CPS that get beat and molested. So how the white man took the discipline out when you still got the abuse? He didn't take the abuse out. He didn't put the abuse in, and he didn't take the discipline out. The discipline left because the parents got younger. I ain't gonna raise my kids how my mama raised me. So you start having kids that was having kids who thought that when he hit her back at 2 years old, that was cute. When a little girl pop her pussy to a Sexy Red song, I'll get it back, get it, girl. So when she started fucking at 10 on her 12-year-old cousin, because he already hot too. So nah, nigga, the white man didn't take. It's some coaches that still jack your ass up. What started happening is the parents started coming to the schools, getting on the teachers in front of the kids. Nigga, homie, the white man ain't done nothing to us. I swear to God, he ain't. He put shit in place before we was born where he ain't got to do nothing to us. He said when he created the Willie Lynch doctrine, he said that we must do this now for future generations may not understand.
Parenthood shit.
He said we might do this now so future generations might not understand. Because one day our kids go grow up and love these niggas and free these niggas. See how Jimmy was teaching nigga Jim to read in the room? Who you thought taught the nigga to read? Not the nigga. So it was the white kids who said, nigga Jim, when I grow up, I'm gonna set you and your daughter free. It was the white boys' kids that had a love for the nigga that freed the nigga.
Yeah, because they fed and watched.
Man, nigga, because we're likable people and we love people.
Let me ask you this though, Jeff. With the school system,
education starts at the home, so let's not look at the school system.
You're correct about that, but if the parents don't know.
No. I don't give it so much your mom and dad is stupid. You gonna be stupid. That's life. It's not the white man's job to educate his niggas.
You're right. You can't be you can't expect your enemy to educate you.
So where was daddy at? Nigga, I was reading to the belly before the baby got here. I had lay my head on the belly and read to the belly, talk to the baby in the belly, nigga.
But hold on, rap with me for a minute. We can't expect our enemy to educate us.
I don't.
True, but
ain't no but when you say we can't. Where the
but nigga,
in school, we think that the beginning of the black people were slaves.
We don't think that.
How? That's what we taught in school.
No. Why didn't your parents teach you about your grandparents? Why you are looking at that white man's school system to say they taught you slavery? Why didn't you?
No, why didn't you teach your kids?
That the shit was
you're
stupid.
not you're not in their lives, sir. And you're gonna find out he's not in his kid's life because all these excuses.
No, he's not. He's not.
He should be the last one talking. Thank you. Go ahead.
Nah, you right, Janice. He's not in their life. And then listen to how it sound. He's stupid. Why would the enemy teach you anything right? He's your enemy, dummy. He wants you to fail. And he's sitting there listening to it and doing exactly what he's telling them to do. What a fucking idiot. See what I'm saying, Genesis? But he on a panel trying to teach people, and people listening to this dumb nigga.
Right. Everything is not the white man's fault. It is not.
Exactly.
It is not. We got to take responsibility. Listen, men are so quick to tell women that they don't take accountability. But then when you have a conversation like this, then they want to blame the white man. Women
right. That's the whole.
The white man is the bad guy. Everybody is. So who is not taking accountability right here?
Right.
When you're always blaming the black woman, you're always blaming the white man. Who is not taking accountability here?
Right.
If it's always something, right? Everything he say is always something with somebody else.
Oh, mom and daddy tell you about their mom and daddy.
Because
no. Why didn't your parents teach you about your grandparents? Why you are looking at that white man's school system to say they taught you slavery? Why didn't your mom and daddy tell you about their mom and daddy?
Because nobody teach them.
Yeah, they did. They taught them.
No,
I don't need history when everything
because ain't nobody taught them, honey. It was the 60s. Everybody was on some black power, whatever stuff.
And then Genesis, somebody should have asked her why
they knew more than anybody.
Right. Then Charleston White should have asked her why you ain't be there with your kid. Oh, the white man got me working 3 jobs. No, you got time to see your kid. See what I'm saying?
It's always an excuse.
Right.
And then you wonder why women be mean and be male hating. It's like, bro, when you see shit like this and you see how the black man don't take accountability, then because if they can't blame it on the black woman, they blame it on the white man. It's everybody put themselves. But we don't have to talk about the white man because we're in our households with our kids.
That shit crazy.
The women are. So we can only do but be accountable. As much as men say that we're not accountable, well, if we're raising your children, we can't. The kids are going to make us accountable alone. Stop it.
It's about your bloodline. History has nothing to do with your bloodline. The disease you catch ain't got nothing with what the white man eat. What's in your bloodline? Your genetics, high blood pressure running your family, cancer running your family. That's why when you get on probation, they ask you about your mama and daddy, your grandfather and grandmother. They ask you about your immediate family. That has more to do than anything. What's in your bloodline? So you mean to tell me you go look past everything your family done been through? Your mama been beat. Your daddy been abused. Your grandmama. You go overlook all that and blame the white man for slavery and you've never seen a slave? Why hadn't what your grandmama been through affected you? Why hadn't what your mama been through affected you? Why you going all the way back to slavery when you?
It has. That's what the
did
problem
you see
is.
as a kid that hurt you? When your mama and daddy met it.
Man, listen, I get so tired of the slavery talk. No offense, but I'm like,
hey, come on. I'm with you, Genesis, because come on, man. Niggas want to live in 1960 instead of growing.
I get as irritated with that as we was kings in Egypt and all that other shit talk too.
Exactly. The only way you advance as a community is if you live in the present. Y'all niggas is in the past. That's why y'all niggas always so left back. You want to be in 1960, nigga? That's where you go. Look at his mentality, though, Genesis. And then they even be mad. Oh,
and got an excuse every time, like about everything.
Every time.
And you, man, I can't listen. I went on a date the other night, and the dude told me, "See, the black woman, women don't take well, the woman doesn't take accountability." It was an English dude. Well, women don't take accountability. I was like, okay, you must be watching these podcasts.
Yeah, you know.
That's how bad that is. You can't even go on a date without hearing that bullshit. Like, damn.
He'll follow the yellow brick road ass nigga. He listening. He listening to these niggas. That's what he doing. Fuck you listening to these niggas for they don't even take care of their kids. They don't even know when the last time they saw their fucking kid. And you listening to that.
Exactly. Thank you. Here we go.
The club. And your daddy pull his bullshit ass up to your mama and say, let me get y'all a drink. And when your mama caught your daddy fucking her best friend, what does the white man have to do with that?
Thank
you. Your daddy
you.
said, bitch, fuck you. When your daddy wanted to get high and go up to the top of the projects and fuck, made another baby he knew he couldn't make. Nigga, you know how easy it was for niggas to get jobs when they were making babies back then? Niggas were working at General Motors, going to prison, coming home, still working for General Motors. Niggas built the roads to niggas was the Mexicans. So you mean to tell me
niggas was the Mexicans?
As little as we know how to read,
let's get into that. Niggas was the Mexicans, right? Before they had the Mexican influx, we was the ones doing the work. We was the ones building the car. We wasn't just. We don't have to go back to we was kings. No, we was in the factories building y'all cars. We don't have to go back to kings.
Exactly. These niggas want to skip a whole era and want to go back to the 1800s when we was just doing this shit in the 90s, washing cars, cutting grass. See what I'm saying? They skip a whole era of pioneer shit. No, because they want to be slaves again. Go ahead. Matter of fact, really, Genesis, the good book even say they're going to go back in captivity anyway. That's where they belong, though. But you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like, come on now. Then now you want to hear them say, we got to get the Mexicans out. What? Because y'all niggas don't want to work. You want to blame the white man. Half of the niggas, listen, they would not go to no damn. Listen, people are saying, well, there's jobs on the farm now. I ain't working no farm. They ain't trying to work and do no hard labor like that. Come on now.
No,
they gotta be locked up and put in prison and incarcerated to do hard labor and be forced to. But I mean, half these dudes out here saying they can't get no job or whatever they can't get. It's like, dude, did you go to school and learn a trade?
Right, and he want to call you like, yo, can I hold $20? What the fuck is
right?
20?
Hey, can you listen? Let me get your tax check and I'll flip some of it.
See what I'm saying? Petty nigga shit, this fiend shit. Them type of niggas, just like what Charles White said, them type of niggas, throw them niggas right in the jail or put them niggas in the grave. They deserve to be out of here. Out of here.
He said, I didn't know black people was Mexicans and Mexicans was black people. No, Mexicans wasn't here, sir. It was a few of them, but they wasn't dominating how they dominate now. We was the ones that was doing all that.
You see what I'm saying, Genesis? It's a figurative of speech, meaning we're not saying that they was black. Oh my goodness. We saying that the shit that they do now, we did it at one time. We did it before. He think Mexicans was black fucking people. See what I'm saying, Genesis? You see the mentality?
The landscapers was black. All the stuff that these Mexicans are out here doing, it was black folks at one point dominating those fields. That's why Trump said they're taking the black jobs. Well, honey, now the black man don't want to work no more.
Yo, Genesis,
he really
Genesis, he really think Julio was John Quavius. That's what he think. That shit is crazy.
That's stupid.
Oh my goodness.
Right. That's not the point we're trying to make. We're trying to say is that we were the ones that had those jobs. That's why Trump said that the Mexicans are taking the black jobs. But it's like, well, and then now you got a bunch of people. What black jobs?
See, Genesis. That's why I'm glad our parents used to make us do the critical thinking part of the homework first, and then do the easy shit last. I'm thankful for that. I'm thankful for that.
And then here's another thing: is that you know what? Okay, a lot of that stuff is ways that you can work for yourself and don't have to work for nobody. Being a general contractor, having a trade, is a way to independence and being able to work when you want to and do all the things that's the American way, is actually owning business. But people would rather work for a corporation which don't give a shit about you and will fire you in a heartbeat, where you have no control over your life. And 1 minute you're like 1 second away from being laid off or fired, working at these warehouses. So I give a shout out to those truck drivers and those independent truck drivers that have their trucks and stuff like that. You know, people like that. And people that have trades, plumbers, mechanics. You know how hard it is to find a good mechanic? You got to like go to crackheads that's back in the 60s that learn how to do that from their father teaching them. Men have the time these days don't even know how to change oil in a car.
Oh no.
Change
They'll rather come hold your shit and park that shit because they need an oil change than hold yours and drive yours around. So yours need an oil change.
Right.
See?
Can I hold your car? My car broke down. Let me ride your car.
Exactly.
Well, they should be fixing, you know. And then when your car break down, they can't fix yours or his. Now y'all both can't ride.
No, that nigga out like the road runner in the night when your shit break there. Gone. You ain't gonna hear from that nigga in 30 years.
Right. Let's go.
When your mama and daddy met at the club and your daddy pulled his bullshit ass up to your mama and said, "Say, let me get y'all a drink." And when your mama caught your daddy fucking her best friend, what did the white man have to do with that? When your daddy said, "Bitch, fuck you." When your daddy wanted to get high and go up to the top of the projects and fuck, made another baby he knew he couldn't make. Nigga, you know how easy it was for niggas to get jobs when they were making babies back then? Niggas were working at General Motors, going to prison, coming home, still working for General Motors. Niggas built the roads. Niggas was the Mexicans. So you mean to tell me we know how to read? As little as we know how to read, the motherfuckers before us couldn't read. We can talk back to the teacher. What excuse do we have? What excuse do we have? Huh? So this is what I'm gonna say.
Hey, my grandpa used to say, "Free school, dumb niggas."
No, for real. And you heard him just Genesis on the panel just now. He just called all of them a hoe because they all them niggas is hoe.
Right, and while you about to see them start being dumbass niggas, watch this.
If you go blame it, go look at your mama and dad and say, "Mama, why didn't you have me know A, B, C, D, E, F, G, little old blocks for me to play with? Why you didn't have me them flashcards, mama?"
But what about when they didn't have them though?
They always had them, homie. The niggas didn't even have books. The niggas didn't even have shoes to go to school. The niggas went to school in the mud, had to walk in the mud. The niggas had it worse. We had Legos. The niggas had picked cotton. The nigga used to get beat at 4 years old if he didn't meet his quota. Ain't nobody beating 4 years old because they can't read today. What's our excuse, nigga? Not only did we have that, we got calculators. We got special ed. The niggas didn't even have special ed class.
Now they got AI and don't got to think for themselves at all. Okay?
Exactly, Genesis. Them niggas probably don't. They probably don't even gotta write no fucking essay for the regents or none of that shit no more.
Man, bro, they just gonna make us more stupider and dumber and
You
dumber.
ain't lying.
And the niggas gonna be the main ones that's gonna fall prey to that. Because half the time we can't even read any goddamn. Listen, when I was in Detroit, I left Detroit. You want to know why? Because I had a daughter, and you know what the dropout rate was in Detroit?
I know, because Genesis, you from a city like me, yeah. You can't put her in that school district. Hell no.
60% dropout rate.
Right. Then what she would have had to worry about, she would have had to worry about dumbass shit in school, like the lectures, you know what I mean, the curriculum. Then she would have had to worry about a girl jealous of her hair. Then she would have had to worry about bum ass niggas like what we talk about right here on this panel. It would have been too much going on.
On top of that, the HIV rates in the schools in Detroit was high.
It's just
HIV and STDs, people were fucking and everything.
Now you did the right thing, though, Genesis. Yeah, you did the right thing.
I left Detroit. I said I can't raise my child up in here.
No, you can't. No, you can't. You did the right thing. You did.
They were closing down schools because they didn't even have enough books for the students. That's how bad.
And then
I don't know. It's better now.
Right. And then just imagine, Genesis, your daughter walking home from school, she see more boarded up cribs than she do see vacant ones.
Exactly. Detroit's just like that. Yep. I mean, and
Like,
then
come on,
you're
like,
gonna be scared. Ain't nobody gonna grab you and throw you in one of them houses and rape you. You know what I'm saying? There was a
no,
whole
for
thing
real.
on
Nah,
7
nah,
Mile
we
called the
can't.
rape gang that was out raping people and everything. Just crazy shit niggas was doing.
Right.
You know, and so my thing is that like, okay, you know, I say move away from that area. If you in a fucked up ass place, figure out a way. You don't even have to live in a big city. Go to a smaller town and live better. Why? When the Flint water crisis was going on, I was questioning why are they staying there?
Yo, that shit.
Why
I
would you
remember
stay in a
that.
place that the water is fucked up and you can't even take a bath?
Right, you can't even
They up
wash
there
your
trying
face
to
in that
collect
shit.
water bottles, honey. I would have been in my car so fast and
Well,
gone to
Jen,
another
gone.
city. What the hell?
I wouldn't even have sold the house. I would have left that bitch right there. I'd have been like, yo,
Let that shit
we
just
out of
rot.
here. You
Fuck it.
crazy. Right. You can't even wash your fucking face. Man, you better get out of there.
And then the dude that come with the damn truck that could like siphon water from the air and was creating water for the town. They vandalized that.
Right.
Hell?
You know Genesis, they was about to put him under. They sent that nigga a message like, nigga, if we see you back out here tomorrow, nigga, you better bring a shovel with you, nigga.
Let me tell you how treacherous the shit was in Michigan, especially Flint. So what happened is that the fire department decided that they wanted to get paid more. Do you know that they all went on strike and then began burning houses down? And then because the fire department was on strike and wasn't getting paid, they started to burn houses and stuff like that. And so it wasn't no firefighters. You know, that type of like, wow. Like, could you imagine living in a place like that?
Them niggas did some COVID shit. They said
Flint, Michigan. This is Flint, the same place that's the water. And I'm sure the fire department probably said, hey, listen, we want to get a raise again because ain't no water to get the fire out.
Yo, they be grinding, son. That shit. See, Jen, that's what we saying.
Just corruption. Just corrupt bullshit.
Right. The whole every inner city, marred with corruption. If it's not the niggas, it's the people who run in the town hall and all of that shit. Man, get up out of there, man.
Right. Get the hell up out those cities. People want to stay in the ghetto and the hood and then complain about
the ghetto in the hood. All the ghetto in the hood gonna do. All the ghetto in the hood gonna do, you stay in there, your ass in there long enough, make you crash out, and you're gonna be in jail or you're gonna be dead. Man, get your ass up out of there, man.
Charleston White say my daughter ain't never been in a fight, and I can attest to that. Shouts out to Texas. I had to move from Detroit and move to a more safer place for my kids.
Official.
Why aren't people thinking like this?
No, because they want to be on some hood shit, Genesis. They want to say that they hood. Stupid, petty. See, Genesis, our people, the main thing about our people is they don't want to look at the big picture and think about the big picture because they thinking, oh, but if I move over here, they're going to call me a son. Fuck about what them people thinking about you because they're going to talk about you whether you win or whether you lose, eat regardless. So it's up to you what to do.
Let me tell you something. Detroit, it ain't got better now because people moved away.
Oh, it's worse now. All the cities, Genesis, is worse now. All of them is worse now.
It's worse now? I didn't know that. Hey.
Genesis, as this time keep going by, Genesis, and these prices keep going up on his gas and on his food and all of this stuff, Genesis, we gonna see good people turn into criminals. Watch what's about to happen.
That's normally how it goes down. It's normally how it goes down. And that's the point, is to make people get on their knuckles. You know what I'm saying? Money goes down, crime goes up, they get to lock you up, and then you become a prisoner.
There we go.
And the whole entire 14th Amendment is about to be abolished. Birthright citizen. We better get our shit together and stop having these dumbass.
Right, yo, Genesis. Remember on Back to the Future too, when son was like,
was you saying something? Because it cut out. Are you talking? I can't hear. If you're talking, I can't hear. Your mic went out.
Oh yeah, Genesis. I'm back. Nah, because I was saying. In Back to the Future 2, he was saying that the justice system works swift now that they abolish all lawyers. They about to scrap the whole Constitution. Ain't gonna be no rights. Ain't gonna be no Constitution. Ain't gonna be no bill of none of that. No amendments, nothing. It's about what they want to do. So if these people stupid enough to stay in the city, then that's on them because they ain't gonna have no back in Genesis, nothing. You get your ass in trouble, you're gonna get lost in the system. That's it. It's over.
Pretty much. The way this shit is going. And the thing is that we're having these people that want to have dumb conversation, and stupid people win stupid prizes.
That's right.
Let's go.
That's right.
So if the Mexican, the Vietnamese, the Arab, all these motherfuckers come over here literally stupid, can't speak the language. How they beat us?
Thank you.
How they beat us? They ain't blaming the white man. And the white man kicked them in the ass.
Can't even read
The
English.
Irish
Can't
got
speak
kicked in
English,
the ass.
nothing.
I don't think they getting
Can't
help.
speak it, and they still can't speak
right
it.
now. Shit.
Nah, hell, now they ain't getting no help.
Crazy as hell.
They separate Mexican
Crazy
babies
as
from
hell.
their
Them
family,
niggas
nigga.
getting help.
Nah.
Them
You
motherfuckers getting help.
know where
No,
they
they
getting help.
not. No, they not getting no
nigga.
help. See how ignorant niggas is? See how ignorant they are, Genesis? See, they go by Fox News and CNN dumb shit.
They don't even go by Fox News. They go by street news. Somebody said that to him, and he's saying it again in a podcast. No proof,
right?
No evidence, no kind
And
of.
I'm gonna tell you, Genesis. I'm gonna
receipts,
tell you,
nothing.
Genesis, how I know that they don't get no help. I was in 6th grade, Genesis, in 2000. This is when I started to see the migraine here. If I saw Genesis my own eyes, the house right around the corner from my house, because I lived on the main road, they lived around the corner. I seen them go from, it wasn't that much. I say it's about 6 of them in the crib. So slowly, little by little, one bought a house down the block, one bought a house on the next. Genesis, I saw all of them people move up out that crib in like 2 years. All of them, and they all had cribs in the area though. And that's what we starting to see, like the Indians doing now. So everything that we did, and what these Venezuelans and all else, what we did back then, these people listening, Genesis, to what they talk about what's going on now. It ain't nothing new under the sun, dummy. They never got no help. They was each other's help. They helped. They wasn't like our people, Genesis. It's 7 people in the house, 6 people got the rent, but the 7th one like, yo, man. Yo, you think I could pay you back next? What you mean pay it back? We all about to get thrown out because of you, dummy. Because he want to take the money and go smoke or go trick or lavish on some dumb club shit. See what I'm saying? This is why we're left back as a race. This is why we're in last place. Because it's always one to mess it the whole sum.
And as it really boils down to these, in a society where really I think that men have the upper hand. They get paid more and everything. Why is there so many excuses coming out?
No, because he don't want to be successful, Genesis. He want to sit back and blame the white man. Oh, the white man giving up the black woman more money than he giving us. No, you dummy. She just coming to work and she doing the work. She ain't hiding in the bathroom. She ain't fucking being a fucking Sambo at work, laughing at whack ass jokes. She minding her business. See, that's what I'm saying. Just see, they up on here talking about the white man, but when they ask it in real life, you see them. They right next to the white man, smiling, being a yes man. Who the fuck gonna give you a position if you being a yes man? He like, yo, that shit wasn't even funny. This nigga trying to. And then you don't get nothing. They don't respect you when you're a clown. They gravitate towards you when they know you don't. It's just like anybody, Genesis. When they know you don't like you, they ain't worried about the people that like them. They got them already. They worry about who don't like them.
Pretty much.
You know what
and
I'm saying?
A woman has no choice if she has her children in the house to fall in line, bro.
Right. Right. Because he ain't doing it. He want to be up on the panel talking about how, Bull Connor put me in slavery. Nigga, you wasn't even there. What are you talking? You wasn't even there. Because Genesis, when they had that Montgomery bus boycott in 1955, right? All our people stuck together. We tell y'all bum ass niggas the boycott Target for 2 days. Y'all up in there on the second day, though. Our people had a whole year and some change boycott. We tell your ass to stay out of Target for 3 days. On the first day, yeah, you all open up, but on the second day, you sneaking your ass in Target though, and you getting caught doing it. So nigga like, yo, what happened? I thought you was down with the movement. We supposed to be boycotting this shit. Yo, man, I need to get some toilet paper. Nigga, you could go anywhere and get toilet paper. Why you had to come here and do it?
Right.
See what I'm saying, Genesis? But
Just
then when they get on the panel,
dumbass to make it winning playing stupid games and winning stupid ass prizes.
There we go.
Let's go.
Just like the nigga get help when they hire a nigga with a felony, and that white boy get a 20,000 tax write-off for hiring you felony niggas. The Mexican is hurting the motherfucker, but he helping him too because he paying the Mexican less and the Mexican working harder, and he bringing his cousin with him. His cousin that can't speak English is if somebody helping him, but it ain't the white man. Now it's a white man know cousin that's taking advantage of him, exploiting him, paying him under the table, no benefits. If you get his finger cut off, he can't complain like the nigga. The nigga go complain, you don't give him a break. The Mexican ain't. So what excuse we got? No. Give me some more.
Zero excuses.
Give me some more. What excuse we got, nigga?
I ain't gonna take you with no excuse.
Give me anything.
I'm gonna tell you this though. Right now, with what's going on with Trump and what's going on in the world with war.
That has nothing to do with
hold on. Let me speak.
What does that have
right
to
now,
do with you?
Ain't nobody paying
What
attention
does
to the
that
black
have
man.
to do with you taking care of
Right
your
now,
kids?
it's the best time for the black man to band together and do the shit. Why they?
Man, let me tell you.
No, we don't want to.
They done went from the woman to the war to the white man. Now it's a war. And Trump is
you see what I'm saying? Genesis, like what they got to do with you watching
will
your
say
kids?
that women can't take accountability. These are men not taking accountability.
Right, you took it.
And when they
Genesis,
do it, they do it in a diabolical level of just what are we talking about here?
Right, and then the crazy
when they took away the white man. Now it's about the listen. They don't listen.
Right,
do you hear this? They went from the white man to the Trump to the war, the black woman, everything. It's everybody's fault.
Right.
But then you want to tell us who has to be responsible raising your children. When you get jealous of us because we have higher jobs, because we went and got an education, and we said we don't want to just live in and be on some bullshit, then you want to blame us and say, "Oh well, it's the black woman." Well, no. What are we talking? Like what? Go ahead.
Right. And plus, Genesis, when y'all go to work, y'all mind your business. Y'all not trying to downplay your other brother or sister in front of this white man. So he don't. When he see you downplaying your own race, he like, yo, this nigga is a self, because they don't downplay their race in front of you. So why are you gonna do it in front of him?
Man, somebody was telling me they work for an insurance agency. You know, they have to make actual videos about not having sex at work.
Oh my goodness!
Like there's a whole epidemic of people just like sleeping with each other at work, and they think that they're ducking off in a closet somewhere, but really like there's cameras everywhere. They
that's why Genesis
literally make that. Yeah,
right. That's why when I, at work, Genesis, when I used to get invited like to them parties, after a little bit they stopped asking me because they already know, nigga, I'm not coming to no parties, nigga. My job is to come here and go home. I don't want nothing from you.
Go to the party, get drunk in front of your boss. Really, you're gonna do that? No, you're gonna get fired.
You're gonna really be an asshole like that and let him know exactly what you do. And then Genesis, they so stupid, they fucking go and buy shit, and then the people that you buying the shit from, they call your job and be like, he's here about buying a car or a house. It's his we just need a cosign from you. So now when you take your dumb ass back to work, he talking to you crazy, having you do mad work because he know you need it now, dummy.
Right.
See what I'm saying, Genesis? But it's the white man, but it's this nigga you loving though. So which one is it? You hate the nigga or you love the nigga?
I'm trying to tell you, we need to like take accountability. These men need to stop pointing the finger at the woman and saying we don't take responsibility. And then you done heard them. I mean, let's hear some more excuses as to what's making the black man.
Yeah. Let's do that seriously.
Let's go.
Sleep. Why ain't nobody paying attention to us?
I'm not banning with no black man.
Hold on.
Right now, ain't nobody paying attention to the black man. Right now, it's the best time for the black man to band together and do the shit. Why they sleep? Why ain't nobody paying attention to this?
I'm not banning with no black man that got a problem with his baby mama. I'm not banning with no black man that ain't got no control over his legacy. He can't even go change the baby last name and get his name put on the birth certificate. I'm not banning with that nigga. I'm not banning with no nigga that ain't burped the babies, nigga, from all stages. You niggas gotta go fix what's in the mirror. When you come out the mirror, look around the house and see what needs to be fixed. Nigga, when last time you fixed something in the house and didn't have to call nobody to do it?
Thank you.
When is you and your son, you and your cousin?
When the last time that you was able to fix something within your household and didn't have to call nobody to do it? And here's the thing. You're the one downplaying black people by calling people nigger. Honey, there are niggas and then there's black people. And everybody is not the same.
Exactly.
Just like there's bitches and there's the women.
And then you see
hey, listen, some people need to be derogatory, because it's like you're an idiot. Just like there's white trash. There's some white trash out there. It's white trash.
Right. Michael Jackson, man in
real.
the mirror. Michael Jackson, man in the mirror. That's right.
Well, like, you know what I'm saying? A nigga's a nigga. Come on now. Well, welcome to the channel, Barack. What's up? What's your thought?
Nothing. I'm just listening, and I don't know if man haters make whatever you said better wives or whatever, but I'm just listening to getting your perspective and you and other person's perspective.
Right. We kind of got off the subject, but I really wanted to bring this up because what he's going to do is what we did when we talked about trauma, we talked about the fact that, like, on one side you have a traumatized woman and then on the other side you have a traumatized man. Both people will be in a relationship and they're both traumatized. We talked about a whole generational trauma that happens or whatever, based on even people's parents, all this stuff, things that happen. And rather than go to therapy, because I know that women go to therapy, we read self-help books. I know that women do things trying to better themselves. I don't really hear a lot of men reading self-help books, going to therapy to get over their trauma.
Because of the stigma. I was in a conversation with the brothers about that years ago, and they were like, they people that got mental issues are not treated like somebody that might have cancer. Like, the world is not as compassionate for people with mental issues as they are with physical issues. If you're coming down the block, let me give you an example. If you're coming down the block and you got a wheelchair or you can't see, people are more likely to help you. I was in Harlem by 125th Street. It might have been during COVID. Some guy was driving his truck and he jumped out of it right in front of the Apollo and just took off his clothes and started dancing on the top, and people was making fun of him. So that's why men don't like to associate, because they paint you with that brush. I don't know if you're aware of that.
Well, everybody gets painted with that brush, but if you have to go to therapy. I didn't say you got to go to a mental hospital. You just go to therapy. A therapy is talking to somebody about your issues and working through them. And go to counseling. Go find out what's wrong. Like, what is going? Listen.
I don't know if you watch basketball, and there's a player. His name is Ron Artest.
Mm-hmm.
People was looking at him funny when he said, "I want to thank my therapist for helping me." His own fans, because the stigma is why men don't like. People will say my back is hurting, but they won't say I'm depressed. I felt like jumping out of a window, because you're treated different. That's what I don't know if you understand that.
I mean, I understand it, but that's the problem in our community, is that people have traumatic, and this guy's about to talk about his whole trauma. When this whole thing keeps going, he about to they sound like he is very much in pain from whatever trauma he went through. He's fixing to let it all hang out. And the bottom line is have you seen a therapist about that, sir? Or are you just in relationship after relationship and then bringing that trauma into your relationships, thus making that other person be traumatized by your trauma?
Therapy doesn't fix it. Therapy just tries to show you how to handle it.
Well, therapy actually brings it to attention of that you might even have an issue to begin with. If you talk through it, and it's like when you get to ask enough questions, you get down to the root of it. Oh, okay, well, yeah, this is what's causing that.
But some people are looking for a solution, and therapy sometimes, I'm not saying in every case, sometimes it doesn't have it. It just shows you. Have
you been to therapy before?
All my life, sure. And
all right. What has therapy done for you
though? It just therapy has it just tries to show you how to handle it, but you still got to deal with it.
Right, but at least you know what it is, right?
Yeah, but
If you don't know, see, here's the
that's
thing,
the
if you
thing.
don't know what it is, then you keep making excuses for it. Therapies let you know what the problem is, so then therefore you can actually like at least the only like just like they say if with an alcoholic, right? Once the person admits that they're an alcoholic, then they can begin healing. They might still be an alcoholic, but now they know what their problem is. They know what the root of the problem is, and if they continue to do that, the onus is on them to heal themselves. But if they are in denial about whatever's going on, then they're oblivious to the problem that they're having because they're in denial. Then then they can never reach a place of healing and start to work on themselves. Because it's really not about it's not up to the therapist to heal you. It's up to you, the therapist, to point out the problem and then you to heal yourself. That's the problem with Christianity is when people are always looking outside themselves for something to save them when they really need to do the actual research within themselves to figure out what their problem is and then fix and work to fix their own issues by going back into the past and figure out where their traumas come from, whether it might be generational trauma, individual trauma, my mom didn't love me, whatever it was, you know.
Yeah, but I agree with you. But at the end of the day, you still got to deal with it. That's my point. You know,
lack of education keeps us in chains. Stop talking about nigger as niggers. I'm a black man, 20 pounds an hour car detailer. I taught myself that trade, no time to slate my own people. So he taught himself that trade of detailing cars, no time to slate his own people. Okay, understood. Yes, you're right. Lack of education is keeping us in chains. But there's also a thing where if you continue, making excuses, I don't think that men should constantly have an excuse.
Well, sometimes
at some point that is ignorance, and that's all like what the word nigga really means, ignorant person, right? Isn't that what the definition? I thought, remember that was like the definition at one point. Did that change?
What?
The word nigga means ignorant, right?
On the street, it's a term of endearment, believe it or not.
But I heard that nigger was like actually a word.
No, I'm saying that's what it originally meant, but the streets, it means something different. You understand?
Is that I'm talking about nigger from a point of ignorance. Like that's what I'm saying. I'm not using it as a term of endearment. I'm using it as ignorant. And I'm seeing a lot of ignorance in this thing. Let's keep it going. Let's go.
You and your brother went up there and fixed the toilet, fixed the roof, cut everybody grass. When have you niggas done that? The Mexicans do it. When a nigga go to jail, when do you niggas bring a nigga into jail and say, our brother is weak. Let's teach him how to be strong. Say, you go show him the punch combination. You go show him self-defense. Nigga, to the end, don't tell me about bandit with no nigga. You know why? You hate your baby mama. She hates you. How we go get together and the two people who made a seed can't even come together? Nigga, I don't trust you.
All right, so what you think we need to do as a community to change that?
You need to go back and apologize to every woman you think you have hurt, whether you think you've done it or not. Apologize.
So you might not use the word in England and shouts out, but I don't even think that was a word in England. I think that was something that was born in America, right?
What is he even talking about?
He's saying that we shouldn't be using the word nigger.
Who, in the comment or the guy speaking?
No, the person in this Mark Rowe. He's saying lack of. He's been saying that we shouldn't call. He says you're the one downplaying black people by calling people nigger. You idiot, right?
Who was he talking about when he said
lack of education? I don't know what he's talking about, the podcast or me, but maybe it's both because I call them niggas. I don't get, whatever. So he says lack of education keeps us in chains. Stop talking about niggers. I'm a black man, 20 pounds an hour, car detailer. I taught myself that trade. No time to slate my own people.
Well, everybody.
And then he says he's in England, and we don't use that word in England. That's just
right. First of all, everybody black ain't your brother and sister. That's first. You know what I'm saying? And second, guy, you trying to teach about something that you have no knowledge about. And then he talking about trades and see what I'm saying? Another deflector. Stick to this. So what they got to do with a car dealer? What they got to do with anything? He doing the same thing they doing on this panel right here. They going from Trump
Right.
to not watching the
Focus on
kids.
nigga instead of listening to.
Yeah, like, they talking car detailing. He's Biff Tannen and with God. What are you talking about?
Shouts out to you making 40 pounds and $40 an hour.
Right. Then now it's all about the money we make. See what I'm saying? All of this and that.
Well,
But
here
then he
in
gonna be
America,
calling.
you can make 20 pounds an hour or $40 an hour and still be a nigga. Because if you ignorant, you're dumb, and you ain't really able to take accountability, that's nigga behavior. I'm sorry.
Right, but then Genesis, when he get off the panel though, he gonna call Jennifer and ask her for $20 though. See what we talking about?
Right. Let's go.
Right.
Let's go.
That's why we can't get ahead, nigga. All I'm gonna say is, I'm gonna say why I say this. I got two kids. I got two kids by one woman who I was married to. I ain't got bastard.
Let me go back, because all he said was, how do we fix the problem, right?
What is the problem though?
What about the black men in the black community? Everything that's happening in the black community with black men and this, that, the other.
Well, he ain't no solution. The way he be talking,
he didn't say he was a solution.
Oh,
he said that listen. The guy says they're talking about the black problem. They're talking about the black male problem. And then he says, well, okay, because one guy says we need to all as men get together and come together and make a solution. He said, I ain't coming together with a bunch of niggas to try to make no solution. And he's right. The solution doesn't start with everybody, all these black men coming together. It starts in the home with your children. But because they've made all these excuses leading up to this about the white man is is holding us back, they're taking corporal punish out the home. Then it was Trump and the war, and we can't make no money, and that's the reason why. And he broke that down. So he done consistently broke down every argument that they had to make about the excuses as to why they can't get ahead, while they're blaming the white man and the government and everything else. As to why they can't get ahead. You know what I'm saying?
Right. You see Genesis?
And then he breaks it into, then he says, well, what can we do? And then he goes into apologize to all your baby's mothers.
Right. Charleston White called him out for not watching his kids, and then he turned into Malcolm X. You see what I'm saying? Oh, but the black man got to stick together. What they got to do with you buying your kids sneakers and going to do their homework with them? They don't have nothing to do with it.
That's two different issues.
Right. That's what they up here doing. They up here contradicting the whole. Once Charleston White, because this is what they do. When he start winning, they go to something else. They go to the war in Iran, and then what they got to do? What is that?
Let me show you an example right here.
The Arab, all these motherfuckers come over here literally stupid. Can't
hold on.
Say they taught you slavery. Why didn't your mom and daddy tell you about their mom and daddy?
Hold on.
So nah, nigga, the white man didn't take. It's some coaches that still jack your ass up. What started happening is the parents started coming to the schools, getting on the teachers in front of the kids. Nigga, nah, homie. The white man ain't done nothing to us. I swear to God, he ain't. He put shit in place before we was born where he ain't got to do nothing to us. He said when he created the Willie Lynch doctrine, he said that we must do this now for future generations. May not understand. Shit. He said we might do this now so future generations might not understand. Because one day our kids go grow up and love these niggas and free these niggas. See how Jimmy was teaching nigga Jim to read in the room? Who you taught the nigga to read? Not the nigga. So if the white kids who said, nigga Jim, when I grow up, I'm gonna set you and your daughter free. It was the white boys' kids that had a love for the nigga that freed the nigga.
Yeah, because they fed them, watched them.
Man, nigga, because we're likable people and we love people.
Let me ask you this, though, Jeff. With the school system.
Education starts at the home, so let's not look at the school system.
You can
see every time they always trying to find the school. They done went from the white man keeping them down and taking out corporal punishment in the home. Then they then they said, "Oh, okay, well he cut that out and broke that whole thing down from like slavery and on." Then it was, now it's the school system. You see what I'm saying? And then he broke that down. Then he says, well, what about the war in Iraq? It's like everything he's saying, they want to make it about and somehow find somebody else that did it to him.
Right. See, this is why Sunshine Anderson made that song when that heard it all before. See, this is why she did that. This is exactly why. For niggas like this up on this panel right here.
Right. Coming home late. Barely meet the sun. Tapping my shoulder. Thinking you gonna get me some. Get you some. Smelling like some fragrance that I don't even wear. And if you want some loving, I suggest you go back there. See, I heard it all before. All of your lies, all of your sweet talk, baby this, baby that, but your lies ain't working now. Working now. See, I had to shut you down. Why would a song like that exist?
Exactly.
Because these niggas out here on some bullshit.
Right. The white man made you come home at 5 o'clock in the morning. He made you barely beat the sun. Like, come on, dog. Like, let's cut the bullshit out.
Right. The white man did it. The white man kept him out. You know what I'm saying? All these damn streets and clubs and everything these white men made popular. Right. Messing up the family. Shit. It's the white man that did it. All these damn nightclubs. We didn't have nightclub before. Now they got nightclub. The white man did this to our community.
Right. Major temptation out here.
So if the Mexican, the Vietnamese, the Arab, all these motherfuckers come over here literally stupid, can't speak the language. How they beat us? How they beat us? They ain't blame the white man. And the white man kicked.
They don't blame the white man.
The Irish got kicked in the ass.
You don't think they getting help? You don't think the Mexicans getting help right now?
He's not even making any sense.
Nah, hell, now they ain't getting no help. They separate Mexican babies from their family.
Oh, they getting help though.
No, he's not making any sense.
Who's not making any sense? Charleston White.
Charleston White.
Why you say that?
The N-word, everything is the N-word that come out of his mouth. I can't talk to somebody like that.
You're focused on the N-word instead of what he's saying, though.
No, but it's a time and a place for everything, and I don't think he knows when that is.
Man, people really listen. You know what? I remember there was a guy named Sarah Suitin City. And honey, he was kicking all type of Egyptian knowledge and this, that, the other, and everybody got hung on how he's saying it. But did you get the message, bro? You so mad about him saying a nigga word or whatever he's saying, or how he's saying it. He Sarah, so he cussed too much, you know, because he be calling people crackers and all type of. I can't listen to what he's saying because. But did you get the message, bro? Like, who cares about get past all the way he communicates it? But did you hear exactly what he's saying? Everything he's saying is in perfect order. Like, he is right.
No,
people get mad.
He's not right about what the others are doing and this and that. I don't agree with that. Those communities got help. He don't know what he's talking about.
From within their own community, especially. Help not. Who should we be mad at because our community?
When we get help, people don't talk about it. There was a church. I forgot what city it was in the South. They had a community of people that were either in foreclosure or getting ready to lose their apartment. The church did a GoFundMe and paid that. Nobody talks about stuff like that.
Right, that's the community, right? That's how the community should.
No, but I'm saying when it's positive, they only glorify negativity. They don't pop. When somebody does something, I forget what rap it was. I get them all mixed up. Big this and little that. I think it was Little Bootsy, one of those rappers from the projects. Went back where they was from. And paid everybody's rent. The same thing with, I think it was ASAP Rocky, whatever his name is, the one that's married to Rihanna or that goes with Rihanna. I heard in Harlem, it's unreliable source, but I'm just gonna give him credit on this, that he went back where he was from and he helped out the people that was over there. So when you do stuff like that, it's like a sidebar. It's never glorified. It's never boasted about.
Honey, they're not getting glorified either when they work in their community. Who's glorifying the Mexican community? Who in the Mexican community is glorifying? They're just
right.
Why does it need to be glorified? Why does that be glorified?
No, they're getting credit for it for their community, and these are people that's doing it in our community that's not getting credit. That's what I mean.
Who's getting credit? Who's the Mexican?
Like when he said those other communities.
Because listen. You shouldn't get accolades for doing something that you should just naturally do anyway.
Just about to say that when you doing something from the heart, look, that's like what all these celebrities.
That's not the point. You're missing the point.
No. All I'm saying is just like the celebrities when they be having cameras showing, oh, they paid somebody rent, funeral, college tuition. Nobody should know nothing about that. If I do something for somebody, I'm gonna tell somebody like, yo, you ain't get this for me. Go do your thing. When nobody would never know.
When it's negative, it's big news. Then explain that.
When it's negative, when it's what?
When you're known for something negative, like for example, when Chris Brown roughed up Rihanna, I'm just using that as an example. That was big news. Why isn't it big news? Let me finish the question. Why isn't it big news if he went back to his old community and bought everybody a house? But if he beats up his wife, it's big news. It's not big news if he's positive. That's my point.
Right, but that's for anybody though. Everybody know negative publicity.
Because he's a celebrity. He's a celebrity.
Yeah.
But hold on.
Publicity.
But the people that's working in the community, they don't get no accolades that work in the community grassroots. I know a lady named Miss Equete right now has a thing called Pan African Connection. Shouts out to her. Ooh. Dallas, Texas. Her name is Miss Equete. She owns a place called Pan African Connection. She's been owning it for over like I think 30 years as a place that people can come as a community bookstore.
I think you should get accolades in a way.
But here's the thing.
No, I don't do nothing for accolades. If I do something on my heart, then it's from my heart. But just like what you saying, just like right now, what's his name? The football player that had that affair. Why they hyping that up? Because it sells. Negativity sells more than positivity, and he white, and they doing it to him. This ain't no race thing. This is what sells.
Nobody's saying about race. I'm just saying in general.
I'm just
people that's really doing it are not looking for accolades.
All races. Right, it's for all races. Negative things sell better because people tend to have their mind focused on the negativity instead of the positive. Nobody don't want to hear. Just think about some of the people in our family. They don't want to hear when you're doing good. They want to hear when you fucked up out here so they can call on the phone your own family members, spread rumors about you, how you homeless, sleeping in the park. But as soon as you came up in life, they don't want to spread that. They ain't gonna pick up the phone and spread how you doing good.
Exactly.
But I remember when Charleston White himself was going up before, like Senate, like going up to the county meetings and this, that, the other. Nobody big up that until he started talking shit. Then now everybody's all Charleston White. But before that, he was an activist in the community. And no one gave a fuck. But the bottom line is, but that does not diminish what he did in the community. Yeah, it's just that people just don't listen.
Controversy sells. It's controversy.
And he didn't start becoming who he is. He started talking shit. So I don't know why our community is like this, but that's how it is.
It's not just the community. It seems like the world is like that. To me,
it is because controversy because the world is negative. Just think about it. It's more people in the world that's negative than it's positive. Because if it was more positive people, it would be more good being done, and the energy, everything would be good. It's bad. I'm not saying it's all bad, but it's mostly bad. That's why the world is twisted right now. Because evil is good and good is considered evil. It's backwards. We're just gonna keep it 100. That's what it is. Because if the world was positive, right, or mostly positive, positivity would sell more than controversial things. It's obvious though.
Yeah, but some people feed into it. I don't feed into it. That's why.
That's what we talk about. We're not, but the world doesn't care. I'm with you, but I'm just trying to tell you, the world don't care about the minority. It's the majority. Just like when anything happened with the government, they don't care about who didn't take the vet. They don't care about, as long as we got most of the people in control. We don't care about the little 9% that we don't. As long as we got the majority still doing what we want them to do, that's all we worried about. That's all they worried about. They just want the majority. They want the numbers. They don't care about who don't like it or who don't. As long as they got the majority up in arms about it, they consider that a win. That's what we in on.
Let's go.
Teach him how to be strong. Say you go show him the punch combination. You go show him self-defense. Nigga, to the end, don't tell me about bandit with no nigga. You know why? You hate your baby mama. She hates you. How we go get together and the two people who made a seed can't even come together? Nigga, I don't trust you.
All right, so what you think we need to do as a community to change that?
You need to go back and apologize to every woman you think you have hurt, whether you think you've done it or not. Apologize. That's why we can't get ahead, nigga. All I'm gonna say is, I'm gonna say why I say this. I got two kids. I got two kids. I got two kids by one woman who I was married to. I ain't got bastard baby. So go apologize. Go apologize.
I ain't apologizing to shit.
So have you gone to jail on your kids? Have you gone to jail on your kids? No.
I come from a household, nigga. I come from a household, nigga, with no mama, no daddy, no shit, nigga. And
what the fuck?
Profanity. I wouldn't want to be.
What in the hell? So you see how much vitriol it came out because he said apologize. Now when we talk about the white man and slavery and this, everybody was calm. But when he said apologize to your woman, your baby mom, the woman that had your children, this dude started hollering.
What though? He might not have wronged her.
Nah, but people don't understand the divine feminine. Listen, if you're not right with the divine feminine, I'm just keeping it 100. And everybody that's spiritual, highly spiritual in tune, they know what I'm saying is right. If you're not in tune, if you got some negativity toward the divine feminine, you will never advance in life. It's just the truth.
I
You
agree.
never will.
I agree.
You never will.
If you can't resolve with the woman that's having your children, because you know your children can grow up to be something and be there to support you.
Yeah.
If you don't be there for your children and be there for the mother of your children that's taking care of your children, how can you expect to be blessed? And then the way that this guy got up and hollered about that is crazy to me. Listen. Charleston White said a whole lot of shit on this thing. Said a lot, and he didn't holler about. He did not holler about nothing else until she said "baby mama," and this guy goes into his father, his mom, and his mama wasn't married.
Yeah, I don't even like
this. Is getting back to trauma. Like I said, all this stuff is based in trauma.
The question is,
I don't feel the trauma in his voice.
No,
Go ahead.
I don't even like Charleston White.
Charleston White, yes or no?
I'm not, but on this, I gotta agree with him. I don't even like what he do. I don't even like what he do. I gotta agree with this.
Am I what?
Are you a fan of Charleston White?
No.
Okay.
I've had him on my show. I'll say this: I met him in person. I've had him on my show. I know that he is not the same person I know him from a different standpoint. I've met him in person. Him as an individual is not the same person you see right here. He's not the same person. So as a person, I think he's a decent guy because I've met him in person. I've got to sit down and talk to him, you know. But as this character that he is, I don't like this character necessarily. But when he's right, he's right. You know what I'm saying? I don't like the character of it all because I know that there's something to it. But I'm gonna say this: when he's right, he's right. This is not about me liking him or not. If you're saying the right thing, I'm gonna give you your props. If you're saying the wrong thing, I don't like it. Right now, he's saying the right thing. I didn't like how he was talking about them kids' parents that was dead, people's mamas, and didn't like that. But right now, what he's saying makes sense. I gotta give it up to him.
Even if I don't, it's people that I don't even mess with their life. But if you do something right, listen, I can't be like, oh, I don't like this. I ain't gonna listen. I'll give you your props. If you do something correct, he did the right thing. And right now he's stunning them on this panel right now. Son was so triggered. This is how you know when you got somebody. When they start acting like this, you got it. You triggered something. Yes, no. You triggered something in him.
He's taking it too
No, because he triggered something in him that was the truth. That's why the only way you lash out like that is somebody just uncovered your secret. That's the only way you lash out like that.
Nobody's disagreeing with you, but I'm saying when people make a blanket statement and you take it people have came at me. I made statements on social media, and people had came. Matter of fact, on one of these lives, people had came at me because a tether did I don't know if you know the term tether, but I was on I was on the FBA site, and I'm like you. If somebody do something I agree with, I ride with them. And the tether did something I agree with, and they was coming at me like if I was their enemy. So people are like that. They take
you're right now, because I'm like you. Listen, it don't matter who do. And just like that FBA, people need to just stay out these fake games. Just be who you are. We too old to be being in stuff. This a time now where whoever's right, you agree with who right. These people are know somebody right, but they'd be like, nah, he wrong. Just so they keep their clout going. Like, no, just give the man his props. If he right, he right.
Exactly.
Now you did the right thing. You did the right thing.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying that's how people like he's taking it, and then a lot of guys got feminine energy too. They take it like they
Yeah,
want to
that's
argue
true.
and fight about everything. So I understand
That's
that.
true. And instead of him being like, you know what, good looking out Charleston White, I'm gonna change my ways. I bet you if he would have did that, the whole shit would have changed for him. But since he want to be arrogant, stubborn, oh no, I ain't apologizing. Okay, so you're gonna be right where you at right now forever, and just blame yourself. And when you right there where you at right now and didn't grow and advance, don't blame nobody but yourself. Don't blame nobody. He want to be a plant that don't want to be watered. Okay, so you're gonna stay right there, and you're just gonna be that bud still. You're gonna sit right there and be that until you weather off.
But I just want to point out that Charleston White said a lot of current controversial things on this thing up to this point.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
They said we should get together as men. He said, "I fucked up. I'm not trying to get together." Why didn't he holler about that?
See, in Genesis, he really didn't even believe that shit because he in competition with the same people he at that table with. He just trying to say something to sound good. See, that's the thing about everybody want to be what look good, what sound good, but when it really come down to doing it, they don't believe that shit. They ain't trying to
When
do
he
nothing.
said the white man ain't did nothing to you, why didn't he get the hollering then?
See,
He was the one who made the statement about the white man
Right.
beating the kid, whatever, beating kids and how white.
That nigga wasn't
He ain't
Charles
scream out
Barkley
like
then,
that
right.
then. So
Right,
why was
right,
it a
right.
pain point about? Man, I don't know what happened between this guy and his baby mama, but honey, trauma. Watch this. Let's go.
Hate you. How we gonna get together and the two people who made a seed can't even come together? Nigga, I don't trust your
All right.
heart.
So what you think we need to do as a community to change that?
Hold on. And he makes a point. How can I trust you to be in a male group? And you can't, and you didn't laid down with this woman, had a baby together, and you can't even apologize to her if you might have wronged her. What am I gonna
That's
expect
a gray
in a
area,
group
though.
of men?
That's a
Like-
gray area.
Oh Lord.
Yo, remember that song by Mary J. Blige, Your Child? Remember that song? Your Child. See what we talking about? See?
Let's go.
Terrible.
You need to go back and apologize to every woman you think you have hurt, whether you think you've done it or not.
You think that you've hurt, right? So he didn't just say apologize blanketly. He said apologize to every woman you think that you might have hurt.
Right.
Your baby mama, if you're not cool with your baby mama and you think that you might have hurt her in any way, apologize to her. What's the big deal?
Right. And then I bet you they all idolize Tupac. What Tupac said and keep your head up. What do you say? We have a race of babies that's gonna hate the ladies and make the babies.
That make the babies. A race of ladies, a race of that hate the
race of
ladies
ladies
that
are gonna hate the ladies.
that make the babies.
Crazy. Unbelievable. Crazy.
Let's go.
Go get together and the two people who made a seed can't even come together. Nigga, I don't trust your
All right.
heart.
So what you think we need to do as a community to change that?
You need to go back and apologize to every woman you think you have hurt, whether you think you've done it or not. Apologize. That's why we can't get ahead, nigga. All I'm gonna say is, I'm gonna say why I say this. I got two kids. I got two kids by one woman who I was married to. I ain't got a bastard baby. So go apologize. Go apologize.
I ain't apologizing.
So have you gone to jail on your kids? Have you gone to jail on your kids? No.
I come from a household, nigga. I come from a household.
So first thing he said, I'm not apologizing for shit. My kids got things that other kids don't have. So he's talking about financially, about what he's doing for his kids.
But he's not there.
He's not talking about how he affected the baby mom. The mom is the one taking care of his kids because clearly,
right. He think the money is everything instead of being spiritually there, emotionally there. Right.
My kids have. He didn't say I'm there for. He says my kids have.
Right, material.
Because the first thing he would say is that I'm there with the mom. Me and my baby mom co-parent fine. I have no reason to apologize to her because we've resolved any issues that we've had, and we co-parent our children on a very great. He didn't say that. He says, "Hell no, I'm not apologizing. My kids have everything that other kids don't have. So all he's doing is you know what I'm saying? Come on now."
Yo, Genesis really uncovered that nigga just now. He told on himself without even telling. That shit crazy.
Yeah.
You know, because they're hollering, you can't really hear what he's saying. My kids got everything the other kids don't have. Well, how much of that is because you're on child support, or you actually
See, he in competition. You see Genesis, but then in another breath, now he's saying that he in competition. Oh, my kid's better than everybody. Okay, but then he's oh, what a black man can't stick together. You just said your kids is better than everybody. So what you mean stick together? Which one is it? Niggas is
And honey, he got up out of his chair about not apologizing.
Nah, because
he had to
Genesis
stand up about not apologizing, bro. Like, really,
you know what happened? His girlfriend, whoever his baby mother is, was telling him to change his ways and start being there. And whatever Charleston White said reminded him of what she told him. That's what happened.
And she probably left his ass.
That's what she did. She did. Because whenever you act like that means you got left. You couldn't do it. You mad you didn't get to do it first. You got left. Yep, that's what happened.
She left him.
Yep.
He mad.
She left him for
he
another
was being
nigga.
probably
Left him for
asshole.
another nigga.
I'm not fixing to do anything. I'm doing it for my kids, but I ain't gonna do it for you. I'm not gonna apologize to you as my child's mother.
Can you imagine when he seen? Can you imagine when he seen that Englishman pull up and come get his woman? Can you imagine that?
But sometimes you could apologize with your actions. You could apologize, and your actions still mean you ain't sorry. That's another thing too.
Right. That's true.
So that's
true. Well, yeah, but he's saying that if you wrong that woman, I mean, he probably should have said feel it in your heart and then apologize. I don't know, but men probably ain't gonna go for that. That's too.
No. Yeah. He telling him that right. He told him if you don't make it, listen. If you don't make it right with the divine feminine dog, you're not gonna make. He's trying to tell him, and he not understanding what he's saying because he's so stupid.
How can men come together if your household is fucked up? Your own children are the ones that contribute to society. Get your household in order first, and then try to join together with other men.
No, that's
right. He denying his own. How you denying your own DNA? That's your offspring, and you talk about coming together with some strangers. Nigga, ain't nobody gonna trust you or believe you. You denying your own blood. So how you gonna talk about coming together with some strangers? No, nobody ain't gonna believe that bullshit.
And I wouldn't trust a man that would join up with a bunch of men that do that.
That do
right, and what
that's having a bunch of turmoil with their child's mother.
And see, Genesis, here we go back to what we talked
about. You
earlier.
You don't have problem solving skills.
Right.
So how are you going to come together with a bunch of men and solve problems, and you can't solve the problem with the children that you had and with the woman you laid down with to have those children? How can you solve problems for the community and your household ain't in order?
You can't.
Right. Right, and we were talking about Giggle Gang earlier, right? It's funny, he want to be bunched up with a group of men now, but he don't want to make it right with the woman. Okay, you see what I'm saying? See, undercover shit. See, once again, it always linked back to being undercover, either undercover or the white man, one or the other.
The baby. So go apologize. Go apologize.
I ain't apologizing to shit.
So have you gone to jail on your kids? Have you gone to jail on your kids? No.
I come from a household, nigga. I come from a household, nigga, with no mama, no daddy, no shit, nigga. And I don't want to hear that.
I don't want to hear them sad stories. I know plenty niggas got that. But what are your morals like? Do your children behave properly? Do they pray tonight? Do they serve your God? Because you failed as a father and as a mother. If your children don't serve your God, nigga, my son have never been arrested.
Oh,
my
daughter,
listen, let me tell you this. He asked him, do your kids pray at night? Guess what? He couldn't even answer the question because he ain't around his kids at night to know if they pray or not.
That don't mean he ain't commit no crime. What does that mean?
What? You don't even know if your kids pray at night. How they go to bed at night? What they lay down and do before they go to bed? You see, when he said that, he got quiet.
No, but I'm saying.
And just that you crazy.
That don't mean he ain't commit no crime. He just ain't get caught. That don't mean nothing.
Say it again.
Charleston White said, unless I misunderstood him, he said his son never been arrested. And I said it could be because if he's doing anything illegal, he might not have been caught. If he's stealing. That don't mean nothing. What does that mean? I don't understand his logic.
I don't understand what you're saying. Like he
said, I just said, I'm going to repeat it. He said, my son ain't never been arrested. And I responded, just because your son never been arrested don't mean he didn't commit a crime. It just means he didn't get caught. That's all it means to me. What does that mean?
But what is that? But that's not the conversation. The conversation is that he's in his children's life.
Oh yeah, we give him props. We gave him props for that. We just said when he says something, me and the other gentleman just said when he says something we agree with or it's positive, we give him his props. But when he says something stupid, I gotta elaborate on that. So I go both ways. I'm not gonna.
Well, a lot of times, what the father, if the son do commit a crime, is the one that talked to him, or maybe he did, is the one that talked to him. Just like remember that baby boy where the guy shot the dude, and then that strong black man was in the household with the mom and took the gun from him and said, okay, now you see what you done did. You know what I'm saying? Had that talk with him.
Melvin, yeah.
So yeah, he might have committed the crime, but hell, he was there in that moment that when he did commit the crime to either talk him out of or talk him through it, whatever. But let's go. What he said. Let's go.
Hold on, this is not a competition. This is not a competition. But let me speak.
Nigga. Man's 18 and a motherfucking truck driver, nigga, with no felonies, with business accounts.
Have you ever been to jail on your children?
Say it one more time.
Have you ever been to jail on your children?
I have, yeah.
Hell no.
I haven't.
Hell no, I haven't.
I never.
haven't.
So hold on.
I haven't.
This is not a competition. I'm just asking questions because I'm a day one father. I didn't make bastard babies, for one. That's a curse that you put upon.
Hold on. So when he says, have you ever been to jail on your kids, right? I haven't, right? But then he says, but I'm a day one father. He didn't say, I was too.
What does he mean, jail on his kids? What does that mean? I don't even know what that means.
That means that you have children in the household and you done did some old dirt and got caught and went to prison or jail.
Oh.
He's saying he ain't never did that. So since he had kids, he have been a law-abiding citizen to make sure he don't go to jail and his kids have to see him in jail or prison.
But then I would have, what I would have said? If I was there, what I would have said to him? What if you went to jail for something you didn't do on your kids? Does that count?
That's moving the goalpost. Bottom line is
exactly. Because
have you been to jail on your kids? The bottom line is that's. I mean, of course, if you didn't do anything, he's saying, meaning that have you ever done? We know what y'all. Come on now.
No, I didn't know. No, that's why I asked, and so I'm saying I didn't. That's why I'm saying to you. Just because he said it that way, don't mean I understood what he meant. Because, like I said, you can end up. People don't understand. You can end up in a bad situation that you didn't cause.
That's not what he's talking about. He's talking about have you.
But I'm saying, how would I be able to answer that? Let's say I'm using me for example. Let's say I was on a panel, and I got arrested for something I didn't do, and I did a year.
Well, I'm sure they would have said that. I did, but I was arrested for something I didn't do. This guy said he did. He didn't say it was something he didn't do. He said I have. Oh, so that was covered in the conversation.
No, we didn't.
Have you ever been to jail on your kids? One guy says I have. The other guy says I haven't. The other dude said I haven't been to jail on my kids.
Well, one of the
guys said I haven't either, right?
No, I'm saying I wish one of the things that I wish because they talking over each other instead of letting, that's a form of ignorance too when you yelling over somebody. I let them talk if I was there and then let me talk. But sometimes when people disagree with you, every time you saying something that they don't agree with, they talk over you.
Exactly, and that's that nigga. Sorry, I'm not even going into that.
No, it's true.
That's what it is. Yeah, that's what it is.
I haven't. You know what I'm saying? He want to get some shine too. He want to be the next Charleston White.
Yeah, but by yelling,
he's trying to make his name known by screaming and hollering. But did you get the message, sir? Yes. Because when Charleston White says I was a day one father, and now he got to stand up and match Charleston on the whole thing because he's trying to become somebody. See this whole thing, this whole posturing here. That whole thing, you know what I'm saying? Bro, okay, you haven't, okay, fine. But when Charleston White says, I was a day one father, he didn't say none of it. See, it's not about what people say. I haven't. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but when he says certain things, he don't say shit about that. I haven't done that. My son was a truck driver or whatever stupid ass shit. Shouts out to him being a truck driver. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
He didn't say that his son ain't never been to jail or prison or whatever with the jail. He didn't say that He just said his son was a truck driver. A lot of time people take truck driving because they got a felony and they can't get a regular job. That's another thing that happens in society. So, but he didn't say his son ain't went to jail or nothing like that. He just said his son was a truck driver. So he loud and wrong. He loud trying to contend, but you could tell by the things where he don't respond to, not about what he's responding to.
Oh God. Because you failed as a father and as a mother. If your children don't serve your God, nigga, my son have never been arrested. My daughter, hold on, this is not a competition. This is not a competition.
Okay, so he said his son ain't either.
Man's 18 and the motherfucking truck driver, nigga, with no.
Okay, so he said his son haven't been arrested either. Okay, my bad. I'll admit when I'm wrong. So he said his son ain't either. His son's 18, is a truck driver. Well, shouts out to that, but let's go.
Have you ever been to jail on your children?
Say it one more time.
Have you ever been to jail on your children?
I have, yeah.
Hell no.
I haven't.
Hell no, I haven't.
I never. So hold on.
I haven't.
This is not a competition. I'm just asking questions because I'm a day one father. I didn't make bastard babies, for one. That's a curse that you put upon your children. That the
Didn't
white
say nothing about that. He ain't screaming about that.
You curse your children having children out of wedlock. So I'm gonna say this.
That just means you wasn't married. That doesn't mean that doesn't mean. I don't agree with that.
To be in the house.
No, what it means is because everything that Charleston White said that hit a nerve, he screams out and hollers.
No. I'm not disagreeing with that, but I'm saying just having kids out of wedlock doesn't mean that you're not, you don't care about them the same way as somebody that was married, because you don't know if the girl wanted to marry you. So that he don't make no sense.
Well,
I wish I was there. I poke holes in anything that I would ride with them on any issue I agree with, but anything I disagree with, I would poke holes in.
Well, to be quite honest, then you shouldn't be hitting it raw and be putting yourself in a position to be having kids.
True.
If you're not willing to marry that woman, you shouldn't be hitting it raw.
Yeah,
you shouldn't put yourself in a position to have children with a woman out of wedlock.
True.
He's saying he didn't do it, right? So here's the thing. True. So as much as you want to say, well, that woman didn't want to marry you. Well, if you didn't sleep with her without a condom and mistakenly busting up because you guys been shacking up together for like whatever, a year after y'all or a year or so, whatever, and the shit didn't work out and you end up hitting it raw because y'all live together, because that's what happened. The condoms come off when y'all get to shacking up with each other.
Yeah.
Let's get real about this situation.
Well,
condoms should have stayed on because you don't want to have children. Maybe she should have been on birth control. Make sure all that shit don't happen so you don't have a child out of wedlock. There's several things that can be done to make sure you don't do this. So we can't blame it on that. Oh, well, what if she didn't want to marry you? Well, guess what? If y'all took the right precautions, she wouldn't have had a baby before she was ready to get married. And same thing on her end too. Let's go.
You didn't let me elaborate. I was trying to say we're from a different era. Like I have 3 cousins. They're older than me. All 3 of them died. But my mother and my aunts, they was all pregnant at the same time, and they all was married. Matter of fact, it's 4 of them that are my uncle's wife and my 3 biological aunts. I got 3. All of them passed away. But they was. My mother told me all of them was married, and I said, well, why was everybody married? And my mother told me, in that era, if you got pregnant, you married the girl.
Yes, exactly. We need to get back to that. We need to get back to that.
Right. We don't live in those. What I'm trying to say is we don't live by those principles no more.
And I'm gonna tell you what, you're talking to a person that have actually shacked up and got pregnant. Made my child rest in peace that died. But I'm gonna just say that I have done that before and got pregnant. And the shit didn't work out.
I didn't know you lost.
I would have ended up being a single mom because I already know how things was going on with that situation. And then the pregnancy happened at the end of the relationship. Because I think that people be trying to set people up sometimes. A lot of niggas will set you up and they on the way out the door, but we'll try to have a child with you to keep a tie with you. That's another thing. Let's not get into that. There's some shit niggas out here to do that type of, not call them niggas, but men. Let me just stop niggas saying niggas. Charleston got me saying nigga. You know what I'm saying? I don't even talk like that.
Yeah, I try. That's what I mean. I try not to have that vibe around me because I'm trying to get that out my system.
You know what? To be quiet, I don't even be saying like that, but he's saying it so much it's making me damn say.
Oh, homie dropped off, Tone, whatever his name was.
Yeah, I think his phone died. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna play this while I answer the phone. Let's go.
They was raised by me.
Hello?
Live with me. If you ain't done that, my nigga, it's hard to talk to you brothers because you're getting offensive about what I'm saying rather than receiving.
Not with me, cause
rather no. It ain't about what it ain't about what you. It ain't about what you because you still looking in the past. You just say I can't. I know.
But when it comes down to a bitch that's fucked up, nigga, some bitches can't be corrected, nigga. Period.
Some niggas can't
bitches can't be corrected, nigga.
Some niggas, it ain't about the bitch. It's about what you done wrong to the bitch. The bitch didn't do wrong to you first.
How you know?
You showed up fucked up.
Know?
You showed up fucked up based off what you just said. Based off what you just said. You just said you were with no mother.
You can't correct.
I'm sorry, I'm steady just going in. Welcome to the panel, Raji, because this whole thing done pissed me off.
Why? Right. This? Oh, child.
So first of all, he's calling the mother of his child a bitch. Let's get back to the original question that even started this whole thing. Why can't men just come together and start a community and help out the community or whatever? He said, I don't want to team up with a bunch of men that ain't got it cool with their baby mama. This guy goes into a whole tangent about his childhood and what happened, and that's why he won't be cool with his baby mama. And then you hear later on, he calls a baby mama a bitch. Do you understand? If some women can't be corrected, corrected? Why do you need to feel like you need to correct anybody? We can have a discussion and we can come to an agreement, but you don't need to correct shit. First of all, let's go.
He's done that. The Mexicans do it. When a nigga go to jail, when do you nigga bring a nigga into jail and say, our brother is weak. Let's teach him how to be strong. Say, you go show him the punch combination. You go show him self-defense. Nigga, to the end, don't tell me about bandit with no nigga.
You see what I'm saying? He's saying men don't even do that naturally on a regular basis without coming together in a community of dudes that's trying to help out the community. And then when he bring up the baby mama, the first thing people want to do is call her a bitch because he mad or whatever. And you see he got like some pain points. He's sad, whatever he got going on. That's, come on now.
So why you hate your baby mama? She hates you. How we go get together and the two people who made a seed can't even come together? Nigga, I don't trust you.
All right, so what you think we need to do as a community to change that?
You need to go back and apologize to every woman you think you have hurt, whether you think you've done it or not. Apologize. That's why we can't get ahead, nigga. All I'm gonna say is, I'm gonna say why I say this. I got two kids. I got two kids by one woman who I was married to. I ain't got bastard baby. So go apologize. Go apologize.
I don't apologize.
So have you gone to jail on your kids? Have you gone to jail on your kids? No.
I come from a household, nigga. I come from a household, nigga, with no mama, no daddy, no shit, nigga. And I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear the sad story.
What the fuck does that got to do with apologizing to your child?
That don't even make any sense.
You see how that didn't make no sense? You see how, you know what I'm saying? You was up there saying like, no, Charleston, no. This guy then took apologizing over to, when I was a child, like I said, all this stuff is going back to trauma on the woman's side and the men's side. And we get into the relationships and you can't even apologize. Robbie, welcome to the chat. What's up? I'm sorry. I'm going in. I'm sorry.
Nope, you don't have to go in, but this is the thing. And hey to everybody, I am also simulcast in love. These men, right? They have all of these complaints about women. And none of them have sought therapy in the least. And I'm glad you're covering this because I was going to do a video on this as well. Now I get to do a 2-in-1. I get to chill with a new friend and talk about it. So they don't want to apologize because then they'll have to kind of realize that they've made poor decisions. Because they always saying that a man is evaluated by his woman. So if y'all keep choosing these women that aren't good for you, then that's on you because you keep making the choice. And then if you were with a woman and you left a woman with kids, of course she's going to be struggling because she now has to do the job of two people for one kid. And Charleston White is the guest here. I don't really understand why this man is so aggressive. Like, that's a real problem in our community. Like, even in conversations, these men that are all over social media, which do not represent the majority of Black men, are so busy worried about going viral, and they just kind of want to check Charleston White because he does say some deplorable things. But even a broken clock is right twice a day. They just wanted to check him.
Yep, exactly. Thank you. And he said, listen, and I'm not sure if you've seen this whole video. He was talking about the white man because I played that. They listen, they moved the goalpost so many times. Well, the white man is taking out corporal punishment from the home. That's the reason why we have a problem. Then it was, well, what about jobs? We can't find no job because of war in Iran, and the Mexicans are taking up all the jobs. Then that got shot down. Then it's like, okay, well, why can't we just come together as a Black community with all the Black men come together, and here we are. You know what I'm saying? Hell no, I don't want to. He said I don't want to do nothing with the Black men in no Black community. Get the shit in your household straight first. How can men come together if y'all can't? If y'all got problems with your own children, mother?
How about this? How are Black women supposed to be under the leadership of Black men when they can't lead each other to a civil conversation?
Thank you. Why does it take all this hollering? My mama, and see, all he's saying is like, bro, listen, if you can't be right for your kids, how can you be right in a group of Black men? Get your kids straight, because they're the future. Let's go.
All I'm gonna say is, I'm gonna say why I say this. I got two kids. I got two kids by one woman who I was married to. I ain't got bastard baby. So go apologize. Go apologize.
I ain't apologizing.
So have you gone to jail on your kids? Have you gone to jail on your kids? No.
I come from a household, nigga. I come from a household, nigga, with no mama, no daddy, no shit, nigga. And I don't want to hear that.
I don't want to hear them sad stories. I know plenty of niggas got that. But what are your morals like? Do your children behave properly? Do they pray tonight? Do they serve your God? Because you failed as a father and as a mother. If your children don't serve your God, nigga, my son have never been arrested. My daughter, hold on, this is not a competition. This is not a competition. But let me speak.
Mine's 18 and a motherfucking truck driver, nigga, with no felonies, with business accounts.
Have you ever been to jail on your children?
Say it one more time.
Have you ever been to jail on your children?
I have, yeah.
Hell no.
I haven't.
Hell no, I haven't.
I never.
So
hold on.
I haven't.
This is not a competition. I'm just asking questions because I'm a day one father. I didn't make bastards.
Hold on. So he said, have you been to jail? I haven't. Right? Well, I'm a day one father. Silence. You understand what I'm saying? They listen. This shit is so telling. It's not about what he's hollering about. It's what he ain't say. What he's not hollering about. I'm a day one father too. He ain't say. Listen, watch everything that when he say I'm a this, they be quiet. But when he say something else, well, I did that. Well, what about this? Quiet. Watch this. Watch.
Okay.
Go ahead.
But the thing of it is, right? What I've noticed in these spaces is that the conversation is always touted to be a group dynamic conversation. And we're talking about the majority or the minority until someone's ego is involved. Because the reality is everybody can say they didn't go to jail on a panel or a podcast. But when you really looking at the reaction, if you ain't never been to jail, what the hell would you be mad about?
Well, you know what I would have said if I was there?
What would you say?
I would have said you might have been in jail, but you never been to prison. Do you know the difference?
Ooh.
Right.
They know.
Right.
The difference is.
Oh hell yeah. What? Say it again. Right.
I said you might have been to jail, but you never been to prison. The difference is, jail is you could get accused of something and not have no bail and be thrown in there. Prison is when you've been sentenced. It's two different things. A lot of people don't know that. That's the difference. You could be and you could still be innocent, but you could be convicted and you go off to state prison. In jail, you might be in jail. They say $10,000 bail. You're accused of something you didn't do. and now you're stuck in there until you go to trial because you don't have no bail money.
But see, that's not what he's talking about. He's talking about, have you ever did some shit that put your ass in jail, and now you're away from your kids? That's what he means.
No, but I could have,
felony, whatever it is.
I could have, I could have answered yes, but it could have been because I look like somebody did something. So it's a gray area the way you answer that, because you're saying you're not saying why did you go there. You're just saying have you been there or not. It's either black or white. It's not gray.
Nah, but see, you not peeping the underplay, right? In these spaces for the past almost 20 years, we have heard that the high single mother population is contributing to the high population of Black men that are being mass incarcerated, right? So if you have created a single mother home, you don't then get to say, well, these single mamas ain't ish, and this is why Black boys go to jail, because you're not in the home to model what you think a man should be to your children. Like Charleston is he's giving these dudes the real official tissue blueprint to having productive families in the community.
Correct.
That's the gag. And they don't want to do that because these are the same men that talk about having outside relationships, that want to vilify women and call women hoes, but a woman can't be a hoe unless a man is involved.
Right. I understand that.
And I haven't even gotten to the crazy. I talked about the crazy woman part, but this is the reason why I wanted to bring this up, because when we talk about women that become haters of men, this is like fuel. This is fucking what you call fuel. This is. I'm sorry.
Babies, for one, that's a curse that you put upon your children that the white man has nothing to do with. You curse your children having children out of wedlock. So I'm gonna say this. I'm a day one daddy. My children don't know what it's like not to be in the house with their father. They was raised by me, live with me.
Silence.
If you ain't done that, my nigga,
silence.
It's hard to talk to your brothers because you're getting offensive.
He had to take a drink. I mean, are y'all looking at these microaggressions? I mean, am I the only one that's like, okay, he didn't holler and scream, but then when he say that, I was a day one father. I was there.
And I didn't have no bastard kids, and my kids come from my wife.
Quiet, honey. You could hear a damn mouse piss on wood.
That's uncommon, though. That's why it's uncommon.
But that's uncommon. That's the problem. That's the problem.
Because the value system that we have today is different than it was maybe a generation ago. That's why.
Okay, so why is it different?
Because the morals. I mean, for example, you have, when I was a kid, if my mother saw me disrespecting your mother, my mother would have a problem with me. Today's era, people want to fight you when you correct their kids, or you could, or people will get mad at you if you say something about their kid that they don't agree with, because their kid could do no wrong. That's part of the problem.
Nope.
Yes.
See, nah, that's well, I mean, that could be your perspective. Let me give you mine. Hey, Smooth Carter.
Go ahead.
This is my perspective. From 64 continuing, men have looked at women as receptacles, and then because there were no more shotgun weddings thanks to the birth control sexual technology revolution, there were all these single mothers with kids and no dads. Then you add in Vietnam, where Black men went overseas to serve their country so they could have a leg up, because the economy, the labor economy, was minimized in the United States of America. Then you have the Blaxploitation era, where Black men were pimping Black women so that they could have money. They were forcing women, beating women, drugging women to sell their bodies so that they could become rich. You remember them player balls. Then you had the crack era, where Black men were selling crack cocaine to pregnant women, and continuing. So in our community, the men have decided to exploit women for riches and then turn around and blame women for the decline in the community. Those are the facts.
But can't two things be true at the same time?
They are true, but it's not just a morality issue. There are mitigating factors that sociologically have contributed to the decline of the Black community. And instead of saying, you know what, even though I can have sex with you and get you pregnant, and there's birth control technology, so we don't have to have this child, men that were already, because before the birth control technology revolution, men were already having more than one family. They were already creating single mothers. Because I know plenty of family members in the 50s and the 60s and the 70s. They wouldn't meet brothers, sisters, aunts, cousins until they went to somebody's funeral. Because Uncle Tom was Uncle Tom to you, but he was daddy to somebody else, and you ain't even know it.
Honey, why did the song "Papa Was a Rolling Stone" exist in the the Temptations was singing about
Papa
that shit?
was a Rolling Stone,
Right.
From wherever
Wherever
he
he laid it
sat
at
was his home. And when he died,
come on now,
all he left us was alone.
was alone. So this been going on and on and on and on. Okay, so we want to pretend like these men will get on these panels and be like, we need to go back to the time when the Black woman was cooking and bending over and just laying on her back having children and cooking meals for us. But then at the same time, I don't think this is a fantasy. First of all, Black women always worked. That's number one. We was never just sitting up there just only cooking and whatever, cleaning and whatever that nonsense is a lie. We's always, my grandma cooked and cleaned, and she also was a crossing guard. So there was no time women was just they had to work too, because the household couldn't sustain itself unless they both worked. So people are in delusion land, and then you have these men up here. Every time Charleston White say that he's married, he chose to marry his wife. I think she was older than him. That's another thing. He went to his wife. He says that, you know what, I'm gonna marry you, and that there's nothing you could do about it. And they got married, and he had his children. Now this is the guy who actually was a felon, formerly incarcerated for murder. Charleston White is, and he already did community work when he got out of prison. See, y'all don't know that he went to prison for murder as a young kid because he killed somebody over a starter jacket.
I saw that.
And then when he got out of prison, because everybody's like, well, why don't we get together as Black men? Because the reason why, because I talked to him personally. He says, I don't want to do that. I did that already. I went in front of the thing, talking to the government and whatever, and trying to help out the Black community. And he said, you know what?
Somebody called him a snitch.
He didn't get any thing for that, but now he's up here raising hell, and now everybody love him. Well, everybody don't love him, but I'm saying now he done got where he's at, and I guess he figured out that doing things in the community. Because trust me, when I was talking to him, I was like, we should do things in the community. He was like, hell no, I'm not trying to do things. I did things for the community. It's a thankless job. That's what he told me.
Yeah, but is he looking to be thanked? When you do stuff like that, you want to make sure that the kids, or whoever you helping, like if I help a blind lady.
But he do stuff on behind the scenes though. He just don't talk about it. Like when he's doing this shit, he don't tell you that, when he go to that city, he might go to a recreational center and donate money. He don't tell you all that. That's the thing about him that people don't know, is that he don't just, these people pay him little $3,000, $5,000 to be on their podcast. But when he go to that city, he also go and do community work. So he has a character here. Then he has Charleston White off the camera that talks to his mom, that is a married man, that, you know what I'm saying? So there's two aspects of him that people don't know that exist. That's why he's able to assert himself in this situation. But the main point I wanted to say about this is that when he talked about being in his kid's life from the very beginning, nobody had to say nothing. They're waiting on the moment for him to say something that they don't agree with, so they can holler and posture and testosterone it up. But did you hear the message, bro? Why can't you apologize to your child's mother? Hell no, that bitch, whatever you got to say. He about to start calling her a bitch. Watch this.
About what I'm saying, rather than receiving.
Not with me, cause
no. It ain't about what you, because you still looking in the past. You just say I can't. I know.
But when it comes down to a bitch that's fucked up,
no.
Some bitches can't be corrected, nigga. Period.
Some niggas can't be corrected. Some niggas, it ain't about the bitch. It's about what you done wrong to the bitch.
Why? Some bees can't be corrected. Why? Why do you think that you should be the one to correct her? Because you don't sound like you're of sound mind of anything. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
First of all, he's sipping out that red cup, so we drunk. Number one. Number two.
Right. Everybody else is sober. This guy got a smoothie. This dude over here, I think he got some water. This guy drunk, loud as hell.
Right, but she wasn't a bitch when you were trying to sleep with her. See, this is the thing that I think makes most men upset. When they can't have their way, when they don't have access to the woman, when they don't have access to the vagina, and especially when they have to then sacrifice their money to take care of their children, all of a sudden that woman is the worst woman in the world. But if she was the worst woman in the world, why you ran up in her room? Why you busting nuts up in her? Why you creating kids and stuff?
Hey, when there's there's condoms, there's birth control, there's all these different things. But what happens is that people move in, and I said this earlier, I'm not sure if you got to see that part. I said people move in with each other, and condoms and all that shit comes off.
Oh, no. See, this is, I mean, that's true too. That's true too. But here's the thing. If somebody is a bitch, they was a bitch from birth. If somebody's an asshole, they was an asshole from birth. So that was attractive to you, right? Shout out to my Latinas. Okay. Te amo, mi hermanas. Okay, because they real spicy and they can be real bitchy and catty. All right, Taylor, they could be all of that, and that's the preference. So they love that attitude in their preference. Whatever the preference is, Spanish, white, black, light skin, dark skin, Asian, whatever. In that moment that you want to sleep with her, no matter what she's doing, right or wrong, she's the top, she's the cream of the crop. And then when they no longer have access, then she a bitch, she a hoe, she a this, she a that, she a this, she a that. Like, grow up. It's the same thing, and everybody act like they don't be understanding what I'm saying. But if you a dude or if you a chick, you know what to look here for. When back in the day when somebody would come up to you, they'd be like, oh my God, let me get your number, blah, blah, blah. And then as soon as you don't want to give them your number, I ain't want your number anyway. Oh, funky ass, ugly ass bitch. Like, you understand what I'm saying? And men know they've done that. And women know they've experienced that. These people haven't changed nothing. This man is mad because he got a beer belly because he's sitting there probably drinking too much.
Right.
He probably still wants to sleep with his baby mama, and she's probably established firm boundaries.
I think that she left his ass, and now that's why he mad, don't want to apologize, because he's like, she left me. What have I got to apologize for? And all he said, if you feel like you've done anything wrong to them, apologize. If you didn't do nothing wrong, what are you screaming about? This guy's not listening. He's too drunk. He said, you feel like you've done anything wrong to any woman, including your baby mama, apologize. And this guy, hell no, I'm not apologizing. Shit. Well, you know what I'm saying? Why? Why not? Go ahead.
I agree with everything you said, but it's a gray area. It's not black or white. With everything you just said, because there's a lot of reasons why things go sour in a relationship, and sometimes it's nobody's at fault. You just grow apart.
I think that's a lie that people tell themselves.
No, it's not. No, it's not. I mean, a girl told me she left her boyfriend because he started having some and this is crazy to me, but she was saying that he was having some like male erection problems, and she wanted to get it from somewhere else. Is that his fault?
Did he do anything to fix it?
Sometimes it's not everything's not fixable. I don't know the specifics with that, but I'm just saying, what if he couldn't fix it?
Right, but you're saying that you're using that as you're positing that that's a gray area, right?
No, not that issue. I'm saying the statement y'all made is a gray area, but I'm saying I didn't even know that women was even like that. I found that out through you know, somebody I knew, I was like, well, what happened to such and such? And then she kept it real with me and told me that was they had other issues, but that was the icing on the cake. I didn't know that. You know, as I said, everybody's different. So, you know.
Right. And I hear you, but here's the thing. If you've never dealt with somebody that has erectile dysfunction and you've never had erectile dysfunction, I want you to, for a moment, think about what your emotional affect would be if, as a man, your penis couldn't stand up. Would you be a pleasant person to be around, or would you be a disgustingly nasty person to be around?
I don't know. I've never been in that situation, but I'm saying that it's amazing to what things people break up about. That was my point. That was something that I never knew, like, because they didn't have no, I guess, Kevin Samuels type guys around me, other than my father and my brothers or whatever, my uncles, that kept it real about stuff like what it takes or what it doesn't take to hold on to a relationship. It's just so many different things.
Right, but I think you're focused on the one tangible element that she said to you, right, about the ED. But I don't think you're looking at the bigger picture.
No, I asked her, and I looked at the bigger picture after she said that. I was like, well, that was the only reason. And she elaborated, because sometimes you can have medical issues in general, not just that can that you got no control over. Like, you could lose your hair, or a woman gets fat or whatever, and people leave you for those reasons. I've seen it.
Right, but again, I'm asking you to look at the bigger picture, right? The bigger picture is when people go through those type of changes, especially if they have rapid onset, the personality changes are usually what the real issue is. Because a lot of people, human beings as a whole, do not deal well and process change. They have to go through the 5 stages of grief. If a man is losing his hair, he's losing his youth, he's losing his virility. So he has to process those 5 stages of grief. And in processing that, especially if not using a therapeutic model like cognitive behavioral therapy or something like that, and someone that's not really used to processing emotions, the one emotion that men are seemingly most comfortable with is anger and rage, or being very cold and very distant. That's why I'm saying the bigger picture. The erectile dysfunction, more likely than not, was not the underlying issue for why she broke up with him. It was a lack of satisfaction, plus, more likely than not, a negative emotional space. But maybe you weren't a safe enough space for her to say all of that to you.
I'm just going by what she said, so I don't know. It was a lesson for me. I just learned a lot of I learned a lot from that conversation, that I was like, that's why I like to listen sometimes, because you can learn more by listening than talking. And that's what I learned from that situation.
Oh, no doubt. And I get it. And I'm just saying, like, when we're looking at relationships on the whole, I think, and this is no shade to you, I'm just saying, in social media as a whole, everything is very surface, right? It's very niched out. But the nuances behind that are what's really the driver. It's what really causes the breakdown. And not just because he was unable to communicate. To be quite frank, maybe she didn't have the words to identify and communicate what her real issue was. And what Charleston White is saying is, and he gets to it, I believe, shortly after here, you have to start examining yourself. But people don't take time after breakups to really heal, to really process, to evaluate what went right and what went wrong into a relationship. They just jump into another relationship. And what that does is it compounds trauma.
And that's what I've been getting at this whole time. When I first started this video, I talked about male and female trauma. I did a whole thing with psychiatrists and everything talking. So you have a woman that might go through a trauma where they might have been avoided or whatever in early childhood. So then they become hyper independent, right? They think that, you know what, I have nobody, so I have to do it all myself. And so when they get into relationships, they become this hyper independent person because they feel abandoned at some point in their life, right? Then you have these men that because maybe they grew up in a mom like, you know, didn't like the dad, whatever, this hyper independent woman, took it out on the son, you know what I'm saying, about her disdain for the dad. She has this male hating kind of thing, like, I hate men because of what this guy abandoned me, whatever. So then he, as a son, got to deal with probably a mom that's saying kind of crazy things to him. We talked about like teachers and stuff, treating like little boys bad and stuff like that. And so then these two people grow up with trauma, and then they go into a relationship, and then you have dysfunction. You have an avoidant and attached style, where then you have these men that will be in a relationship and they're avoidant because of whatever they went through, and you have an attached, that them females that are more attached would go going, and it's all based in trauma. And so, like, this guy, when we're watching this Charleston White situation, I'm like outlining that this guy is clearly traumatized. He can't. He went into his mom. He didn't have no mama, no daddy. Nobody even asked him that. Like, what are we talking about? Like, what does that have to do with apologizing? I'm not apologizing for nothing. See, my mama and my daddy was gone, and okay, what the hell? What does that got to do with apologizing, sir? And let's go. Let's hear the rest of this traumatized guy that's really probably drinking too much because he's traumatized and he's trying to numb his whatever issues he got going on. And let's hear this.
The bitch didn't do wrong to you first.
How you know?
You showed up fucked up.
Know?
You showed up fucked up based off what you just said. Based off what you just said. You just said you were fucked with no mother.
You can't correct. You can't correct the fucked up bitch.
See how he ain't listening? He said you showed up fucked up. Now we just heard about 5 minutes earlier, because he's drunk. He's not even thinking. My mama wasn't there. My daddy wasn't there. Or whatever the hell he said.
Look, you
so he's telling him you showed up fucked up to the relationship. Again, trauma. But he can't hear it because he's too drunk. Let's go. Go ahead. What you gonna say?
You see that comment that I put in the chat? You can put it on the screen real quick. So when we're talking about leadership, right? The path of gold theory stipulates that a leader's behavior is the operant condition cue that induces the follower to accomplish a task or behave in the desired manner the leader is seeking. See, if we're talking about people that want to have leadership tendencies, it's not about the follower, it's about your leadership skills, dynamic, and model. Are you giving cues for a task to be accomplished with purpose? When you know how to master leadership, then you're not going to have no effed up bees because you're going to get rid of them at the door. You're not going to show up as an effed up person, because maybe a lot of people that want to be leaders don't have the traits that are necessary for leadership, because those are inherently, you're born with those. Let me be quiet though. You know, I'm just stupid. I'm a black woman. I can't know nothing.
But no, you hitting the point. You hitting it on the head.
As far as I know, the black woman is the most educated woman in the world.
Well, you know, people would like to hate.
Slightly sardonic.
They want to hate on that. Well, she's not the most educated. She just the most. I saw one podcast. She's the one in debt and the one. Oh, okay. She the most enrolled and the most in debt. Well, that means she must have went to college and got in debt.
Nobody. Michelle Obama is an example of that. These women are outpacing everybody in education. The black women.
Let's go.
Hold on a second. Wait. Let me respond to that. So what these people say is that the black women are not the highest graduates. They're the highest ones in debt, right? But here's the gag of it. If you, and this is to my sisters, if you are getting your education, keep your legs closed. Because this is a little known fact. When someone sees you on a pathway to greatness and excellence, they will in fact derail you. And it might be subconsciously. I'm not even going to say that they do it with purposeful intent. So if a woman gets pregnant during her educational arc, right, and she has to disenroll and then come back later, she's still, that debt doesn't disenroll with her. So then her education is at a paused state until she goes back in school. So those statistics, in fact, are skewed because nobody is actually doing exit polls to see why women, especially women of color, are disenrolling mid-degree.
Well, life happens. You know, you get pregnant, you know, life happens, you know.
Right, life happens. But again, if you are someone that is wanting to weaponize a statistic, and you take a poll of a college on a year where a whole bunch of women have gotten pregnant and they've left school, and then you want to break down the empirical statistical data by race, and then you see more white women than black, you know, more black women than white women or whatever demographic, especially if you go to a black college, and then you pull that data, is that an accurate representation of the state of education? It's not.
Oh, okay.
So let's go.
Showed up fucked up. You showed up fucked up based off what you just said. Based off what you just said. You just said you were fucked with no mother.
You can't correct the fucked up bitch.
This ain't got nothing to do with the bitch. I'm talking about us, black men. Take the eyes off the bitch. You said you showed up fucked up already with no mama. So how you gonna love her and you ain't get love from mama, which is the first teacher. Mama is the first teacher. So if you don't get love and nurture from mama, you go misuse and abuse her because you sure don't know how to use a woman, black man.
That's your opinion.
It's not my opinion.
That's your opinion.
Hey, man, I don't want to argue. Next question. Let's change the subject. I get hot. I would book the talk.
This bitch
I would book the talk.
And I booked you.
A lot of podcasts make the mistake of over talking their guests because they want to be seen. Why have the guests here if you want to do all the talking?
He was so proud to say he was the one who booked him. Male ego at play. He didn't hear anything that Charleston had to say. Like you just said that your mama and daddy wasn't there. He pointed out that you showed up fucked up in a relationship. You didn't have love for your mama. Did you get therapy for that, sir? Probably not.
But they're not following the unwritten rules. Like let the next man or woman talk, then you talk. I don't understand that the other one we talk.
Exactly. How can you show up to a relationship if you don't love yourself? Who said that? Because he don't love himself. You understand?
I don't know if I agree with that.
The content comes from me asking the question. Boom, get out your feelings, nigga. It's for them. It's for them. But I watch niggas from the streets. This ain't their lane. Because you have to ask, then listen. See, you lose your advertiser. Bunch of black men done got angry. This video just lost its sting. It was too much substance. Niggas got in their feelings because niggas can't think past their feelings. Why? Mama whoop ass when she get mad, not daddy. So you learn to mimic mama's traits and behaviors with anger and aggression because it's the only time mama discipline. Daddy discipline out of principles. Overlook a lot of shit. Mama get right on that ass. That's why niggas get right on your ass. Mimicking mama. We ain't never seen a man love our mamas. How can we confidently say we know how to love a woman? Until you go get God's love, nigga, you can't love your kids. You can't love nothing because it's a bitch. But when you say bitch, you spit on your kids too because you laid with the bitch.
Ah!
Mamas.
Man, hold on. Hold on. I gotta listen. You laid with her. You laid with the bitch. Thoughts?
Thanks.
Bars. So quick to call a woman a bitch, but like he just made him look dumb as fuck. In front of everybody, honey. I don't even know if they can keep this podcast up and going after this.
Say it. The best thing you can get them kids, boy, is to treat the mama right. No matter how sorry you think she is, you lay down with her. So whatever you think about them kids, but the mama, look at the kids because they got the same chromosome.
The mic static.
They got the same chromosome. If she a freak, they got the freaky chromosomes in them too. If you a freak, guess what? The kids freaks too. The apple don't fall too far from the tree. So whatever you don't like about her, whatever she don't like about you, both of y'all look at the kids. It's in them. That's where the generational curses come from. And nigga, if us as men can't realize that the bitch go put out what you put in her. Stop putting so much dick in her, nigga. Watch her behave properly. Give her some proper instructions. Give her some game, nigga. Show her how to heal her hurt with her mama. Don't put your hurt and her hurt together and y'all trauma bond to end up hurting one another and working against your children based on how y'all feel about each other.
But let me say something to you. You prejudge some of us.
I'm not prejudging. I don't know y'all.
Hold on.
I don't know y'all.
Man, cry baby, boo hoo hoo. Man, what? So he could you couldn't even let him cook and let that just simmer, bro. Who cares if he prejudged? Did you hear what he said? That's what I'm talking about. Man haters. Right?
Well, this is the thing.
When you dealing with a dude like this that thinks of you as a bitch, you know what I'm saying? How could you not be like, what the hell? Like, well, but go ahead, Rob.
But this is the thing, like, these people are slow. I'm not gonna say it the nice way. They slow. And I really have an issue with anybody, man or woman, that disparages the other half of their child. If you are consistently spewing hate towards the other half of your child, that's also an inherent trauma.
Mm-hmm.
Because now you're teaching your child to hate themselves or hate a portion of themselves. And one thing that my mother taught us from when we were young, nobody deserves the right to color your perception of the other parent because they feel away. It's very selfish. It's very self-serving. And when you have that level of disdain, you cannot hide it. And that means there was never love. That was just some easy box for the night. And now you caught up.
You know what's sad? Is that this thing is all over the internet, and this man is calling the child of his mother a bitch. Could you imagine how she feels?
She might not know.
I hope not. I hope not, because that is terrible. I couldn't imagine if the father of my child got on a panel with Charleston White with over 100. I'm not sure how many views this video got, and calling me all kind of bitches on a panel like this, and what if she can't take correction? All this pimp talk. I don't know, whoever made that goddamn book, The Pimp or whatever. What was that shit called? The Pimp or whatever. Pimps up, hoes down. In our community needs to be just gotten rid of. Because I'm like, bro, ever since they came out with that damn thing, all these men think that they pimps. And all of their conversation is pimp shit. The bitch don't behave and she don't take direction. That's pimp and hoe talk. A woman take direction. No, you have a conversation with her, and y'all come to an agreement. You might have an emotional conversation with her, but take direction. We're talking about two adults. What the fuck are you talking about? Take direction, like I'm a child. That's pimp shit. And all these dudes talk in pimp shit, talking points. Go ahead.
And these niggas from fake ass pimps too.
Right. I was gonna say every pimp ain't make it to the players ball. So
Right.
These
niggas is like some YouTube pimp. Like these niggas don't live this shit.
Listen, some pimps got hoes out on the stroll or whatever. Some pimps got hoes going to penthouses. Yes.
Right.
Right. Well, okay. And let me tell you something. They're not calling her no bitch because she's providing sustenance. They know where their money come from. Just like my friend said, if you up there whooping up on your hoes, how you making money? They got a black eye. She got to sit down for the day. But see, that's the thing. What about the emotional aspect of talking to a woman and thinking that she's a bitch? Men need to change their way that they talking to women. Like, what are you talking about a woman? And then this is barbershop talk. We have the inside barbershop conversation in this whole thing, because that's how barbers be talking amongst each other.
No, they don't. It's a bunch of fakes.
Like these men, they be talking like that.
I mean, I get why people feel that way, but you talk about, you know what I'm saying, like the low level barbershop.
Well, no, you know what's that dude name? Funky Dineva. He was talking about how he used to go into the barbershop and they would just be talking about women like hell, and then talking about like violence and this, that, the other. And they would never, no, none of the barbers would correct each other on like how they would talk, like block a room. Yeah, the bitch this and this, and you doing this. I'm cheating on her with this one or whatever, and there's no correction in that situation.
Right, but
Don't call her a bitch. He called her a bitch. Then now Charleston White called, but he being sarcastic about it. But you know what? Damn.
But this is the thing, like it's not up to nobody to police nobody's, like, you know what I'm saying, the way they want to talk about a situation, because in the hood this is really the mental ideology. Do you understand what I'm saying? That women is bitches and hoes. But if you go into a higher level barbershop or a barbershop in another neighborhood, it's not the same conversation. So what has happened is, because a lot of these people have grew up in poverty, they try to act like that is the normative value, and it's not. Even more so, you always going to be around people that are disrespectful or prone to crime, right? Because also in barbershop culture, there's a lot of people going to jail, but everybody don't go. So if you can understand not to participate in behaviors or actions that's going to put you into incarceration, then you also should have some level of understanding of what not to do in order to have a healthy relationship. Now, what a lot of people don't know about me, right? You remember I told you I didn't have kids until I was 32. And that
Yeah,
was
me
not
too.
by,
30.
yeah, that
I
was
was
by
30.
choice.
My first child was 30. You know, my second was
Right.
40. I waited a
Right.
whole 10 years and I chose my child's father. I was like, you know what? I know, hey, the wall is hitting or whatever the hell it is. I don't want to have no, Down syndrome, situation. So I made sure that, I said, listen, hey, so, but go ahead. I'm sorry. That's too much information. I'm sorry. My bad.
No, you're fine. But this is the thing. Like, I made that decision because I saw so many people that had children out of wedlock, and I saw the struggles that they were going through. I saw the
Same.
opportunities that they were missing out on. Now, why is it that people make the choice to keep going down the same path of struggle? That's out of scope for me. But it's
Because
just like
parent, they mama did it and they did a copying their mama.
You know what? I can agree with that, because my mom didn't have me until she was 26, after she was already a Air Force veteran and she was married to my father. But, like, I think just like with crackheads, I'm perplexed that crack and methamphetamines is still an addiction in 2026 when people know where crack can take you.
Hey, y'all, whoever
So,
has like that background, like kids or whatever playing in the background, just mute your mic while each other is talking.
yeah, I don't know who that is. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't really get that. Like, some people just, they love the chaos. They thrive on the chaos. No, it hasn't really saved you a lot if you have kids. If you have kids, that might be what is devastating to you, right? I think that people have bastardized marriage culture because young boys and young men that are not married see married men talking about affairs, talking about all these other women and all these children they have, and consistently complaining because they rushed into a situation they weren't ready for. But I digress. My mic is muted.
I'm gonna play the rest of this one. We're gonna get into the mean girl aspect because that's the part where I really want to get into. Let's go.
You stereotype.
I'm not stereotype. I'm saying me.
But let me speak, my nigga. Let me speak.
I don't want. So this is why I don't do podcasts with black men, because you want to tit for tat me rather than moving to the next question.
I ain't tit for tat you. I'm trying to get some game.
No. You attack me by saying I prejudge. And I'm saying, homie, I don't know y'all to prejudge.
But what you said was a very prejudgmental statement about black men.
Well, because most black men are not in the homes.
Exactly.
I'm
you
going
perceived us to be those type of black men. Yeah, the fuck you did, nigga.
No, he didn't. He asked a question. See, this is the thing. Egos hurt. People are got they like little. They balls is quivering. You know what I'm saying? Balls is they in their seat. They can barely sit down. They balls is just shaking in the seat because they just. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on now. You it's about us and. Ain't this your podcast? Didn't you pay him to be there? Why are you going against him, bro? Listen to what he's saying.
Ask questions. I didn't perceive. I asked questions. I said, who been? Have you? I never perceived anything. I specifically asked questions because I know how to communicate in this form.
Okay, so if that is the case, you didn't give us a chance to clarify that we're not those type of men you talk about.
I never said you were. That's why I asked specifically. He said he wasn't. You said you did. Have you been in prison? Yeah. He said no. I did give you a chance.
I'm speaking of before that. When you talking about people, kids.
I never said our children. I said black men. I didn't say y'all, nigga. 73.
So, Bob T, again, it's a comprehension issue within the community. Do you think that God exists in a marriage where a man is talking about sleeping with all the women in the world outside of his marriage? What happened in the Bible? When there were men in the Bible that were sleeping with multiple women. Did God put favor on that, or did God bring them destruction? I'll wait. I'm just saying real quick. So if you have a young man watching a man that is not a man of God, and he's running around being a Jezebel spirit, because men have Jezebel spirits as well, is he teaching the flock? Because see, a man of God understands that God told his disciples to go out and teach my message. Jesus said that you are supposed to walk in his image and his ways. That's why they have communion, right? So is being a hoe and sleeping around with a whole bunch of women being of God? I wait. But that's the problem with a lot of people. They don't have comprehension. And they want to imbibe their own personal opinion and bias, and they have an inability to make a conversation be universal. Because then again, we could even break it down farther. Which God? Are you talking about the God of Abraham? Are you talking about Allah? Are you talking about Krishna? Are you talking about Buddha? Which God are you talking about? I could take you all the way down through there, but you're right. Go ahead, Genesis.
Right, you right. Yo, you got it. Say you got it, boy. You got it, boy.
Child.
3% of households.
Child.
73% of households.
He didn't tell you.
I didn't attack y'all, nigga. You took it as that. 73. I'm talking statistics without saying numbers. 73% of households are headed by a single mother. 80% of kids, father names is not on an emergency contact in school. I can keep going on, homie. So it's not y'all. I said us as a whole.
So again, us as a whole, because it's about changing the narrative. We don't want to keep perpetuating.
It's not about changing a narrative.
How it ain't?
It's about
you don't want it to be changed?
No. Fuck the narrative. It's about changing the man in the mirror. I didn't look at a narrative, nigga. I went in the mirror. I walked back from the mirror, nigga, fixing what I needed to fix. I became the change I wanted to see. I looked around in the house. I didn't say nothing to the bitch. I didn't say nothing to the kids. I started fixing what needed to be fixed. I started cleaning up. I started focusing on me. And as I got me better, my house got better.
And what I'm telling you, at the point in life that all of us are
not a narrative.
we're at that page.
It's about self-improvement.
From within.
We're at that page, and we're at that page, and we're on self-improvement.
I'm not saying you're not. I'm not saying you're not.
Charleston White's scary ass has left the building.
Damn, why he gotta be scary?
Right. I would have left y'all bum ass niggas too.
Right, what the hell? He's not scary. Listen, y'all not listening.
That nigga flatline them niggas. I would have walked off too.
Right, and
just
they
like a
paid his
bitch.
ass, and guess what? Guess what? They just lost their damn money.
Exactly. I would have walked off
Like,
like a G2.
dude, that could have been a whole. Look, I think that I'm not sure. 20 minutes probably should have been an hour.
Right.
And now you just lost your guest, and you paid whatever for a 20-minute show that should have been an hour because you can't shut.
He pimped the.
You ain't shut the fuck up. Okay? He was spitting to me, yes, exactly. But he was speaking the truth at that point. Thank you.
Bob, did you leave? Because I'm a woman, so I don't know what I'm talking about. I need you to comment in the chat again because I need you to educate me.
Right. So let's get into this next subject because I think it was the initial subject of the whole matter, but I wanted to bring that whole Charleston White thing up to show an example because I was mainly talking about women in their trauma, but I wanted to also show an example of men in trauma and how they behave in a situation, right? But we're talking about that, you know, that men actually like women that are man-haters.
Yes, only date man-haters.
Let's get into it. Let's go into it. Let's talk about it. Hold on 1 second. I'm sorry, guys. I normally am way more on point than. Give me a second.
Nah, you good, Genesis. Nah, you good.
All right, here we go. Let's talk about it. Here we go. Man-haters.
Yes, I only date man-haters. I only date powerful misandrists. Those man-haters, those powerful misandrists are going to treat you so good because like you've made it past the wall. Like you've proven yourself. You've proven yourself as like a human, like a decent human being. So once you are past the vetting process of a misandrist, you are going to enter into one of the most healthiest relationships you've ever been in your life.
Women who hate men make the best wives and girlfriends, and I will die on that hill because she's not impressed by a jawline and a good morning text. She's seen the whole male playbook. So when that woman chooses you, it's not a crush. It's a clearance check. She doesn't hand out access. She hands out standards. Most girls are loyal to the vibes. She's loyal to the truth. A friend to all is a friend of none. Same rule applies to love. If she's everybody's piece, she's nobody's home. But the girl who doesn't even need men like that, if she's soft with you, that means you're not running game. You're running with integrity. You didn't win her with Riz. You won her with what every woman wants: consistency. That's why her love feels like a seatbelt, not a roller coaster. She's not hard to keep. She's just hard to convince. And you did it.
Only a lucky man gets to be loved by a man-hater. Because do you know how rare it is to tie down a man-hater? The woman who just knows who she is, who she knows what she deserves, she knows where she stands, and she's not gonna settle for just anyone. She filters out the 99.999% of the male population, and she would.
I'm sorry, I paused it, but really, what I'm getting into is people really they'll say that a woman needs to be submissive, and that women should be extra nice to men and submit and this, that, the other. But there's a whole plethora of men that don't want that type of woman, right? Let me get past this guy because he's kind of corny. Let me go. Okay, let's go.
An extremely lucky man, and that's why only a lucky man will be able to get loved by a man-hater.
Sorry, being liked by many women is not a flex, but being loved by the man-hater is. Like, let's really talk about it, because if you got her, you better realize how lucky you actually are. That girl swore she was off men. It's the same girl who be like, I don't even like men like that. The same one who keeps her distance, minds her business, and don't even entertain nobody. That girl doesn't want attention. She doesn't chase validation. She barely tolerates most guys. So if she chose you, yeah, you kind of made history. I'm just going to be honest. Because she don't even like other men. But at the same time, she loves you to death. That's different. Like, with her friends, she be giving them the best advice. Don't text him back. Stay in your ground. If he wanted to, he would. The whole entire time, you in the background listening. Like, you don't even act like that with me. Because with you Yeah, she's soft with you. She's patient, understanding. She's actually trying. I'm telling you, the man haters make the best girlfriends. It's just that they're a little mean. You know, you gotta get past the little mean, the little attitude. Because I'm telling you, someday you gotta get up and make sure she still like you. Like I'm telling you, she love you. But someday you gotta get up and just make sure.
Women who
Wait, I'm gonna do this one last, and I'm gonna like open it up for commentary. This is here we go.
hate men make the best wives. Because no woman truly just hate men out here. They just tired of the mistreatment. Right? Now, men will say that these women are misandrous and they hate men and all that stuff, bro. Okay, whatever you say. But one thing I know, when a man come in and he break through them walls and he actually proving himself and he doing the things that he say he gonna do, that woman go right back to being soft. Because a lot of women out here really want to be soft. They don't want to be quote unquote nagging, because no woman does that. She's just trying to get you to do better. Y'all just use the word nagging. Y'all men out here. You know, I don't think it's nagging by her constantly telling you to take out the trash and you ain't doing it. Anyway, that's neither here or there. When a man actually does what he say he gonna do, instead of, you know, presenting himself to be something, lying to her, manipulating her, using her. When a man come in, he really not doing that, she gonna melt. She gonna melt. And it's funny because they make the best wives. Because it ain't that a lot of them don't want no man. They really do want a decent man, bro. A lot of them. I ain't saying all of them, because I know some of y'all go, what about this one? I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about majority of the women who y'all think are misandrous and they hate men and all that stuff. They make the best wives, bro. And they gonna love you for real. Truth be told.
Real man. All right, so let's get into it. Let's talk about it. What are y'all thoughts?
You know where I stand on it, Genesis. They make the best wives, boy.
They are talking about women with standards, so I guess standards means manhatter. Good point. Thank you. See, people were just hearing Misandry, and no, what? This is weird. Oh my god, what do you mean they hate men? What do you mean they don't like men? Well, no, they just don't put up with a bunch of bullshit.
Right.
What are y'all thoughts on that?
I agree with Dr. Steele. It's weird. Why are they framing it like that? Especially if they like these women. Like, I like this type of woman, but I'm going to frame it in the most negative way possible because reasons. Shout out to Lady Luck Club. Like, it just makes no sense. Like, what the hell? If you hate a man, you're not ever going to be with a man. No way, no shape, no form, no how. You're going to become a lesbian.
Good point. So, what do you think about? So, do you think they're really talking about a woman that might be a little tough to deal with? Like, she's not going to just put up with anything. And then that's where we get into the conversation of being nice to men, because there's plenty of conversations with people. And I remember, like, I'm not sure if I think you left before the conversation, Raw. Where we actually got into the whole thing about being overly nice to men, being overly accommodating to men, because you'll hear a bunch of men saying, well, I want her to be my peace. But you'll see the woman, they'll leave. Like, that was the conversation before. They'll leave the accommodating one for the woman that ain't taking shit for off. So that's it's pretty much the same conversation, but you have the men saying that they prefer a woman that's not going to be like just going along to get along and being like, oh, okay, and whatever you need, and you know what I'm saying, blah blah blah, all that bullshit, you know. So what is your thoughts?
Remember what I said about reciprocity?
Mm-hmm.
If a man is a woman,
I'm sorry, I don't remember. Sorry. Go
ahead. Reciprocity is always needed in a relationship. If you are a woman's piece, she is going to be your piece. Because you're gonna be like, shit, he about to be cranky. And if he's cranky, then I'm gonna be cranky. So it's balancing the scales. What these men are talking about, like I told you before, is servitude. They are not talking about union. And this is why most of these people that are talking, they need, okay, let me break it down brass tacks. Most of these people have no power outside of the household because they lack leadership skills and they don't know how to develop the most from an employee or a follower. So if you can't do that within the home, you can't do that outside of the home. And because you have resentment because you can't do that outside of the home, you take it out on those within the home because you feel you have the control there.
It seems to me like it's not about the man hater or that she's a so-called man hater. It's that they like a woman that's appearing strong and be able to break that woman down into being soft. I think that's what that's what they're saying without actually saying it. Is that, oh, okay, a woman that's being like not putting up with it, and then that person says, okay, now I was able to make her, make her kind of submit. It still goes back into submission when you really boil it down. You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't think
it's like the ultimate submission move to make a woman that normally would be like, I'm celibate, I'm not dealing with no men, blah blah blah, and then you come along, and then that woman turns out to be like this submissive woman that like is. That's what it seems like to me that they're saying. What are your thoughts?
That wasn't my thought. My thought was that they know that type of woman is very picky with who she devotes her real love to. And they want real love. So they already know it's not fake. You have to have certain attributes to get close to a woman that's hard to get. They're just framing it in the gritty
as male haters, but it really is hard being a person that you just can't pull the wool. You know what I'm saying? It is not going to go for anything. Right. But they think that that's male hate. That's man hatred, but that the woman is not kowtow and bowing down. That's when you think about it. And you know what? I don't even think about it in that framework.
Right.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't even think about it like that. Wow.
Yeah, because a lot of these women are submissive to everybody. And this is what the conversation I've been having with these fools in these spaces for years. If every woman should be submissive to every man, what makes you special as a man? What makes her be loyal to you? What makes her be faithful to you? Because you have set the mental archetype that she must be submissive to anybody. So that means, Genesis, if you submissive to everybody and you with Barack Obama and Tony Tolly comes through, Tony Tolly could take Barack Obama's chick. James Harlem could take Barack Obama's chick because you've been conditioned by social media.
No, I'm always come through, babe.
See, Lord, help. See? Because you've been conditioned to, you know what I'm saying? Just follow every man as a leader. Pick me's, take notes. Men not stupid as shit, for real. They know. They know when you will go for everybody, or they know when you won't go for anybody.
And they prefer the woman that don't. Let's go into it.
Doesn't want me. I want her.
What? Crazy girl. I'm telling you, go. Crazy girls are attractive, guys.
You hear this? I want a crazy girl. Look at this. Hold on. Let's go into it.
But also kind of blushing. You know, she'll argue with me over a dream I had just because she wasn't in it. And I'm like, wow, this just means she cares. You know, she called me 7 times in a row because I didn't answer for like 12 minutes. And I wasn't even mad. You know, I like a little chaos with my cuddles. You know, she'll yell at you and then kiss your forehead like nothing happened. And honestly, it's kind of beautiful in a mildly concerning way. But, you know, when she says, if another girl breathes in your direction, I'm going to key your car and send her flowers with a fake note from you. I'm sitting there thinking, this woman is emotionally unstable, but quite possibly my soulmate. Like, yeah, she's a little intense, but I've never felt more wanted in my life. So, yeah, she's crazy, but she's my crazy. And honestly, I wouldn't trust a woman who didn't at least threaten to burn my hoodie once.
Oh my god, this shit is funny, guys.
What is your thought about that? Like, what is this? This is a thing.
Nah. You know what? He wilding, but if I know you don't like people, Like if you're not a people person,
You gotta like. I can't hear you all the way. Your mic. Get up to your mouth.
yeah. I'm
Say it.
getting
Go ahead.
that.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go
Okay.
ahead.
No. I understand what he mean though. He's not be like a people person. Those the kind of girls you trust. You know what I mean? Girls that are curved something. If you know she into you, like especially if you really like somehow got her and you know you couldn't get her, that's a good look. See, it's the ones that always be all up in everybody's face. That's the one. So I understand what the man hater telling me.
Well, okay. Let's. He said, "Do you have any examples with black people?" Okay, let's go. All right, there is examples with black people because I was okay. I knew it was gonna get to that. Hearing the white people say it, but okay, here's the black person say it.
Just want to do. He may not want me if I'm a wild girl. No, babe, he'll want you more. Stop listening to what men say and watch what they do.
All right, so I asked some women that asked me,
He's wrong.
do men really like when women are crazy? There's a method to the madness. Like, okay, easy to point out, right? If you're gonna be crazy, I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. You better not be no motherfucking 2 or no 3. I'm sorry to say it, that's just how it is. And if you a 2 or a 3 in the face, but you like a 7 or 8 in the body, you pass. But you better not be no 2 or 3 from head to toe. Nah.
What the fuck
It is nothing more fucking nerve-wracking than old busted old Beetle coming to you talking about, why ain't you call me? Or you're supposed to take me out. Bro, he was not gonna take you nowhere. Talking about he was supposed to take you out. Okay, y'all not going out.
Guys, there is nothing I hate like a man who comes for women's looks. Like that thing really annoys me because it's like, what business do you have discussing how women look? What business do you have talking about if you're a 3 in the face and a 5 on the body? Like that is disgusting to me. Like, which man does that? If you're not attracted to her, cool. You don't have to, begin grading women according to their looks, terming them as a 3, a 4.
He'll probably accept your craziness.
Ladies, this is why some dudes like toxic females. Let's go. Let's get it. Coming in at number 1, 9 times out of 10, they always gonna have hella energy. Like, I don't know what it is, if they just did a line of coke or whatever, they always got mad energy. It could be 3 o'clock in the morning and they on the couch crumping. I swear to God, just I've been you know what I'm saying, going crazy. Coming in at number 2, it's really like the excitement. Like, if I tell you do something and you be like, nah, and you come back at me more aggressive, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you matching my energy but like doubling the energy, like, yeah, some dudes like that. Like, shut up. And she be like, shut up. And like, what you gonna do? Stab you. Like,
what the hell?
Stab me. You know what I'm saying? Just stab me.
What
And then
the
last but not least, really, this
what
is
the
simple.
hell?
Like, they just love the thrill. Like, some dudes.
This is getting real crazy, real fast.
Nah, Genesis, don't listen.
Is this a new generation? What the
hell? Genesis, these niggas weed is lace. Don't listen to these niggas.
Man, that's crazy. What? Like, you know what? I just found that one, but the one I was looking at was talking about the man hater girl, but that's crazy right there.
That is. These is crack babies.
You see?
Exactly. No, because we know, because it's true. They are. These niggas is on drugs. These niggas are stupid. These niggas are self-destructive. We not talking about that kind of crap. We talk about being nice to us, but you the same way the friendly girl we see, these other people don't get that special treatment. That's what we talk about. They talk about some off the wall, they want to be handcuffed to. I don't know what's up with these.
Yeah, that was weird. That got really weird.
Let's go. Manhaters make the best girlfriends. She will be giving her friend the most. Sorry, being liked by many women is not a flex, but being loved by the man hater is. Like, let's really talk about it, because if you got her, you better realize how lucky you actually are. That girl swore she was off men. It's the same girl who be like, I don't even like men like that. The same one who keeps her distance, minds her business, and don't even entertain nobody. That girl doesn't want attention. She doesn't chase validation. She barely tolerates most guys. So if she chose you, yeah, you kind of made history. I'm just going to be honest. Because she don't even like other men. But at the same time, she loves you to death. That's different. Like with her friends, she be giving him the best advice. Don't text him back. Stay in your ground. If he wanted to, he would. The whole entire time, you in the background listening. Like, you don't even act like that with me. Because with you, yeah, she's soft. With you, she's patient, understanding. She's actually trying. I'm telling you, the man haters make the best girlfriends. It's just that they a little.
I've showed that all to get to this point. Should women be actually accommodating to men? And that's really the point I was trying to like really get into, right? So let's get into it because the last time I played this video, all the dudes started giggling and laughing because they said, "Oh, he's gay," or whatever. Let's go.
Do nothing. Hold on a second before you play that, because I wanted to respond to what that last man said.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Somebody got some background noise. But here's the thing: any advice you hear a woman giving another woman, that's exactly how she interacted with you. You just didn't realize it because she didn't verbalize that to you. That is standard operating procedures. If a woman is telling her friends, don't call him back, child, because he's gonna holler at you, you just was the one that was hollering at her. So you didn't have to know she wasn't responding back to you unless you was making effort, because you was making the effort. And you probably thought she was just giving you your space and whatever else. She wasn't giving you nothing. She was just like, oh, okay, well, if he wants to be involved in a situation, he will be. That's the problem. A lot of these dudes are so used to women that's so damn thirsty. They don't even really know when they getting curved unless a woman spells it out bright as day. Every woman not doing that with you. Your intention puts you where you need to be. Every woman is not thirsty, nor should they be. I don't know. I think these new generation of dudes is weak as shit. They're weird as hell. Like, they ain't had no damn daddies. And a lot of women is hoes, and they are too goddamn accommodating because they're all so thirsty to be up underneath a nigga. Fuck a nigga. Unless he's showing you that he's worthy. I'm gonna be quiet though.
So I wanted to bring this up because you missed it last time when we talked about this being overly accommodating or being nice to men. And I wanted to bring this up. I'm glad that you came here. You came right in time because you missed it on the other one. And I want to hear what you got to say about this. Watch this.
Anything for them. Don't justify it by saying men say they want this and say they want that. Your romantic life will change drastically when you understand this one very important concept. Stop listening to what men say they want and start paying attention to what men actually respond to. And in this video, I'm going to break down what that concept actually means, how you're going to implement it in your dating life, and how you're going to use doing nothing to get the response from men that you actually want. We're going to start off by discussing investing in yourself, because I promise you, once we connect the dots around this concept, everything for you will start to click and everything else will make sense. Men are the most attracted to the woman who invests the heaviest in themselves, not the woman who invests the heaviest in them. Let me break down this concept.
Now, let me just tell you something. I played this last time and dudes were giggling over the video, laughing. No, this dude is lying. He's gay, and this wouldn't even let the video play. So I'll shouts out to y'all for being respectful and allowing it to go on. So thank you.
It makes more sense to you. Let's think about when a guy approaches you at a party or at an event, what he actually is saying when he's saying how attracted or desirable you are. He'll say things like, wow, you're so beautiful. What is that speaking towards? How you take care of yourself. Oh my God, your skin is glowing. How you take care of yourself. Oh my God, you're so intelligent. How you take care of yourself. Oh my God, your body is amazing, so tight. How you take care of yourself. Notice everything that a man would likely compliment you on is a compliment about not how you invest in other people, not how you invest in him, but how you invest in you. So when we understand that concept, then we have to understand that your value is really placed in how well you can consistently invest in yourself. And focus on investing in yourself while putting yourself out there that will allow men to be attracted to you. This is why I say stop listening to what men say they want, because they'll tell you that they're most attracted to the girl who can cook and clean the best for them. They'll tell you that they're most attracted to the girl who can wash their underwear the best and who does this for them and does that for them. But in reality, what they respond to, what they're attracted to, what they'll compliment you on is the fact that you invest in yourself so well that you have a glow. That you invest in yourself so well that he was attracted to you, he felt your energy from across the room. So I want you to stop thinking about attraction as it relates to what you can do for men. And I want you to start thinking about attraction as it relates to how much more can I do for myself, and focus all of your time and energy on doing for yourself. And then subsequently after that, putting yourself out there, which just means going out, doing things doesn't have to be to the club. It could be to anywhere, to allow your energy, your glow, your investment in you to attract those high quality men. Next, this is going to sound kind of weird, but I want you to stop calling and texting. Now, this is a plague. It's a virus that will take over your mind, and I'm here to ease your mind. Understand, once that man has your number in his phone, has your contact information, that means if he's not sending you a message, if he's not asking you out, if he's not checking up on you, if he's not calling or texting you in any capacity, that means it's an active choice. I want you to breathe that in and breathe it out. Because sometimes it's very easy when you're in the moment and you like the guy and you want to be with him to convince yourself of all of these different alternate realities, perspectives, possibilities, that maybe he's not contacting me because A, B, and C. Maybe work, maybe he got busy, maybe he had a tragedy, maybe he just doesn't want to reach out to you. Either way, your job is to do nothing. Why? Because when men make an active choice to reach out to you, it's because they have a desire to reach out to you, speak to you, and get some time of yours. What I mean by that is you have to understand men need to go through their own cycle of realizing how much they miss you, realizing that they have a desire to speak to you, acting on that desire to speak to you, reaching out to you, getting access to you in some way, shape, or form by getting a response from you, either on the phone, over text, or being able to organize a date with you. And then when they get that response from you, when they're able to get access to you, they get a hit of dopamine, and they're happy because they're like, wow, my desire to see her and the action that I took on that desire is what led to me being able to get access to her. And because I realized how much I wanted to see her and I acted on that desire, I'm now being able to get a chance to sit down with this woman, to talk to her, to have a conversation with her. And I'm having all of these good positive emotions because of it. You need to understand men must go through that process. Anytime you're feeling anxious, I want you to remind yourself like you're brainwashed. Men need to go through their own process. Men need to go through their process. Men need their process. What I mean by that is they have to go through their ebbs and flows of understanding that they desire you, acting on that desire, and being rewarded for acting on that desire. You are.
Thoughts about that? Thoughts? I see Barack already unmuted himself. I think he want to say something.
No. What he's saying is no facts. It's just his opinion. I mean, like, what can I say? I can't say I 100% agree with him. I agree with some of the stuff he said, but it's an opinion. It's not a fact. That's it.
Honey, there isn't going to be no facts on anything when it comes to relationships because it's very individualistic. But there are some things that are kind of like mainstays. Like if a woman is constantly contacting that guy, what does he have to look forward to? You know what I'm saying? If that guy is not interested in her and she's contacting, then all she's doing is wasting her time. And he's not going to say, hey, stop contacting me.
Well, he might be just trying to sleep with her. Most men try to sleep with women.
Exactly. So he's going to get the goods by her being extra desperate. And this is what he said. So listen, it's not a fact what he's saying. So what is not a fact? So you just said that if a woman is overly whatever and you don't like her, you're going to still try to sleep with her. So that means you don't want to be with that woman, but you'll sleep with her, thereby creating a bond, emotional and physical bond with that woman. She might like the sex. You might like the sex, but you don't like her. And so now what?
Not to mention possibly a baby too out of that shit.
Right. So he is right. So you're saying it's not facts, but I mean, what do you mean? So it might not be like facts, like in a actual scientific hypothesis of how to break down something as a fact, but I don't get what you're saying. That's not facts. It's like, I mean, if you say the majority of men kind of feel this way, it might not be broke down in a scientific method of what a fact or a opinion is, but he's saying that this is what most men believe. What do you think?
Like I said, that's his opinion. He's right about some things, but I mean, that's because, like I said, some men, and I'm not one of them, had a lot of luck with the ladies, so they can get what they want. And then you got guys like me that sometimes have to just accept what they can get. That's the difference.
That can accept what they can get. So that means that you would be with a woman that you don't even like because that's what you can get. And that's why he's saying that you shouldn't be nice to women, because you'll have you'll be to men because you will accept what you can get, but you don't even like her. But because you can have sex with her, you'll go on with the get along while she's contacting you, but don't even like her. So you end up wasting her time.
But both people are playing games, all right? So you're gonna play a game like you don't really like a situation where you get in where you finish. It's an old song to say, if you can't be with the one you love the one you with, right? So you may be the girl he can get after the club is emptied out and you're the last one there. But over time, he'll realize he always going to end up with the last one there. So why can't he figure out a way to love the one that he with?
So this is the thing, right? And this is what I was talking about the other day, Genesis.
Yeah.
Self-value and self-love. You can have somebody that you're kicking it with when you're bored. Like, I got a little 5 minutes, shoot you off a little text, send you a little picture, make you think that you know what I'm saying, that I'm entertaining your bullshit. But it has to be about depth of conversation. What are you talking about? And women do themselves a disservice because they don't pay attention to what men is talking about. And they be too scared to just reject niggas. You don't gotta respond to these niggas. If all these niggas is talking about sex and you don't want to have sex, why you okay.
But men don't just lead with sex, they lead with lies and pretend like they like the woman just to get sex out of her. Right. And that's the thing we're talking about. They'll lie. And so that's the part I'm talking about, is the lies that come with the wanting to have sex. And then now that woman is, you know what I'm saying? Go ahead.
No, but you have to have discernment. You have to be to have discernment. Where was your antennas? It is very apparent when a man just want to have sex. And I'm not going to give nobody the game because I don't want no men to know that some of us women see you and we know. We don't say nothing. We don't make it a big deal, but we know what category you're in. That's why a lot of men get mad about rosters. Because if a woman has a roster, she's not going to get emotionally caught up and not near one of them. Unless they are the one that is actually bringing a depth of conversation.
But Raw, what if both of them don't have any depth?
Well, that's when you wind up having baby mama and baby daddy culture.
And I don't understand why those two people can't she not deep and don't have no discernment. He not deep, don't have no discernment. She got the best that she can get, and he got the best that he can get. Back in the days, they used to call it settling down. Why? Because you can't do no better.
Exactly.
You niggas y'all meant for it. Ain't nothing more. So hypergamy or not, you can't do no better than him. And whatever the hell he thinking, you can't do no better than her. So why don't y'all just figure the fuck out and sit y'all goofy ass down and make some shit happen?
Exactly.
Let's get into it. Let's go. Let's see why he's saying that women shouldn't just do that. Let's go.
Doing him a disservice, because when you interrupt that process, he doesn't get a chance to recognize how much he desires you. Next, I'm going to tell you to stop stalking men, okay? Stop going through the Instagram, stop going through the Snapchat, stop going through all his stories, all the stuff that he could possibly post. Why? Even though it feels like sometimes, well, how is that doing something? You're doing something because you're doing something for his ego. You're making him feel like the most important person in the world. What also ends up happening is you will slowly but surely snowball into the crazy girl or the crazy girlfriend or the crazy side chick that is always watching every single little thing he's doing. And then you'll turn into that girl that's picking up the phone and calling him and saying, why haven't you texted me in 2 hours? I know you're at that restaurant because I watched Josh's story and I saw your hand and your hair in the back and I seen you facing this one girl. Who's that girl you talking to on that story? I promise you. Once you start doing that, you will go from the category of queen, the woman that he worships, the woman he puts on a pedestal, to crazy woman that he has to stiff arm to get away from me. This is why I say, don't listen to what men say they want, because they'll say things like, oh, I love my girl a little bit crazy. I love when my girl's all over me. I love when my girl's calling me up and spam texting me and asking me where I'm at. That's what they say. And
now, didn't we just watch a whole video of people talking about something they like a girl a little bit crazy?
Mm-hmm.
And now you got this guy saying, no. You got some guy saying that they like it like this and like it like that, but no, don't listen to that. Watch this.
And then when they receive that crazy woman, all they do is tell their friends, yeah, man, she crazy. I got to get away from her. Yeah, let's not tell my girl about this. You know how she be, right? And all he does is disrespect you. All he does is go behind your back. All he does is feel like in his mind that you aren't as desirable as the other women who aren't acting that way towards him. So they don't actually respond to the crazy woman. They don't actually respond to the stalker woman. They respond to the girls who seem to care less about them because they're so focused on what? Investing in themselves. Next, I want you to stop telling men everything that you're doing 24/7. This is another way to easily kill his attraction towards you. See, I know that you hear men say, oh, I love a woman who would tell me everything that she's doing 24/7, be super open with her communication and just super forward and not make me guess or think about anything. And then all of a sudden you realize that you're actually doing him a disservice, because what he really wants, based on what he really responds to, is to desire you, is to fantasize about you, is to wonder about you. Why? Because as a woman, you are wonderful. And I want you to think about this concept. Why is it that when we depict men in the army, we talk about them kissing their medallion and looking at their pictures of their wife as inspiration and motivation to keep on going? And they dream about her when they're away from her, because men have a natural desire to wonder and fantasize about women, and a natural desire to build them up in their mind and think about them when they're not around. You have to understand, men are naturally going to do that with any woman they're attracted to and that they desire. So allow that process to take place by doing nothing.
Can I ask a question, Genesis?
Go ahead.
Does that dude seem heterosexual?
See, that's what happened the last time. That's what happened the last time.
Nightish, can I ask you a question?
Asking,
man, every time I bring this video up, now I'm about to bring the real gay dude up that really gonna sound fruity, and now y'all gonna be really mad. He don't seem gay to me. Does he seem gay to you? He don't seem like a gay dude to me. Does he seem gay?
You got a little feminine energy.
Lord Jesus.
You got feminine energy.
Maybe my see how these men do. He feminine energy. See, man, last time I couldn't even get through this video because the dudes was he's gay and he's trying to tell the woman how to.
I love you, Genesis. But go ahead, Raw. What was you about to say?
But if he is gay, that makes him more of the authority.
Right, because he dates men, right? He dates other men, so he know what men like, right? What would be the problem?
Exactly.
Okay, so let's talk about that. I think the whore knows men better than the gay man.
But they say don't listen to women what they talk about men.
I don't Genesis, I don't care what they say. The prostitute, the actual whore, is the therapist to most men. And this dude right here, I would say that he's like he think he's like the whore. But no, prostitutes, actual real ones, are actual men's therapists. Dudes that get off work, they got to have a drink and sit in their garage for a minute, will go to a whore and spill all his guts about his whole life, his wife, his kids, and everything. She know him better than his wife do.
And that's
Genesis,
the problem
can I
right
say
there.
something?
Because if he has a wife, he shouldn't be with a whore. But here's the thing about it, right?
Well, like 90% of men actually cheat on their wives with like prostitutes and hoes and stuff like that. So
right, because it's a
at the
sickness.
strip club.
Yeah, because it's a sickness. They got a Jezebel spirit, and they don't want to really admit that.
I don't think it's that high in percentages.
Genesis, can I say something?
Go
This
ahead.
is James Harlem. Okay, I was on the last show when this guy was speaking, and I was actually the first person who pointed out that ain't this dude zesty? And not to dismiss every single thing that he said, but there were some things that he said was extremely detrimental. I mean, all it takes is one fly in your grits, and you gotta throw it away. When he's speaking, All it takes is one fly in your grits, and you got to throw it all away.
That's bougie.
What I'm saying is this. He is speaking in absolute terms. Everything he said, everything I listened to, is you got to do it this way, and you got to do this, and there's no in betweens. Exactly. And when I pointed out that he was zesty, he might have an agenda to influence your mind with some negative aspects that could very well ruin your relationships.
Yes.
Now, if every woman were to take his advice, every woman might not lose their man, but a percentage might lose their man. And in that percentage, might want to swing his way.
Yes, there we go.
See? You think, here we go again. So you think?
Oh, go ahead, Jennifer.
Go ahead, Roger. Go ahead.
So what we do know is that if women don't take his advice, the majority of those women have the highest potential to have extremely high body counts and become baby mamas, which would be satisfaction and edification for men, that are heteronormative. How could you prove that a percentage of these women will lose their man and their man will swing the other way when he's not even talking about people that are in a relationship already? He's talking about people that are building a relationship, people that are dating.
Yes.
Here's how I can prove it. Because most women don't know he exists. Most women don't hear that. So that's proof right there.
Most women with fathers hear exactly what he's saying.
Well,
okay, can I ask you a question?
Wait. Let's take it one thing at a time. Most women don't have fathers. Most children are born in single parent homes with no dads around. So when you talk about the most women with fathers, you're talking about a minority of women.
That's not even true. You must have missed my show the other day.
Are you saying that most women had a fathers around?
I'm talking to what the Census Bureau says. The Census Bureau says that most African American children come from homes that are dual parent households. That only 17% of the households in the African American community are actually single mother households.
Say that one more time, Rob. One more time, please.
Most children in the African American community, according to the United States Census Bureau, are living in homes of cohabitation.
So
only 17. No, the majority, because there are also
about 17%, and then most people.
Yes, only 17% of households that have children in the African American community are single parent households.
Right. What I'm saying is that even if your daddy is there, it's still a matriarch.
No, what you said was most black women don't have their fathers because
they say single-led parents, right? It's 70% of children born out of wedlock. That's what they say, right?
Yeah, but they're lying.
Okay. So let's say that's a complete lie, and let's go along with what you say. 83% of people have a two-parent home in the black community.
I didn't say 83% either. I said only 17% of households in the African American community are single mother-led households.
Okay, so the numbers are simple. 17, that leaves 83 left, right?
No, because there are cohabitating parents, there are single fathers, and then there are grandparents raising children. So no, it's not that single. And when we're having these conversations, people really conflate and misrepresent the empirical statistical data.
Yeah, I don't want to conflate. So I'm going to say that even if what you're saying is true, it's still a matriarchy. Most of them dudes ain't standing up on shit.
Okay, and also when I spoke to just one fly in your grits,
and I want to say something before you go on. The one fly in your grits, you must be rich, because all I'm gonna do is get my spoon and skip out with that.
Hey, listen, bro.
Well, honey, flies have maggots in them, and they be giving birth to maggots. You can't be eating no flies and nothing.
I
The
don't give
moment that fly land on it, it could have maggots in it. Don't do it. You know what I'm saying?
grits. I'm not.
People out there don't eat no grits with flies in it. Okay?
Nah. Listen, what I was going to say also was here's a gigantic fly that he tried to put inside of the grits. When you played that video of him the other day, he was specifically telling women that they should be mean to their men. Now, me personally, what am I going to do with you if you mean to me? I'm not trying to be mean to you. I'm trying to have compromise in our existence to make our lives better. I don't need I take some Barack old drama, but I don't need no craziness. No, I don't need you being
When
mean
did
to
he
me.
tell
And if you
be
tell
crazy?
people to, if you genuinely tell women, if
First,
you genuinely tell,
it wasn't him that
hold
said
on,
that. It was him that said it. It was this guy that said it.
it was
Who?
both of them that
When
said it.
did
It was
he
both of them that
didn't?
said it.
Oh, child.
He said it. If you start that video back, from what you showed us, he said it and the other dude said it. Or both of them said the same thing. To be mean to your man, have some mean spirit. And my point was this: if you are
He
already a
didn't say
naturally nice,
be mean. He said do nothing for men. Now, that's not the same thing as being mean. He says do nothing
in
for
this
men.
particular
Let the
clip,
man go and contact you. Don't be the contactor. Let them miss you and then be the pursuer, because it's in a male's DNA to want to pursue. And if you be the one pursuing, you take away the oxytocin that builds up when he is dreaming about you and all these different things, because you're the one initiating all the contact. That's not the same thing as being mean to men. Now, I
I
will
was referring to
play
what
you.
you played. I was referring to what you played the other day when all the dudes started snickering and we realized that this dude is zesty and you're taking advice from him. And I
She
emphasized the
was,
fact.
Let me find the one that I played. Was it
but
the
she
same
was
guy?
literally just showing you a video, and in the video, the man never said that. So now you're introducing a topic or a talking point that this didn't even it wasn't even shown, nor was it. Ooh,
I was giving an example of his character and putting a premium on his opinion can be detrimental. As I was, my point is this: he's saying some very good things, some things that I couldn't agree with. But all it takes is one serious bad thing to just kill everything. You know what I'm saying? And I refer to what he said on the video that you didn't see. She played it maybe 2 days ago.
I think this is the one.
Treat men like dogs, they'll be obsessed with you. Yes, you heard me correctly. And I promise you, if you watch this entire video, this single statement will completely change how you view and treat men forever. Because men are so much more like dogs than you ever realize. And the beauty of that is you can influence that man's actions and emotions for your benefit, as long as you understand what your dog wants, what your dog is motivated by, and what your dog can't stand, which is exactly what I'm going to be breaking down for you in today's episode. And by the end of this video, you'll be such an amazing dog trainer that you'll have other women coming to you and begging you to train theirs too.
That's not the one, but yeah, he does have a lot of videos about like how to train a
And
man.
that was ridiculous. That was straight ridiculous.
Hold on, I think this is the one. Maybe this is the one.
How men treat women they aren't interested in. I'm going to warn you right now, this video is going to be very painful, but very necessary, because it affects the most valuable resource you have in your life, your time. If you are not hyper aware of exactly how men will treat you when they aren't interested in you, then you will waste so much of your time making excuses, being in limbo, and waiting for the relationship to change in ways that it never will. Which is exactly why on today's show, I'm going to be breaking down exactly what men will do to show you they're not interested without telling you they're not interested. Pay close attention to every single point, because some of these will even feel like he's interested while you're experiencing it. And by the end of the show, you'll finally be able to take your life back, because you won't spend another second of it on a man who isn't even interested in you.
Right. So this is the one, because what happened is we were talking about that whole situation with the guy, 10 years, blah blah blah. This is the one. All right. So so you're saying that he was saying to be mean to men, but if the guy is not interested in you, he's trying to tell you these are the clues as to why he might not be here.
First, we're going to discuss reverse of attention, because what I want you to be aware.
Go ahead.
What is a female dog?
A
bitch, right? So would you like me to treat you like a bitch?
No.
Okay, so you take his advice, you treat me like a fucking dog. No. That's
like,
10 flies.
that wasn't
That's
the video
10
I
flies in my
played.
grits. That's 10 flies in my grits. No. That's too
What
many
it
flies.
really breaks down to, when I listen to these life coaches and other things, it's about having the upper hand, right? So you'll hear men say treat her like a bitch because she'll listen to the Pookie and the Ray Ray and she'll never be in position, and she likes that because she likes drama. If you be this good guy, it's boring to her. You won't pull her to you. You also hear the opposite side of that when it comes to women. They'll tell women, you should make that man chase. You should never chase that man. And once again,
yeah. I'm sorry. He just told women to treat men like dogs. And if you train your dog well, you'll be happy. Come on, man.
That's the upper hand, brother. That's the upper hand.
Yo, dog, I don't want to be nobody dog, and I ain't gonna be no dog. I don't even like dogs like that.
But cool, that's you. But what in that scenario that she just painted, or he just painted, that's about doms and subs. I've been listening to Raw. Genesis, can you play that back at 50? I've been listening Raw. You know I pick up on game. Genesis, can you play that clip in the back at the 54-minute mark? This woman is a life coach. Listen what she says. She says, take a man's childhood traumas and use that against him.
I'm gonna play this while hold on, let's go into. I'm gonna go into this one because that's when this is one that everybody got mad at. This gay dude. Let's go.
They don't respect it, and they'll never give you what you want. Get in here, get in here, get in here. I'm going to teach you about male psychology in a way that you've never learned it before. And how do I know this information? Because, of course, I'm a man. I'm a glamorous one, and I'm a pretty one. But, darling, let me tell you this. I understand men inside and out because I'm also a gay man. So you're going to get the psychology and the understanding of someone who understands men, both as a man and someone who dates them. And let me tell you this right now. Men are not complicated. But if you don't follow the rules of understanding what they respect and what they go after, you will always end up on the losing end. Get in here, get in here, get in here, and understand what I'm about to teach you right now, okay? You can never be nice to men if you want them to respect you. Listen to me when I tell you this right now. With men, and listen to me very close, men have to suffer in order to value anything. In fact, if you don't believe me, think about different parts of men's life. They glorify suffering. They glorify hard work. They love it. Men who go to the military, we all know that basic training and when you're going through those entry points in the military, it's very hard. But listen to how men talk about it. Yeah, I went through this, I went through that, and so on. It was the hardest part of their life, but it gave them so much pride in who they were and what they conquered. And therefore, once they moved into military service, they valued it that much more. Think about a man who is in sports, football or anything like that. When he goes to training and boot camp and all that kind of stuff, whatever people look on sports, I don't know anything about sports for real. But when he goes through all of that, he talks about that forever. Think about a man who pledges a fraternity. He talks about all the things he's gone through in order to be able to cross. Men have to suffer in order to value anything, and that definitely includes when they have a feminine energy partner. If you want to be disrespected and undervalued, make it easy for that man. Be nice to him. Be accommodating. Be understanding. Give him the benefit of the doubt. You will be walked all over, chewed up and spit out, and then used until he finds a woman who actually has enough self-respect to stop being nice to him. When I say stop being nice to a man, what I mean is this. And this isn't about manipulation. I'm not teaching you to manipulate men. If you use it for that purpose, that's on you. But that's not what I'm teaching you. What I'm saying is from the moment you meet that man, you need to never be nice to him. When that man is testing you, because men will always test your limits, especially when they're just getting to know you. Not that they're bad people, it's just what they do. Think about the little boy, like you have children, or your nieces and nephews, whatever. That little boy, he's got the cup in his hand. It's full of water, it's full of milk. And you say, Marcus, don't you drop that. And he looks at you just like this. You say, don't you drop that. And he's looking at you to see, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? You have to assert yourself. Because you keep on saying, don't do that, don't do that. What's he going to do? And just look at you as that water, that milk, that whatever is spilled all over the floor to see how you're going to react to it. They test. That's what they're accustomed to doing. And they do it even when they get older. So when he tests you by taking a long time to call you back, when he tests you by disappearing for a couple of days and then popping up saying, oh my God, life is so busy, blah, 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 blah. Oh, when he tests you, darling, don't get mad. Get active. This is now your time to set a boundary. I love those moments, don't you, darlings? Because it gives you the opportunity to snatch them together in the best way possible. And you never do it nicely, ever. If that man takes forever to text you back, and he's done that for a while, why would you be nice to him and just like, it's okay, no problem, no. You just say, you know, you can say something to the effect of, he says, hey, you know, my bad, I forgot to text you back, or hey, my bad, I was busy. You can say, honestly, I'm trying to say it nicer because I'm not trying to be mean right out the gate, but let me tell you the way I would actually say it. Let me see the way you want it. Saying something to the effect of, actually, you know what? I think it may be better for us just to focus on being friends anyway, just because I get the sense that you may just be too busy in your life right now for anything more. No, I'm not too busy. It's not that. Why would you say that? Well, because, taking days to text back, it's fine. It's not a big deal. It's just, I'm just more accustomed to men who, prioritize me. So it's okay. We can just focus on friendship.
Yeah, I would say fuck you, bitch, and keep it
So what's wrong with that?
Yeah, I would say fuck you, bitch. Let's keep it pushing.
Are you serious, Genesis?
Fuck you, bitch. Let's keep it pushing.
Why would you
would say fuck you, bitch? Let's keep it pushing. Really?
I'm a little.
It would go that hard. Like, yeah, fuck you, bitch.
I
See, that's the same damn thing that other dude said about his baby mama. That bitch need to be corrected and need to take direction.
Genesis, I apologize, but if you say some stupid shit like that to me, I'm gonna be offended.
Why would you be offended?
I'm an asshole.
Don't you think that she should be offended by you wasting her time?
I'm not wasting her time.
What's coming.
Aren't you?
Yeah.
Don't you think that she should be offended by you just going ghost?
No, Genesis. I understand the scenario you just painted. I wouldn't do that, but I'm just saying, if somebody say some shit like, I was talking to this young lady. I think she's like 43, and she said some shit like, "We could be friends," and blah blah blah. I said, "No, I'm cool." She said, well, just give me your number. We could talk every. I said, "No, I'm cool." She said, "So you want to talk to me at all?" I said, "No, because I'm not going to be no nigga, a fucking orbiter."
Orbiter?
Yeah.
What is an orbiter?
A nigga that's just hanging around waiting for the attempt to be at the pussy. No. Get one of them other lame ass.
Wow. So you think that the laws of access to the pussy makes you an orbiter rather than you just stepping up at the beginning and not ghosting her and not leaving her on red and not treating her like shit. You're saying that makes you an orbiter because he's saying that you're setting a boundary and saying, hey, I'm not going to, take that.
Well, wait a minute. Dude just told y'all to treat us like shit. So if we do the same thing to you, now it's a problem.
But you're already treating us like shit. That's the reason why that this even exists.
No, you shouldn't be treated like shit. But let me ask you.
The reason why these guys exist is because, listen, the reason why these gay men exist telling women this is because who a lot of like women be going back to their gay friend talking about they men. That's what happens. A lot of these women be having gay friends or whatever, male friends that's gay, and they get to hear all the complaints, and then they end up starting a damn show about it.
Have you ever heard of a woman with a girlfriend who may have muddied their relationships with innuendos and lies just so she can take the nigga? That's his get down. That's they get down.
What?
So he's trying to get all the men. He just trying to get all the men. He don't want women to have no men. He want all the men for himself. That's why he got this show. He want all like
listen. A percentage can go a long way.
Y'all crazy,
if you take, listen, have you ever been to a store and you was 12 cents short and they wouldn't let you get that item? Okay, if he could take 12% of us, you ain't getting your item.
K-E-Y.
Wait. If he can take 12% of us,
no. What I'm saying is their game, from what I'm seeing, is to knock off whatever percentage of men from women that they can. And spewing advices like be mean to men and don't do this. I couldn't be mean to you. I mean, woman, and expect for you to want to be with me.
But
so what makes you think you
that
can
is
be
the
mean to me?
premise of the entire argument is that the women are saying the man is ignoring her. He's not
In the
probably had
beginning,
sex
the
with her,
first
put her on
he
red,
was
all these different things. But then they go to this.
no. Listen. If you want something good, you better be good to get it.
I don't know about that.
What
Hey,
do you
Rob, do you know this lady right here?
Who is that?
This lady right here on the camera. Can you play that, Genesis?
Coach trainer. I've been coaching women into provision, healed places, and feminine places for quite some time. And I keep telling y'all to subscribe to Chinatown so I can help y'all use the trauma that these niggas got to your advantage, sis. Now listen, sis. I know you used to hearing stories like that from these niggas, and you automatically go into trying to love them past whatever neglect their mama gave them. Okay. What the nigga learned early on from his mama was that he was not a priority. So when niggas learn early they're not a priority, sis, why do you come in making him a priority? Because that's where you go wrong at every time. Now, what this nigga learned how to do was chase validation, chase that he mattered, and chase consistency. And so that's why he go to weak women, ones who will make him a priority, because he know that that's what he was missing in his childhood. Now, where you went wrong, sis, is you was trying to prove that he was worthy, and you was trying to prove that he mattered. And what you should have been doing was taking cues from his mama and treating him the same way. Disappearing on that nigga for days at a time and let him try to figure out what you got going on. Because niggas love mysteries. They hate women who they can figure out who routines stay the same. They like a woman out there who they don't know what she got going on. And when she come back, they got a lot of questions, but she don't got a lot of answers. Sis, y'all be losing because y'all stay telling the truth. Learn how to lie. So sis, the trauma at play here is neglect. The nigga learned early on he wasn't a.
I just leave that there. I'm gonna mute myself because I can't contain myself.
Stop it. That was it.
That's not the girl from last night's conversations. I know you fucking lying to me.
That is the conversation though. The conversation is
Genesis. Genesis, my apologies.
I don't believe in that's being very toxic. I don't believe in doing that. That's the whole premise of this is like, you know what, people with trauma get together. I don't think you should trigger a man and trigger his trauma. That's going too far.
But
setting healthy boundaries, no, he's not saying to be traumatic to the guy. What he's saying and what the other guy was saying is work on yourself, focus on yourself. Don't be overly accommodating, because what will happen is that you end up chasing the man when men prefer to chase the women.
And he also said to be mean to us. And whose variation of mean are you going to get? Because what I might think is being mean in a nice way, somebody else could be thinking of mean as a nice way to them, but they doing like the other dudes say, stabbing you in your chest. Oh yeah, I love you too. Fuck out of here.
Man, y'all are just not being really truthfully honest about how y'all show up sometimes. If y'all don't like the woman,
Genesis,
he just said that he will still sleep with her even though he don't like her, and she's chasing after him, but he don't like her.
But Genesis,
so he'll use her for sex.
But that goes both ways.
Yep.
Maybe in the Genesis, let's be honest. That goes. Do you disagree that goes both ways? In the beginning, you don't necessarily like that guy.
Okay, so hold on. So let's hear from a bunch of straight dudes, because y'all just so hung up on the gay male and the women. Let's hear about a bunch of straight men talking about how they don't give a fuck about. Here we go.
Unfortunately, most men don't care.
So imagine blocking him and you think it's going to affect him. He's going to be like, oh my God, she blocked me. Oh my God, why she blocked me whole time? He like, thank God.
What if you never find a man who would truly love you? You probably won't. Because men really don't settle down because they fall in love. Men mostly settle down because they feel like they're getting old and gonna die alone.
And I found out that I keep
He was
crashing out
7.
men texts, sending them 100 voice notes, sending
I
them
thought you said straight
paragraphs,
men.
sending
These
them
are all
mad
chicks.
voicemails, screenshots, or calling them 100 times. Stop doing that
So that's
shit.
a man.
They don't care.
So it's women saying the same thing. Why
That's
is
a
it that,
man.
huh?
That is a man.
That's a man.
Yes.
How do you know?
How you know it's a woman?
Here,
So ladies, in today's video, we are going to be
Have some kids.
So let's okay, that's not a man. So this is Shira says she's not a man. Let's talk
healing.
about it.
Let's get right into it.
Have you ever heard a grown man talk about, well, what do you look for in a woman? I want to find true love. I want the fairy tale princess that I can sweep off her feet and take her away from everything. I want to be Prince Charming. You ain't ever heard no man say that. So why are you looking for it? It don't exist. He's not. He may do it because you want him to, but he's not out there claiming it. He's not out there advertising it because he ain't looking for it. But he'll give in if he like you enough. But he's not looking for it. If you walk around your whole life just looking to be loved, go look in the mirror. Have some kids.
See, go look in the mirror. That's the main thing.
You said you were
Go
gonna
look in the
show us
mirror.
some straight men, and you showed us Shira 7. I don't understand.
Wait. DJ,
Hold on,
DJ Genesis, I want to ask you a question.
hold on, let's because the end of this video has a bunch of dudes on there talking about stuff.
But no, before you go to the dudes, I want to talk
And I
about.
bet you they all homosexuals.
Do you think
They're not? They're look.
Nonchalant, back in front of his first or last love.
That man's gay.
Watch that man start turning gay.
That man is
Ladies,
sweet as shit.
That
you know,
nigga
from
gay
time to time, I heard women say that a man no act mature and him act like he's a child.
Come
No,
on, Genesis.
when a man behaves certain ways, it's because he doesn't care about you. So he doesn't care what you think.
Hey, that nigga rich.
Right? He's just doing things that he know will upset you. He's doing the things that will not make you happy. Right?
Oh, he gay too. Everybody, all the men is gay that talk about men and how they act. It's all gay.
Genesis, he's just a
crazy.
The two that you just presented were. No, go back to the dude with the earrings in his ear. Go back to. I know he is, but go back.
Because he from a different culture. It sounds like he either Nigerian or Jamaican. So because he had his wrist a certain way, he gay.
Not his wrist, also his affect when he speaks.
All right.
That's a fact.
Man, so
and why are they speaking in absolutes? Anybody who speaks in absolutes like that, that's problematic. Because they saying is the end or is the be all. No, gotta watch that.
James, them niggas sweeter than bear me, but Genesis.
Yeah.
What?
Is Shira 7 gonna find another James?
She might.
She says she's not going to marry again, so I don't think she's even looking.
Yes, she can't.
Why are y'all yelling?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Don't say y'all. That's just Night. Don't say y'all.
No, I'm not yelling no more. I'm whispering now.
And I apologize for my yelling. Earlier, Genesis, and you were very kind to me, and I appreciate you.
It's no problem. Like all the men is gay, but so what if he's gay? Listen.
You show us the gayest.
So you're saying that? Hold on. You're saying no because actually the dude that was on that panel, the one dude that was on that panel with the girl, on the top right, he left on the panel you showed me. He be talking about men truth hurts, be saying the same stuff about men, y'all, these men don't, they feel like this and blah, blah, blah.
Wait, so you're saying he's straight?
Truth hurts?
I'm asking you.
This is Truth Hurts. Hold on.
Do any of these dudes got degrees?
This is Truth Hurts.
Do they got degrees or they giving you their opinions?
So,
Truth Hurts on the top left. He does the same thing on TikTok about these men.
So what does that mean?
Well, you said that the straight men, it's only gay men saying this.
I don't know his sexuality.
But he was laughing at the. Come on now. So no matter what, they all got to be gay to be talking about giving women advice about men.
I don't know what he is.
If they're giving bad advice, if they're gonna tell you to hate me or to be mean to me, that's bad advice because I ain't with
And they
that.
gotta be gay
Because you don't
because
want
they're
me to
giving
be,
that advice
you
like
don't
that.
want me to be me, you don't want me to be anybody, but in particularly them, they got an agenda. Those
You're
dudes
saying
you
that all
showed
the gay
have an
men
agenda.
all the gay
The
dudes
ones you
have an
showed,
agenda.
the ones you showed, yeah, they do.
What's the agenda, James?
The agenda is to extract as many men as they can from the women's. So the likelihood of some of those men might be desperate enough to like them because they got on a wig and lipstick and rouge and
Honey,
shit.
that sounds like a damn conspiracy theory.
So Genesis, are you
But then
picking?
Or are women contacting him
why are they putting
and
gay
getting
dudes in school?
advice? Or are
Why are
women
they allowed to put Why are they allowed to put gay dudes in school? Because they're trying to brainwash our children early. Same principle.
Or you plan a date with him for, let's say you guys have a date planned for Saturday, for example. And you planned it, what's today, Tuesday? Let's say planned on
Oh,
Tuesday.
that's why I came
And he
up here.
doesn't
Is
text you
this a
all week for the
man?
date. Then Saturday rolls around.
Yeah.
And he's
This
like,
is a
yo, what's
man,
up?
ain't it?
And we still going out? Nope, you have other plans. You have other plans. I don't care.
All he's saying is that set boundaries.
So it is a he. Okay. I just wanted
No,
to
You,
confirm
you
that.
look at this man and don't know whether it's a he or a she, bro.
He got
It's a whole dude,
titties.
bro. What you
He
said?
got titties. I'm
He has
sorry.
he works
My
out.
bad.
He's got a chest. He works out at the gym. He probably bench presses or whatever the hell. Got a chest. He ain't got no titties.
Nobody
Y'all
cares.
are crazy with that. That's
No,
wild.
no,
You can't kill a dude. That's a whole man right there. And y'all really think that this is a woman because he's got a chest?
We don't.
I said it was a it. In
know.
my mind, it was a it. Like it was like a hermaphrodite
Yeah,
because some people are born as both.
don't know what.
No, that's a dude. He's a man.
Okay.
Do
He
you
said initially that he's giving advice because he's a man. He dates men.
Right. We
That's
don't
what he
care
said
what
off the
He
rip.
dates gay
we don't
men.
care what it says. But here's the thing,
Why
Jennifer.
are you going to take
It
advice
is
from?
telling you.
Wow.
Yes. Why?
Genesis. It is telling you.
It's happening again, Raw. It's happening again. I tried to tell. I wanted to let you
Hold
see it
up.
see it in the real. Like instead of y'all addressing what he's saying and saying, "Well,
We
this is
are
wrong because of what he's saying," y'all are focused on him on who's saying it. Same thing.
Hey, Genesis,
Charleston White.
why
When
you
he was
can't listen
saying,
to us? Why you can't listen to us? We got straight dudes up here who telling you from their heart how they feel, but you putting the premium on this dude with
okay,
with
so
a blouse
all
on.
right, okay. So here's the question: a woman is texting you,
Yeah.
right? You slept with her, right?
Yeah.
She's texting you, and you say she's busy. You're busy, right?
Yeah.
Weeks go by, okay?
Yeah.
You're not texting her, but she's texting you.
Yeah.
What does she do in that situation to get you to pay attention to her?
So can before I answer the question, because I'm going to answer your question directly. Are men born without purpose?
What?
I've heard that women are born with value and men have to earn their value.
I don't say that's some red pill rhetoric bullshit.
Okay, so let's get past the red pill stuff.
Everyone has a purpose. I'm an E5 priest. I believe everybody has a destiny and a purpose. I don't believe that men are not born with purpose.
You said you're a
Everybody on this earth
priest.
is born for.
So let's say this. What I'm doing is not about avoiding her. What I'm doing is trying to make sure that I'm stable. I'm working. I'm doing a bunch of different shit. It's not about trying to play games with this lady. I'm just busy trying to, keep myself stable. I'm not.
Why is it that there's all these things saying that if a man is interested in you, he will take the time out, and all that busy goes out the window because men do.
I will take the time out, but so you don't like a man to be stable?
Listen, it don't take that long to call someone and say hello. I mean, if you
Genesis,
ain't
can I
like
ask
a
you a
woman, do
question?
you not contact her? And if you want to get some pussy, do you contact her? In your stability, like if you're stable, at some point you get horny, right? And you have a woman contacting you, probably a roster, right? At what point do you contact that woman, or you just like what? Then when you want to get some, then you contact her to get some, but you haven't contacted her the whole time because
Hey,
you was busy.
Do you think most dudes got a roster?
at least like one or two women. If they even if they're like a lesser than, they got like at least one or two women. I mean, we're in the age of social media.
Wait. You saying a lot of things here. When you say lesser than, what's a lesser than?
Well, a person that's insecure or whatever, these the passport brothers that feel like they can't get women or whatever. The people like this are that feel like they can't get women or whatever. Even a guy that feel like he's ugly or whatever, they're gonna have women. There's more women on the earth than men, so you're gonna have a chance of having more women than a woman's gonna of having a bunch of men.
Genesis. I have a high self-esteem. I think I'm beautiful. I just stay away from a lot of women, so I don't have a roster at all. And if I like somebody, I let them know at face value from the beginning. It's not about whatever it is you just said. It's just that it's,
All right,
it's
all right, so you're dating you went on a date with a chick. What would make you stop talking to her and stop communicating?
so I don't date, right? If we're gonna be in a relationship, we're gonna be in a full-fledged relationship. We can talk and whatever that is, get around to get to knowing each other, whatever else. But once we're together, we're together. It won't be no whatever it is. This sounds like
So is that across the board for everybody on the panel? Same thing?
I mean, I understand the dating part when you're getting to know somebody, you try to swoo them to let them know that you care about them, and that involves money most times. Yeah. But relationships are what you're seeking. Most dudes, if they're going to continuously take somebody out and spend their money with them, they want that woman.
and it won't be no you because we're together now. It won't be no I'm leaving your scene and not calling you back and all that other shit. We most likely are together.
Right. We're gonna be calling each other.
I understand what you're saying. You're talking about people that's playing games with each other, so they might do all this goofy shit.
Well, here's the thing. There's a reason why there's a bunch of women that are saying that men do not care.
Right, because
they be mean to him. Because they be mean to him. That's why.
No, wait.
No, like why? Okay, if all the men have this same sentiment as you, why is it that you've seen a bunch of like women that are like get on these things and be like men don't care? So y'all are like y'all are being delusional at some point, and y'all are not being accountable about how y'all really be showing up in these relationships.
And we're trying to answer your question, but you don't want to absorb it. She playing games and he playing games. They both bullshitting, and they're gonna keep doing that. They're gonna have rosters. They're gonna play games with each other. They're gonna lie to each other because they're not serious. Either one, not her or him.
Hey, Genesis, now here's a serious question. How many relationships you can imagine broke up because a woman was on that time of a month, and because she couldn't control her mouth and her emotions, she said some crazy shit to do to make him leave.
You know what, Genesis?
Okay. Yeah, no,
I have reached the apex of the level of bullshit that I'm going to listen to today. Like, what the hell? What in the entire
No, examine that question. Examine that question. Examine that question.
Like,
Everybody,
you've been
don't
talking
interrupt.
literally
She's
for 30
talking.
minutes, and I've not said anything because I've literally just let you talk this insanity, right? But at the end of the whole day, a lot of men are really horrible to women. And your best clapback is how many relationships have broken up because a woman can't control her mouth. Like, yo, I really be trying to let a lot of y'all live. This is the reality. You're sitting here looking at videos of women talking about the negative emotional effects of the treatment that they receive from men. A woman that has had negative experiences with relationships is telling you the same thing. And because you're trying to uphold the brotherhood of the stabbing sword, because God forbid women have standards, because then a lot of y'all just simply, even more of y'all wouldn't get any vagina, then it's a problem. Instead of saying, hey, you know what? Yeah, some men ain't shit. And they really be doing it. And I can understand where it comes from. Oh, this is a man. And because he's gay, what he's saying is not valid. As if just because he has a sexual attraction to men, his ability to observe men and his ability as a man to know what happens in dating relationships is all of a sudden nullified because he's attracted to another man. My God, today. The reality of it is a lot of men, especially Black men, are homophobic as hell. That's it. And that's all. Like we're just gonna just keep on lying and not telling the truth. Truth is, y'all don't want women to have any standards, and y'all don't want women to understand, no, they're not here to be in abject servitude to men, because oh my God, y'all want women to be in abject servitude so that you have a higher percentage to have an availability to get the pussy. And I could respect it more if y'all just kept that shit a stack.
Thank you.
Damn. Now I'm done.
You got people pretending like well, no, not me, not all men. They love that not all men do it. It's just I'm the exception to the whole situation. How can a man tell if you are weak? Why does this subject exist? Hold on, listen. This is a man, right? Saying, how can a man tell if you are weak? Why would this subject exist? Why is it that men are saying that they can tell women? Listen,
if you're weak, if I keep doing stuff to you, you never say nothing. I do it right in your face. You never say nothing. You know what they tell me? You want a man. You let me do whatever just to keep me there. So once I know you don't open your mouth, I know when I come in late, you ain't gonna say a word. I'm gonna come and go as I please, and you're never gonna leave. Number two, I can get you pregnant with a bunch of babies, and you never say nothing. That's on you, it ain't on me. You gotta walk around with that big old stomach, sweating, going through it, stressing about me. Hell, I can go out there and stay going as long as I want because you're dedicated to them kids. See, I'm the man supposed to go out there and work, make the money. You sit at home, you answer to me. See, messing with your mental right now. You know what I'm saying? You think about these kids ain't really got no father because the father's outside doing what he want to do with any woman, but I'm seeing stuck and my life is over. I ain't got nothing for myself. But you better be careful because guess what? When them kids get older, guess what he gonna do? Turn them kids against you because he finally gonna leave. He gonna tell them kids, she is the reason why I left. And them kids gonna start hating you. They're gonna start resenting you. Number three, once that man know he can beat on you, verbally abuse you, and you scared, get what he's saying? I got her so scared, man. She always gonna be a slave to me. She always gonna do what I say because she's scared I'm gonna take her life. And one day I might. She ain't never without me. Huh? You gonna get tired of getting black eyes. You gonna do what he say. Okay. He go to money. Okay, I'm sorry. You gonna be a little child being disciplined by their parent. And you the child, he gonna be your daddy. Whooping you whenever he feel like it. When he feel like you trying to talk back and be a strong woman and raise your voice, you ain't got no choice but to take the beating. Unless you pack your bags while he at work and just leave and run off. Because guess what? If you don't run off, your life gonna be took by him. Because one day you may get tough and tell him, I don't want you no more. I finna go. And that's when your life is over. Ladies, you better be careful. Stop being weak. When you start doing something wrong, get your ass.
Hey guys,
so let me just talk about this. Let's talk about it, bro. All these women that end up dead over these men. Here's the thing. Because we try to pretend like that everything is not, that this stuff is not going on, not happening.
What's not happening?
Tales from the hood.
Disrespect. Tales from the hood. So now we didn't see, just like the Charleston White situation. And he was trying to tell that guy about being a single mother. And everybody always moved up. They're gonna move the goalposts. So when it was it was a woman. No, don't listen to women. It was a dude. Oh, he's gay. Oh, he's really gay. Is he really even a woman? A man? Now you hear a dude that's saying the same shit. How men will purposely spot weak women and do shit. And now tales from the hood. So
what kind of dude is that though?
Then they'll say stuff like this: women don't take accountability. But I'm seeing a bunch of men, just like I saw on Charleston White thing, not taking no accountability.
No,
That's the
Genesis,
thing. Y'all constantly be wanting to say that women don't. We're
Charleston White
delusional.
called his woman a hoe in the video, a bitch. I'm gonna let the bitch stay here while I go do this. He said that. Ain't nobody asked him to say that. So how much advice can you
That's
take
not
from
the
him?
point I'm trying to make. See, you done moved the goalposts again.
I'm not calling my woman no bitch to
Right.
make no nigga happy.
Now it's about calling women a bitch or not. I'm talking about the subject at hand about men manipulating women. So if he is calling his wife a bitch and he's still married, then that woman is going through the exact thing that these men are talking about. Because that's crazy that she's still with him and she's in public eye calling her a bitch.
Yes, I'm calling you a weak woman, but it's okay. We can fix that. Number one is the girl that y'all.
Are dudes that
Go ahead, say it again. Say it.
there are dudes that are manipulators, and there are people that go along with contracts. That woman that's married to Charleston say he's a sole provider. He give her everything. She don't have to do nothing at all. So the part of that contract is he gonna have side women and all that other shit. That's something she going along with. So that's why he say his woman is his bitch, his woman is his wife, his woman is his hoe, his woman is everything he need her to be. Because he's a sole provider.
Child, whatever.
But
Okay,
I'm not black in no woman's eyes. I'm not hitting you. The stuff that he was describing, those dudes is off. And that's a small percentage of
but
black
he
men
went
who
through the
gonna
whole
hit their
gamut of
women.
how different ways that men will exploit a weak woman.
What kind of nigga is that though?
He wasn't. But no, it's
wasn't-
because people listen. You guys are delusional. You guys don't take
Why would you say
accountability.
that?
Like y'all say
Why would
that
you say that?
women are delusional and don't take. You guys pretend like these men out here don't exist like this that do this. You guys might be the exception to the rule, but this exists.
Convince yourself that social media is not that big of a deal.
Predators exist. That's
We
what
get into the
this is
pink
what I
one,
was
right?
gonna
Isn't
say
it-
the whole time. Predators.
I said multiple times. You exist.
Stop, Nightish. Predators exist. He's talking about predatory behavior. That's not indicative of all men. That's not within all men.
Thank you.
That's not what men do, and that's not how men move.
About right now.
That is what
Every
he's
time you
talking
come out
about.
what a man do, everybody get into not all. We know
But you
not
bringing up bad
all,
examples. You bringing up bad examples though.
but they exist.
Yes,
Hold on.
yes, that's true.
Toy.
that's true.
So I'm
Toy.
saying I've been
Hold
through
on,
it.
Genesis,
I've been
Genesis.
domestically abused. I've been through
And
all
they
the
were predators.
Genesis.
Okay,
Hold
yes.
on a second. So y'all having an issue because we're bringing up bad examples.
No.
But when wait,
No, that's
let
what
me-
he said.
I know. Well, let me finish this.
Don't interrupt.
But when men are talking about women on social media, y'all are framing it as all women are hoes. All women are gold diggers. All women are this. All women are that. All women, all women, all women, all women.
These women, these females, and all that bullshit.
Man, y'all just said y'all are doing this. Y'all are doing that. That's what you just said too.
Brother, wait
Fuck it.
1 second.
People, no. Like, y'all, listen. Let her finish, y'all. Cause y'all be dominating and over talking. Let Raw finish. She don't be saying much. Let her go.
You know how I feel about it. Like I have my husband. So, and women that want to get like me, the point is this: a lot of these men, the vast majority of these men, exist on the spectrum of predatory behavior, right? And even though a nigga might not black your eye out, he will try to mind fuck you for you to be loyal to him while he's not even loyal to his goddamn self.
Mm-hmm.
And I think a lot of men get very reactionary when they hear conversations like that and they try to minimize the shit because that's a form of gaslighting. Because men that are not like this can acknowledge the fact that, yes, several men exist like this. And yeah, you should take this advice. You know what I'm saying? Take the meat and spit out the bones. You don't have to be extremist with the premise, but you still need to implement some of that and put up boundaries
to protect yourself and not make yourself accessible to everyone. God damn.
I agree. But how about the guy who treats his woman so good that she starts to take advantage? She starts to take him for granted. What do you say to people like that? To women like that? When
That's
they do
a
get
whole
somebody
nother show.
Okay.
Genesis.
But my
This
point
is a
is
show
this.
called all right. This is a show about women and men. This is not about the show about the men. I'll do a show about the men's side, but we're talking about when men are predatory towards women. And we're also talking about the aspect of setting boundaries, the whole mean girl trope. That is she really being mean, or is she setting healthy boundaries? And then the moment that you hear a person say set healthy boundaries, it becomes all
It's a problem. At the end
But
of
they
the
were
day,
men
ladies,
teaching women to be mean, not healthy
listen.
boundaries. They were saying being mean in particular.
One man said be mean. One gay man said be mean. And you have turned that into they. Like, that's the part that makes it crazy as shit. Listen, it has been a pleasure hanging out with you, Genesis. But like I said, I've reached the top of my cup with fucking toxic conversation. Because this shit is toxic. And I really can't stand how, like, we can flesh out a conversation, but the fact that people always want to try to flip it back to but the women. But we talking about the men, because the reality of it is, if men were more stable, if they knew the pathway to leadership and they knew how to actually lead women, these conversations would be a non sequitur. The fact that you have a whole entire space where men are trying to lead other men and trying to tell other men the best ways on how to engage in family and relationship and preference and all of this and all of that lets you know there's a breakdown in the dichotomy. And that doesn't have shit to do with women, because a woman's nature inherently is to follow her husband. So men really have to start, as Charleston White said, taking a fucking accountability and looking at the man in the mirror. Michael Jackson done told y'all that shit in the 80s. I'm starting with the man in the mirror. Michael Jackson did say I'm starting with the woman in the mirror. And the problem is a lot of you men are led by your dick. A lot of you men are looking for women to lead you instead of being the men that lead the women. Everybody in my chat, the link to DJ Genesis video is pinned. Please come over here. Genesis, I love you, sis. I'm done.
Thank you, Raw. Love it. And that's what all I'm saying. I'm glad that she made that wrap up. And I'm tired too. Cause I swear, I done went through psychology, everything in this whole live stream. I'm showing this whole thing about other men talking about how they spot weak women, and people are pretending like this okay, all right, so that this doesn't exist. But why would they be able to verbalize it? Let's go.
That has convinced herself that it doesn't mean anything that he likes other girls' pictures all the time. It doesn't mean anything that he follow all these OnlyFans models and Instagram models. It doesn't mean anything that he never posts you and he claims to want to live a private life. It just Instagram is made to like pictures. Shawty, you know you're not okay with that. You know deep down there's something wrong with that, bro. Like, and then look at the day and age, bro. Social media is the easiest way to cheat. That's probably step one. If it ain't the workplace, you being weak, okay? That man is micro cheating on you. And I bet my last dollar, he gonna end up cheating for real. Number two is the woman that allowed her man to just disappear off the face of the earth with no update, no communication, nothing. It's been 5-6 hours and that man has not updated you with what's going on. He has not told you where he's at, what he's doing, what he plan on doing, what time he plan on coming home. And your response is, he just a guy. He's out with the guys. He handling responsibility. He being a man. No, that man is out there doing you the worst way, Shawty, I promise. You know your man, right? And I know your man. When does he never not have his phone on him? When is his phone ever dying? When is it never not charged up? He like, my phone died, bro. That's why I had to go crash in my partner house, and I just woke up at 4:30, found the charge, and now I'm texting you. If you believe that, you a weak woman. 3 is when this man feelings are involved, when his emotions are evoked, when he's upset, you excuse his shitty ass behavior. I'm gonna give y'all some games. Repeat. You do not judge a man by how he treats you when he's happy with you, or how well y'all did in the cupcake phase of the beginning. You want to know how a man feel about you? How he handle you when he mad? When you done pissed him off, because it's gonna happen. I mean, that's inevitable. But how he talk about you then? How he talk to you then? What's his tone? What'd he say? There's no such thing as I just said that because I was mad. Please, like, if you believe that you was a weak one, if you believe that bullshit for real, it's like that shit was brewing in them this entire time. And now you done stir their ass up so much that they got word vomit. Or shit, they may have said it intentionally to hit a nerve. 4 is the woman that allows her man to not show any type of effort. You don't require this man to meet any standards, okay? Listen to this. Your love that you have for your man should be unconditional. But being in a relationship with you is very much conditional. It's, my boy, you got it's rules, guidelines. This shit was all in the goddamn, you know what I'm saying? What's it called? Table of contents. This shit is in the terms and conditions, okay? You have got to treat me like a queen. And if you don't, we are done. Straight like that. That's it. So if you're a woman and you got a man or you dating somebody and you allowing this shit to slide, stop being weak, bro. Cut that shit out.
You know, the sad part is that sometimes some women think that if you don't question a man, if you just be his peace, because we all know that when a man says be his peace, it means let him do whatever, let him play in your face. Some women think that if you follow that truth and you never question this man, you never argue, you never bring up the things that are bothering you, then that man is going to love you. He's going to see you as wifey material. Little do you know that these men are actually looking at you as though you're weak. They can manipulate you, they can do whatever BS with you, and you're still going to stay. That's why I really pity the pick-me women. Like, pick-me women really think that when they cater to men, when they show men that, oh, you're my everything, you're my world, like they are always going to stick up for the men are going to, love them so much and treat them right. It's actually the opposite. It is the opposite. You're setting yourself up for failure, my love. That man is not going to love you more just because you're the type of woman that keeps quiet no matter what he does, just because you're the type of woman that never questions him. Instead, he's going to see you as a dummy. He's going to know that you're the one that will always accept his BS. And once a man knows that you're that type of woman, my dear, they are going to put you through it. They are going to put you through it.
Hello, hey there, this is Benjamin, and in this video, I'm going to be giving you 10 signs that you, as a lady, you are very desperate. There's also another video of a desperate man. Go and Google the meaning of desperate.
Lol, he said go and Google the meaning of desperate. I love his humor already.
Number 1, you confuse physical intimacy with love. Yes, of course, he has slept with you by now, I think, and I hope so. Or he is planning to do it like so many men want to do. And after that, he stops responding to you or calling or texting you. Or even if he told you that he doesn't want anything serious in that relationship, but you still want to force things, you are very desperate. Number 2, you discuss with him to meet your parents or to meet your family members. Yes, of course, after the first date, you will imagine and think that you have met Mr. Alejandro and this is the man, the father of your son and daughters. That is a very clear sign that you are actually very, very desperate and you're forcing him to meet your family members and you're forcing him to be together with you or to marry you. Number 3, you stalk him on social media. Mrs. Stalker, I'm talking to you because you always are on his social media platforms, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, texting, putting their comments, hello babe, and you expect him to do that. In fact, you are one of those ladies who try to force a man to post to you on social media so that everyone, including Benjamin, can see that you're dating. Very, very desperate. Number 4, you talk about marriage after a few dates. After how many dates? A few. Go and Google the meaning of a few. If you start talking about these things and eventually you're the one who starts bringing it up and you bring it up all the time, that when are we settling down? What do you think or how do you feel about marriage? I don't feel anything. Oh, not me. That guy doesn't feel anything about marriage. get the answers on Google.
Ladies, I for one, I believe that you shouldn't pester a man to marry you. Like, if that man, if you made it clear that you're dating for marriage and that man is not showing any signs, he's not talking about the future with you, like, you don't have to always pester him and remind him and, become that desperate, like he's saying. You don't have to pester that man. Subtract yourself from that situation, because it really doesn't take that long for a man to know whether he wants to.
Like, yo, I beg some.
So like you have a bunch of men, and these are straight men. These are not gay men, like we was able to talk about the gay men, but these are straight men talking about women being desperate, talking about all these different things. You know what I'm saying? These are men talking about this. So we can't continue to like sit up here and pretend like that okay, and why is it the same subject? You're texting them too much. Here we go.
Esteem, and you don't love yourself enough. You don't have a high sense of self. It will be reflected in your dating choices. It's going to be reflected in the dating choices. In your dating choices, it will be reflected.
And people might be like, "Oh, these are foreign men."
And gay for the most part.
They're not.
But I agree that there's some toxic dudes that's out there that's just playing games with women.
Finally, you admit it. Okay,
that's been the testing y'all to see what y'all gonna put up with, what we can get away with, what y'all gonna deal with from us. And sometimes we be playing games to see if you actually like wifey material. You know what I'm saying? Like, we be testing y'all. Fret not though, cause I'm about to get y'all the tea as I always do. But it's my last time doing it. All right, I'm done doing it. I'm done giving y'all the biz because I'm exposing too much. All right, it's my last time. I'm about to tell y'all the ways that men test women. And disclaimer, please, y'all, I ain't no damn prophet, you know what I'm saying? This ain't no one size fits all situation. So don't take what I say so literal, you know what I mean? Take what I say.
So is he gay too? Anyway.
And put it into
yes,
your
he
situation.
is very
right?
gay.
Listen,
he said,
so
I'm going to give y'all the tea. That's a very
we'll purposely go long
statement.
periods of time without talking to y'all.
A lot of the young kids are doing that. He's a younger dude. Come on, everybody's using every words. Let's go.
We be doing this to see how much attention
He's
y'all
taking
go
his
demand
cues from women.
and if we could just pop in and out of y'all life if we want to. But like I said, it's not a one size fits all situation. Sometimes we dead do be busy, you know what I'm saying? But if you know your partner and your partner mess with you like that, 9 times out of 10, he gonna let you know, like, oh, look, I'm at work, I'm at the gym, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, so I'm not gonna be on my phone. And you should just be knowing your partner. Like, is he the type to just fall asleep and ghost the whole world? You know what I mean? Do he really not be on his phone like that? You know what I mean? That's just what it is. Next, we'll bring you around our friends early on, and we be doing this to see if you're gonna be choosy, if you're gonna be flirty, if you're gonna be all up in their face, being friendly, stuff like that. But this is actually a good thing though, because that means he's really considering taking things seriously with you. You know what I mean? He letting you meet all his peoples and stuff like that. Be warned though, the insecure man will find a way to see flirtation in any of the things you're doing, even if you're just being cordial. And last is seeing if we can get y'all to the crib on the first link. I'm gonna keep it real with y'all. Men do not mind taking y'all out on dates. You know what I'm saying? Dudes be paying for the cheat all the time. You know, that ain't nothing. But you gotta set that standard that's what it is. Cause if I could get you to the crib and hit it on the first link, then why am I gonna take you on a date? Cause I'm gonna keep it real. The end goal, I'm gonna keep it a buck. The end goal always be to get some coochie. But you actually like liking a girl, having feelings for her, getting to know her, come from the stuff outside of that. So if you're gonna let a dude get it easy on the first link, especially if y'all haven't really been talking or texting or anything like that prior, then there's no reason for that. There's no reason for that. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no reason to really get to know you. There's no reason to go on dates and everything. You already gave me what I wanted. Ladies, understand, men like the chase. We like the chase. Even though that's annoying, we naturally like the chase. But yeah, I hope my last couple of vids, the ones I made before this one and this one, help y'all. Like I said, man, I ain't no prophet. I'm just speaking from experience and things.
So so now can we have a real conversation? Because I showed the gay dudes and everybody couldn't take it. So can we have a real honest conversation about what men do out here? Because we wouldn't have a lot of women talking to gay dudes about this man ghosted me. The reason why a person like MJ exists is because he is booked up until January with consultations with women about this whatever the men was doing. You know what I'm saying? In the whatever this man he he's ghosted me. He doesn't contact me. He doesn't talk to me. That's because and they're talking to the little fairy god gay dude. And there's like dude that calls himself I'm your fairy gay brother, whatever, that actually talks about that. You know what I'm saying? Now, even though a lot of you know, the you know what I'm saying, I would say people that talk about this be straight dudes saying that this is what they're doing, we want to pretend like everybody that's saying this is some gay ass men, but that's not true.
The poorer the girl, the more attracted I am to her.
Yeah.
It's only a poor woman that will wake up by 7 a.m., pray for you, NSPPD, go online, and say, what God cannot do this? I'm going to put my husband on the fire altar. I'm going to pray for my husband. Make my husband.
It's hard to understand what he said, but let me
afford to do it. So I take it.
All right, sir. Okay, Corey Holcomb, let's go. He's like the asshole of all.
Can't afford to say, fuck you, Corey, I'm gone. She just can't afford to do it. So I take advantage of that. Now, that might be wrong, but her poverty.
He's been a proven predator. So are you saying all men do this, or are you saying predatory
men do it?
That's why you always must have your own.
So not predatory men, just all
here's
men.
The thing.
Okay, I got
I'm saying that you guys might not be the predator men, right? Y'all might be the stand-up guys that don't do this to women. But we cannot pretend that there's not men out here that's doing this. You wouldn't have all this shit out here with dudes having podcasts talking about the same. You wouldn't have the women seeking advice from people like Derek Jackson about why does this man treat me like this?
Because he wants some monkey.
I said it, Angel. Go ahead and hit the link. I just sent it to Facebook.
Yeah, we established they're predators. So how are we moving the conversation forward?
So, but aren't all men predator?
Oh, all men are predators? Wow, that's
aren't they considered to be predator? Don't they like hunt and all this stuff? I heard that that's what men.
But don't conflate
that
it.
Men are predatory.
So
you know,
hunting
hunt.
deer is the same thing as being predatory to,
yeah, hunting
to
is
women.
predator. You're preying on the weak.
I hunt.
So hunting, if you're hunting, that's a predator.
No,
why are we pretending like hunting is not a predatory thing?
Why are you conflating the two though?
Do you want to be the one that approaches a man, or do you want a man to approach you?
What is the definition of a predator?
What is
Why would you conflate that hunting as far as dealing with women?
Question she asking? She's saying, "What is a predator?" Don't you want a predator? I'm talking to DJ Genesis. You don't want a man that's just around you, walking past you back and forth, waiting for you to say something to him, do you?
Well, yeah, I do want a man to speak to me.
Approach you, yes. So yes, we're predators. Okay.
So when you so let's why are we saying? Well, they'll know that man is.
That's not the same kind of predator.
Each person might have their own predatory ways, but it's still predator.
But listen, DJ Genesis, when you it's social norms that they're trying to bastardize now. It is natural for me to seek you and let you know that I want you, and there'd be no confusion there. And when you say predatory just sound crazy. But yes, we're predator. We're going to hunt for you. Yes.
Okay, so let's not. But are you saying that that one man's way of being a predator is different than the others? Okay, I get that too.
No. All men should be seeking their prey, and their prey is their woman.
As a woman, I know.
Let's go.
We always talk about men being providers, and a man should invest in you and stuff. But as a woman, always have a backup plan. Always have your own, because it's going to help you stand up and live in situations that are not serving you. When you're solely depending on a man, you're going to have to tolerate a lot of BS. And when a man knows that he's your everything, you have no fallback plan. Without him, you don't have any money. You basically can't survive without him. That man is going to treat you as though you're nothing. But when a man knows that you want him but you don't need him, my dear, he's going to know his limits when it comes to you. He's going to know not to mess with you. You literally had it from them. They love getting with poor women because poor women are easier to manipulate. Poor
women. That's what Corey Holcomb said. Easy to manipulate. Why would a person say that?
And because they have a pure predatory mind state, and not in the sense that Nighters just said.
So let's go.
Because there's a difference between being a predatory man and an assertive man. He was talking about assertion, that has autonomy over himself, but also acknowledges your autonomy. Predatory men do not acknowledge your autonomy. They will seek to control you. And if you don't know the difference, it's a shame.
Oh no,
There's
I
a
definitely know
difference
I
between
definitely know the
being
difference.
being an
Let me tell you.
assertive man and a predatory man.
But I'm gonna tell you what is that a lot of men, there is a difference between being assertive and predatory. But a lot of men, what they'll do is they might be a predatory man, but they will hide their true intentions. They don't always just rip the mask off immediately. They start off a certain way and then they end up another way. That's the thing. And if a man is always searching for box or to hook up with a woman or whatever, and you know that that's what a lot of men are after like women for, why do we pretend like this whole conundrum does not exist where men will prey on women to get what they want, abandon a woman, and then now you leave these women out here contacting gay dudes like this guy and MJ, wondering what did I do wrong? He seemed like he loved me. He seemed like he liked me. He said he did. Let's talk.
Men are super scary because many of them are predators. And so
So
what I
what do
wanted
you
to
want
do
to
as a
talk
dating
about
coach for
it?
almost 15 years and as your fairy godbrother is to share with you some of the signs that a lot of these male predators are looking for when they're trying to date you to see if they can exploit you, manipulate you, and just take control and advantage of you. Okay? So first, let's talk about reactions. They're always going to be looking at your reactions. So they will often like test you by saying something a little bit disrespectful, teasing you, or a joke. You're going to have to set a boundary immediately and let them know how it makes you feel. That hurt my feelings. That made me uncomfortable. They will also compliment you and they will look to your reaction. If you are minimizing it or saying, no, I'm not beautiful, right? Or you're acting like you've never had a compliment before in your life. Oh my God, thank you so much. This is so nice of you. I can't believe you're saying this. They already got you, girl. Okay? So they're looking at your reactions to how they are communicating with you. The other reaction that they're looking for is if they're going to ask you for a favor. They're going to ask you maybe for money, for a ride to the airport, maybe even career advice, right? Please don't give it to them. Don't give them anything. They want to see, is she going to give to me? Because real men that are in their masculine energy, they want to give to you. They don't want to take from you. Okay? Now, let's talk about what you say in your words. So if you're saying a lot of, I don't know, he already knows that he has you because it means that you're not checking in with yourself, that your head and your heart are disconnected. If you're saying a lot of self-deprecating things and humor, oh no, I'm not that smart or I'm not that good at math, he already knows that you don't think highly of yourself. So that you can just co-sign on whatever you're thinking, he can co-sign on that, and you can start to stay in a lower vibration or a lower sense of self-worth. Okay? The other thing, if you're saying things like, I'm dating for marriage, I'm dating with intention. First of all, every man knows that if you're dating for all of that. And if you feel like you have to say it, he knows that you're desperate for it. You're desperate to be chosen. You're desperate to be in a relationship and to be married. Don't say those things. Also, don't talk about your healing journey. Everyone's healing, right? But if you're talking about your healing journey, he's going to take it as, oh, you must have really gone through some stuff. So you're going to be open to going through some stuff some more. So let's also talk about the physical, okay? So if you're around a guy and you start fidgeting with your clothes, right? It means that you're trying to look good for him, that he already has control over you. Or if, for example, and I'm a girl's girl, but I want to put you on here. If I see more skin than clothes, he knows that you're thirsty for attention and that if he gives it to you, you're going to be putty in his hands. Okay? The other thing is, if you don't feel good about your body, if you're super tall or maybe you're thicker, a lot of those women, or even super skinny, right? You'll try to be small, right? And your posture will actually say a lot about you. And this is how the predators will target you. Okay? So that's the physical part. Now, let's talk about your actions. Don't chase. Don't initiate texts. Don't initiate calls because you're chasing him. And when you chase him, he already knows that he has you.
How do men pick who they manipulate?
So even though he might have been gay, what did he say that was wrong in that situation?
That dude was more on point than the other ones. Except to say this. Just be honest. Be yourself. If a dude can't accept you for who they are, well, then that's the dude that you shouldn't want to be accepted by. If you have to hide, if you have to duck, you got to do all that. I mean, eventually your true nature is going to show if y'all be together. So those kind of advices, you know what I'm saying, it's just wrong. Just be you. Okay, Genesis, you attracted, I don't know how many dudes on this panel right now, but this is because of you being who you are. Now, you may say some things that we might not agree with or whatever, but we are attracted to you. I'm definitely attracted to Angel, but I wouldn't I wouldn't be here without you. So my point is this: be you.
Right. So this is not really about, but I'm just saying. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate, and I appreciate all you being. You know, I have a majority male audience, so that's why I bring these subjects up because I feel like they need to be had. I normally would just only talk about politics, but I said, you know what? Let me be the one that start talking about and bring these men together and have these conversations, woman to male. Because a lot of times when you get on these other podcasts, it becomes a sausage fest against women. So I actually want to give a shout out to y'all and how much decorum you guys have had in this conversation to be able to kind of go through the understanding of, okay, yeah, all right, so there are predatory men. Men can be manipulative. Understand the difference between predator and predatory. Welcome to the panel, Angel. Is there something you want to say?
Hey, everybody.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, my Angel.
Go ahead. That's all you want to say? Just hey.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't. I honestly, I'm eating. I was not paying attention. What was the question?
So what we were talking about was predatory versus being a predator, right? So all men are predators. We're talking about the difference between a predatory man and a predator. But sometimes the line can be blurred in my eyes because I think that all men have a ability to manipulate women, especially when you're talking about the fact that most men are after sex. So the bottom line is that if men are after sex and when they get the sex, what happens after that? So a lot of times if a man's not doesn't like the sex or whatever, and the woman is now chasing after that man, now you have a woman that has had sex with you that you don't even like, and now she's in a weird position. So when does it come on the onus of the man to say, maybe I should slow down and maybe I shouldn't just jump in bed immediately with the woman, you know what I'm saying? And maybe I should also, take some time to get to know her or whatever. But go ahead, Angel, you have to say something.
I just revert back to what I said originally. I think it depends on a healed or unhealed man. We all have trauma, and vice versa with women also. We all have trauma. We heal from it or we don't heal from it, and that dictates how we move.
Good points. Thoughts, guys? Anybody?
If I can say something, I think it's also what these women show, because the ones I know I can't manipulate, they're gonna show me off the rip that you can't be manipulated, and then you don't have to be mean to do that. You just have to be firm in whatever you do. Like I work in the prison, and a lot of these women who are correction officers, the ones that you can manipulate, yeah, they really way too nice, way too flirty, or way too giving. But the ones that you can't manipulate, they stern. They ain't necessarily mean, but they stern on what they want. Hey, I'm gonna cuff you with this guy. Oh, I don't want to be cuffed. Well, you're gonna get cuffed. No discussion. And they stand on it. What I tend to see, especially when I see with relationships, like, well, we were talking about, especially the one that you had with the woman that was staying 10 years. They tend not to stand on their square. They tend not to stand on their values. And either because the guy, that's all they can get with the guy, or the guy is just so super attractive, or he's laying down good pipe, or he got money or status to the point where they don't feel that they can get better. So they just lower their values. They'll take shit that he shouldn't do. They'll let the guy cheat in peace, which I think is most disgusting thing I've ever heard in my life.
Cheat in peace. Wow.
Yeah. That's a crazy shit.
Honey, it's gonna be all hell breaking loose with me because you risking my life.
Right. And I've been said, nah, that's out of pocket. You never let a man cheat in peace. If he's gonna have multiple women, you should have a say so one way or the other. But if marriage is what you want, then that should be that standard. But the problem is the women don't stay on that standard. And it's not even that the man lie or manipulate. Is even though if he's saying, okay, I'll do this and I'll do that, but he don't do it, but the woman won't leave because she don't think she can get better. So 2 years go by, 3 years go by, 5 years, now to 10 years. Meanwhile, a woman who's going to be like, no, that's not going to happen. You're going to do this, or I'm not going to be with you. I want marriage. You can't do it? Go over there. We can be cool, but go over there.
But it sounds like the same thing that the gay dude was saying. You just said it, and the gay dude said the same damn thing.
Yeah,
but because he was gay, people couldn't take it. Like, oh no, it's a gay dude saying it. Like,
yeah, but I think that comes with. Sometimes it's not just the message; it's the messenger. Because I know a bunch of gay dudes, and their relationships are so out of pocket that, like, why would I take advice from y'all? Y'all don't even have it together like that. So why would I listen to you? And why anyone would listen to you? Because as much as these women complain about their men to them, those same gay dudes are complaining to the women about their issues. So they both complain together about dudes. But then it's like, okay, when are y'all looking at each other and being like, hey, maybe it's you's the problem? So, but as far as what the men, yeah, I think to say that we're predators, I guess it's hard for me to say that we're predators, but I do think we do. If you say that we need to chase you, I mean, what you want us to do? Not chase you and not talk? Because it's kind of like it sends confusing messages out here. Okay, you're predators, you're predatory, and that's not right. Okay, but then
do men listen? Can men be manipulated to get sex?
Can they? Yeah.
Okay, so that's predatory.
So the delineation that I made earlier was assertive men and predatory for a reason, because assertive men will pursue you straight up, and while acknowledging your autonomy as another human being. A predatory man doesn't care about your autonomy. He just cares about what he wants out of the situation. So I didn't say predator and predatory. The clear distinction that I made was predatory and assertive. So, men are assertive, but predators.
If a man uses manipulation to get sex,
he's a predator.
Thank you. And a lot of men,
not all.
Here we go. Not we, and I didn't say it all. A lot of men. I was saying a very large majority of men will try to use manipulation, because if you think about hypergamy, right? You have a few groups of men that have like certain things, whatever, and they don't have to do that. But then you have that's the whole thing about romance. Do you know that romance is a concept made in France? That it wasn't even real. It was invented. Romance itself. The reason why was because all the rich men were getting all the women. So then they came up with a thing called romance, to be able to romance the woman into giving them sex and to being with them, because all the women were getting gobbled up by all the rich dudes, being their concubines, whatever. And then men had to create romance in order to be able to get women. Hypergamy.
Genesis, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Can I ask you a question, Genesis? You mean to say that all all them times I knocked down them rhinoceroses and ostriches and stuff to bring back to you, that wasn't a form of romance to show you that I love you so we can eat?
No, romance is different. That's not the
Well, I
same
want
thing.
my ostrich.
Romance
I want
that's
my ostrich bone back.
well, that's not the same thing as romance. I mean, I can show you the true origins of romance. We can get into that. Romance is actually a form of witchcraft if you actually get into it. Do you want me to go there? That romance itself is actually
I kind
witchcraft.
of do because that's interesting. I want to
Okay,
see where that
I'll
goes.
get into
I
it. Go
want,
ahead,
yeah, I
y'all
want to see
discuss
where that
amongst
goes.
yourself, and I'll find it. Okay, here we go.
I just want to see where that is
I'm
coming from.
gonna go into it. Okay, let's go.
But as far
Okay,
as the
so
woman's responsibility, I mean, her setting strong boundaries and standing on it, wouldn't that keep her out of situations like that?
Yeah, nobody's arguing against that. Yeah,
Oh no, I'm just speaking.
yeah, but
I'm
when you
just
talking
trying
about
to make
being,
I'm just trying
I
to make
don't
the
like
distinction between an assertive man and a predatory man because labeling every man or the majority of all men predatory by default, I think
yeah,
okay.
is
Now if you asserting the
inherently
fact that you
inaccurate.
love your woman, if you asserting the fact that you love your woman, you buy her flowers, you do nice things to her, um,
ain't
that's
that?
you being assertive to let her know that you love her. Um, you're not you still in pursuit of her happiness. Um, is it predatory because you want maybe her to be more susceptible to making love to you? Is that predatory also?
Yeah, that's
I'm
yeah,
not big on
that's
labeling men like an absolute. I think that's why stuff kind of went left the other day. I'm not big on bashing men or women. Like I'm not even big on labels. At the end of the day, individuals are different. Everybody has their own trauma or journey that they went through, and nobody's perfect, right? So I think it's weird to just sit and say that all men are one way or all women are one way because we're all different. There's some of
yeah.
us that have those behavior or those traits or whatever the case may be. Like there are men out there that have predator traits or that are predators, but not all men are like that.
I don't think oh man, no, there is no absolutes in anything. I don't speak in absolutes. All there's no all nothing. But like, I mean that's so a lot of times we're like stating the obvious by saying not all. So we gotta like kind of get out of that like you know what I'm saying? Not all. Okay, yeah, obviously. You know what I'm saying? We're not all people, eat bread. You know what I'm saying? So not all. But when you go into the psychology of what people look at as men and they're hunting, hunter gatherer hunters, and they're the ones that they're supposed to like provide and all that stuff is predator. You have to in order to provide by hunting by getting like animals and whatever to like feed the family, you have to be a hunter. And a lot of times even to like pursue a woman there is like that hunter, but I don't know, maybe that is a construct just as well as romance. But y'all asked me to show you this about romance being based in witchcraft, so this is the first video and I'm going to go deeper into it. Let's go. Oh shoot, the damn audio's down. Oh, where's the audio? Hold on, y'all. Let me zoom back out. Okay, here goes my. All right, here we go. All right, y'all can see it. All right, let's go.
It's starting to piss me off about this Megan Thee Stallion shit. At some point, women are really going to have to come to grips with the fact that these men just ain't And yes, your man too, sis. So before you and the Wives Club come jumping in my comment section, I want to remind y'all of a couple of things. Number one, the biggest customer base for sex workers and strip clubs are married men. And number two, and far more sinister, is that the vast majority of new HIV cases in Black women does not come from strangers or casual sex. It comes from husbands and boyfriends. So now that we got that out the way, I'm gonna need y'all to just pull a chair, sit down, be quiet, and don't embarrass yourself, because I promise you, as soon as you get on the internet and start capping for a man, he will embarrass your ass. I had to put my glasses on so I could see y'all better. Romantic love is a love spell, a literal love spell. What you have been told and taught about what romantic love is in fact a spell. Have you not studied the history of romantic love? Where it was created, why it was created? Romantic love was created in order to give men who did not have the assets to truly participate in patriarchy access to the benefits of adjacency to it. In other words,
don't have to worry about no grocery. We can build up a love alone.
And to ultimately make sure that every single woman was being controlled one way or another. Patriarchy has done one hell of a number on women's minds and hearts when it comes to romantic love and the positioning of men. And what this has ultimately done has made women not see men for what they actually are, but for what they wish they could be, or for what they were told they should be, and ignore the actual reality. The truth of the matter is, men are men, and they are not going to be anything other than what they are. And if you want to be with one, you better accept that reality and act accordingly, and stop acting surprised when they do exactly what they've been doing forever.
All right. So that was the thing where I initially saw, okay, romantic love. What is the origin of romantic love? She was the one who triggered my curiosity, right? Here is the actual backstory of romance. Let's go.
So
Psychopaths, better living through psychology. And the topic of today's short talk is the origin of romance. So everything has an origin, and that includes romantic love. Now, to be sure, people have been falling in love since the beginning of recorded history. The ancient Greeks, for instance, talk about the phenomenon as a kind of pitiable madness. Those struck by the arrows of Eros were out of touch with reality and robbed of their faculties of reason. Sound familiar? So while the experience of falling in love, or limerence, is nothing new, what is relatively new is considering this state to be desirable. Limerence is the affliction that everyone wants to suffer from. A lot of what I'm going to discuss today will be the condensation of this excellent book, Love in the Western World by Denis de Rougemont. This is a painstaking academic analysis into the origins of romantic love, highly recommended for those with the interest and the patience. Basically, de Rougemont argues that romantic love arose in the 11th or 12th century in the south of France. In this time and place was a popular pagan cult known as the Cathars, which means something like the pure, that was promulgating religious doctrine that was heretical to the Catholic Church. Cities largely composed of Cathars faced significant persecution, extended sieges, holy wars, and inquisitions at the hands of the church. So the Cathars, rather than divest themselves of their beliefs entirely, kind of secularized their cult so that it could more or less continue to exist within the realm of Christendom without persecution. And those secularized principles served as the foundation of what we might now call the cult of romantic love. So the origin of romantic love is religious. Kind of a mind blower, huh? However, this actually accounts for a lot of aspects of romantic love that would otherwise be kind of inexplicable. Look at a lot of the language that we use when we talk about romance: idol, devotion, worship, adoration, union. These are all religious terms. There are also many pop songs about love, that could easily serve as prayers to the divine. My favorite are the lyrics to the Scorpions' No One Like You. I'll put a link in the description. That could have been written by a Franciscan monk waiting for the inspiration of grace during the dark night of the soul. You just need to replace girl with Lord, and it's basically a medieval prayer. It can also help to explain the power and intensity of the emotions that people feel when they're in the throes of romantic love. It can even feel like the adored has a godlike power over us to make us blissfully happy or hopelessly bereft. To be sure, this is an idol, a god of our own making, but a potent one. Okay, so TLDR, the principles of romantic love are the secularization of the dogma of a persecuted pagan cult in 12th century France. We'll be discussing more about the truths of romantic love in future episodes, so stay tuned. I'm Dr. Orion Taraban, and this is PsycHacks, Better Living Through Psychology. The topic of today's short talk is the truth about romance. Romance is for men. This title is probably a shock to most of you, especially to the men out there. I'm here to argue that all the things that go into modern romance, the flowers, the chivalry, the bent knee proposals, are actually not for women. They're for men. This was a big realization for me, and it was even bigger because it was actually staring me in the face the entire time. It's so obvious that it's invisible to people. Now, before I get into it, please remember to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It costs you nothing. It takes less than a second, and it's how you can support me in my mission to deliver free, high-quality content to the world. Really, thanks for your help. Now, let me help you understand why romance is for men. In the pinned comment below, there's a link to this really catchy 90s song called Two Princes by the band Spin Doctors. I remember when I heard the song in the 6th grade for the first time, I made my mom drive me to the mall just so that I could buy the single, which I proceeded to listen to over and over and over again. The song just spoke to me. The song hit #1 on the US charts, and more important to our present undertaking, it perfectly exemplifies what I'm here to talk about. If you haven't done so already, listen to it yourself. It's really catchy. Now, the lyrics of this song tell the story of an age-old romantic trope. Two men are vying for the same woman. One guy is rich. He's established. He has status. As the song says, he's got diamonds in his pockets. But he apparently doesn't really love the woman. On the other hand, the guy, the singer, he's poor. He's got no future. He's got nothing to offer but his heart, but he apparently knows what a prince and lover ought to be. There's nothing new here. This is the same dichotomy you see in almost every romantic comedy or Hallmark movie, so who cares? Well, let me ask you a really obvious and stupid question. Why is this always the case? That is, why is it always the rich, powerful man who doesn't believe in love against the poor, down on his luck dude who does? Or to put it another way, why is it never the rich, powerful man who believes in love against the poor, down on his luck dude who doesn't? And it's an easy question because the answer is obvious. The reason why it's never the other way around is that it wouldn't be a fair fight. The woman would have absolutely no reason to choose the second guy. So there's really no reason to tell that story. There's no conflict because there's no contest. The woman, of course, would choose the rich and powerful man who believes in love. Do you understand? So what was the story before romance was invented? Like, how did it work in medieval and ancient times? Leaving aside the fact that women rarely got to choose their own partners, how were men selected for women back then? Well, before romance, it was just the rich, powerful guy against the poor, down on his luck dude, which, like my hypothetical counterexample, also isn't a fair fight. The first guy wins every single time. And in those times, not only did the rich and powerful men get their pick of the choicest women, it wasn't all that uncommon for these men to have a whole harem of women. I mean, according to the Bible, King Solomon had 700 wives and 300 concubines. That guy had 1,000 women, which means that at that time in that place, there was probably 999 other guys who were pissed at Solomon for bogarting all the best ladies for himself. But can you really blame the women? Why wouldn't they choose Solomon? He was the king. He had the money and the palaces, which means he could offer resources and protection. And he was wise and generous to boot. The other guys couldn't compete. Now, because romance was actually a historical phenomenon, it originated in the south of France in the 15th century, we know who invented it. Men invented it, more specifically, the chivalric knights of that time and place. And these men invented it for them, for men, not for women. And they invented romance in an attempt to compete with the rich and powerful men of their time for access to the best women. And this is because if a guy couldn't convince a woman that he had something special, something intangible that the king didn't have, there's no way he's getting laid. The truth about romance is that it's a strategy that lower status men have adopted in their attempt to compete successfully with higher status men for women. This is also why romance is a young man's game, because most young men don't have anything to offer women, but they still want to get laid. And if it works, it's a pretty slick game, because I, a lower status man, would have convinced you, an attractive woman, that this intangible feeling in my chest is actually more valuable and important to you than all the resources and opportunity that a higher status man could provide for you. I would have to be extremely smooth for that to work. And to be honest, it usually doesn't. Women might think the second guy, the guy who calls himself a prince, is rather sweet and may even play around with him for a little bit. But they generally end up with the first guy, the guy who might actually be a prince and who can provide her with the kind of lifestyle that she would prefer. And this is just mind-blowing for me, because guys typically think that romance is for women. I mean, they don't want chocolates and flowers and poetry and jewelry, and they give these things because they think women do. But women still want Solomon, guys. Women still want the king, the powerful, wise, generous, rich alpha male. Things haven't changed because women's nature, like men's nature, hasn't really changed in the last few hundred years. The upshot is that romance was actually invented by men for men to help them compete with more powerful men who would otherwise completely destroy them in the sexual marketplace for desirable women. Take that in.
Thoughts?
I mean, it makes sense what he's saying.
So
Like-
men need to have resources to provide women. That's historical. Yes.
Yeah. So the man with the most resources got the most women, and the men that didn't have any created romance.
But Genesis,
To be able to get the woman that they normally wouldn't even be able to get because they didn't even have the resources to get the woman. And then you bring it into religion and all this other stuff and all of the things that they, so it's a construct. It's a construct.
Yeah, so he's pulling from
no.
one resource.
Why did it have to start in the south of France? No. Why did it start there? And that my rhinoceros bone from back in the day, if black people were the original people, let's just say black people were the original people on the earth. What you're saying is that we cannot have a concept of swooning our women or appreciating them and showing them our appreciation.
If you look at societies in Africa, it's not it's not the same concept. No.
You saying that because you ain't never had no rhinoceros bones.
Okay, so the thing is that he's pulling from one resource where I can easily look up dozens of other papers and academic research papers that and a bunch of other information that contradicts that and tells us that the way that men and women interact when forming relationships and pair bonding is rather biological. It didn't just
so I would say this
in paganism
in tribal traditions, it was primarily about arranged marriage. Okay. Women did not get to choose their husbands. A man would either come and say, I want your daughter, and that they would give a dowry, and then that daughter would be then assigned to that man. So we cannot pretend like we don't understand what most, and this still exists in most societies in Africa. There's also, when you go into South Africa, there are also other cultures that, okay, if a man likes you, they shoot you in the behind with an arrow. That's pretty much where the Greek got their whole concept of Cupid, right? They shoot you in the behind with an arrow. I don't know how romantic that shit is, but goddamn, how romantic can it be to be shot in the ass with an arrow? But anyways,
That
so
seems very
in
painful.
in aspects of certain tribes, so there, so yeah, in most nature based and also like indigenous cultures, it is more of a thing of it's not based on romance, it's based on like arranged marriage, not romance. So
Would you say those women were better protected in those scenarios, or no?
I would say yes, but I would, because the whole concept of romance is a facade. It's a man wanting to have sex with women that normally would not choose them and falling so-called in love with them over whatever, I'm
They
saying, serenades and this and
using
that,
your feelings,
versus
basically.
versus what most in tribal culture, and those actual arranged marriages last more longer than romantic love. And like he said, limerence, right? Limerence is also an aspect of romantic love. That's where you get obsession and all these different other things. So when we bring romance into the picture, you are more prone to limerence, obsession. And that's where you get love spells from. That's where you get all these pagan practices of trying to charm or swoon the woman to forego her natural instinct to be with a provider, to then be with this guy because he's able to swoon you into believing that you love him, or that lustful whatever it is, by romancing you.
I don't. I like it's an interesting path to go down. Don't get me wrong, but I don't know if I could sign on to it because I've seen too
Romance is
much.
lying to get
I've seen basically, but I've seen too much of like the idea that romance is a spell or is magical or is rooted in paganism. I've seen too much in media of the other side, like women wanting the love spell. You even have perfumes called love spell, and then the whole thing about what I'm saying, what some women do with spaghetti and spaghetti sauce, feeding it to the man to put the hoodoo on him in order to put him under a spell. I don't know of much that men have in what I'm saying, in their arsenal. That I'm trying to see it, but I can't. And probably it's
Okay.
just because I'm not that
So
type
what
of
about
guy.
dating, right? So
I'm
so
not that type
in
of guy.
African
So
What about
culture, and
warlocks?
do they do love spells, or are they always trying to obviously corrupt people and cause death and destruction?
no, warlocks,
They
a
do
lot of
love
men,
spells?
no, listen, a lot of men, yeah, men do love spells and don't even realize that they're doing love spells. They do certain aspects of a love spell.
Okay,
Is
so
that
what do
And
you
they,
call when you was in the third grade and you wrote that letter to the girl? I like you. Do you like me? Let's talk at lunch. Okay, is that romantic and is that a spell?
what it was is like based on ancient like fairy tale type of stuff that happened in those European cultures. That's
I ain't know
not how
nothing
it
about
went down.
European.
And I'm
I ain't
trying
know
to
nothing
tell you
about
that
European
all
when I
that
was in the
stuff is
third grade.
right. It doesn't matter.
This is exactly what Shahrazad Ali was saying.
Okay, go ahead, Man in High Castle.
She was saying a whole lot of stuff, but she said the black woman is obsessed with fairy tales. The black woman in America is obsessed with fairy tales and the romance and all this European stuff that's not realistic. She caught hell for that too.
Yeah, I agree with Shahrazad Ali with a lot of things she said, but I'm gonna say this: like all those things, like even going on dates, right? Like
What is a
like
date?
African cultures didn't go on dates. Like you got arranged marriage, ain't no date. This is
What is
gonna
a
be your
date?
husband. What is a date? What is a date?
Besides a fruit. Besides a fruit. What is a date? Besides a fruit and a calendar. Tell me.
It's when
Explain.
you're meeting a person for the first time, and that person is taking you out, trying to convince you that they are someone that should be chosen to be with.
How about the
Really?
second time? How about the second time?
Really? That's what a date
Same thing.
is?
It's a transaction. Same thing. It's another the second time, the third time, fourth time. Same thing. It's you guys are meeting each other and y'all are interviewing each other for sex.
Really?
Well, I do have a question then. So, okay, we don't. Because
He said
I've,
it's a down payment. Date is a down payment on the pussy. You'll put like
So when was
$20
everybody's
down
first
on that
date?
pussy, and then
but
hopefully, if you do it enough, they'll give it to you.
When was
well, I
everybody's
do have
first
a,
date? I was at
but I do
least
have a
11
question
years
then.
old,
If
12.
do we want to go to arranged marriages? Because I don't think a lot of women gonna go down with that.
I actually, you know what? They last a hell of a lot longer than these damn romantic relationships do. I mean, that's why we have a divorce rate, but arranged marriages last. I think they said 75% longer than actual romantic marriages that are based
And
in
where did
love and
those
romance.
stats come from? Where did those stats come from?
Exactly.
And is it because of the people themselves, or is it because of the culture that they in? Because I think that's also important. Why those relationships last longer is the culture they're in. They're not promoting people to just leave each other just if something go wrong. A
Do
lot
you
of
see
times they
this?
don't even have a choice.
Hold on. So even if they don't have a choice, all right. Yes, arranged marriages statistically last longer than love marriage, with estimated divorce rates as low as 4% compared to 40 to 50% for typical love matches. However, this longevity is often driven by strong social religious pressure, and lower divorce rates don't always equate to higher marital happiness. Okay, but the bottom line is that they last longer. So you asked me
Yeah,
that you said, do they last longer?
But
They last longer.
this whole concept of romance and marriage in the United States of America, bending the knee, that's a new concept because in the United States of America, originally, as it was founded, those who got married, they had to afford it. And also, they did not marry for love. Bending the knee is something that was developed in the late 1800s.
And was it developed in Africa or Europe?
Bending the knee I'm speaking about the United States.
Oh, so that's a U.S. concept. Okay. They didn't even
Here
do
in
that
the
in
United
Mexico.
States, originally, when people got married through state church, they married for wealth, money, not bending the knee. Bending the knee is a new concept.
yeah, it's some fake showing that you're going to serve the woman.
Even us jumping the broom, even us jumping in the broom here in the United States, even before it was called the United States, jumping the broom, we did not bend this knee type of stuff. This stuff was not even familiar yet. We were
And also,
already free, and this stuff was not familiar. Bending the knee can be Googled when this developed here in the United States. It's relatively new, like Christmas.
Yeah, but that rhinoceros bone go way back.
what
I'm
rhinoceros
not
bone
in
are you
love.
talking about?
I'm not in love, so don't forget it. It's just a silly phase I'm going through. And just because I call you up, don't think you got it made. That's 10 cc's. I'm not in love. It's a song.
I'm not in love.
I really believe this stuff.
Yeah.
I really believe this stuff.
Do men fall in love? Do they really? And see, that's
I
what
really believe this stuff.
Princella had a whole thing with Charleston Wright that men are incapable of love.
I
But
really believe this stuff.
In reality, that there's some truth to it because love itself is a construct. Like not love like agape, but I'm saying romantic love is a construct.
I see it, I like it, I want it, I got it. It's as simple as that. I believe this stuff.
See, listen, as a man, I don't need love from a woman. I just need respect. How many men on this panel feel the same way?
Exactly. My mama. I only got one mama. I love her. She loved me. Maybe not everybody has that, but I don't need a second mama.
I think they will prefer the respect more than the love, yes, because love is fickle. Love is a feeling. You can't really control feelings, but respect is a choice. And it's based on probably certain qualities that the person has. That's why they respect them. Just like when you disrespect somebody, that's because you see that particular person is not really worth respect. But that's something that you.
It was around 2012. No, 2011 or so. I remember a woman. She just got to know me. I got to know her, and she was a little older than me. But many would say, "Hey, I had my way." So she reached out to someone in her family, and they told her to read this book. And guess what this book was called? It's called "Think Like a Man," or "Be Like a Woman, Think Like a Lady." Be a lady, think like a man. And she tried to use this psychology on me. And I could feel that something was different. But you know what I mean is that predators is part of the human species. We're not all killing predators, but being predatory, manipulative, putting someone under psychology, using that. Girls, you better watch out, and guys, you better watch out. That's just the way it goes.
I'm trying to show y'all something real quick. Because I did a show about this whole thing with Princella Clark. She was talking about men are incapable of love, and she did it with Charleston, right? And they got into it. They got into it. This is the show that I did on my channel about 3 years ago, right? And it got real heated about like what the whole dichotomy between men and women. And she ended up saying that men are incapable of love. But I agree. One thing that, I'm not besties with her, but I say this. That's one part that I do agree with. And now he might love his child. He might love his mama, but romantic love is not the same thing as love itself. Let's go.
Some women need to be. They need. But you know why? Because all women ain't women. There's some bitches. There's some hoes. There's some ladies. And you have to know how, just like she can identify these suckers. I'm telling boy, you better not look at all girls and females and think they're a woman. Bitch, prove to me you a woman.
You telling this to people who don't even know how to decode a facial expression. Listen, scientific studies show that the male can't even determine if a woman trying to attract him or not.
Man, listen. So they tell boys, don't hit girls back. I've been whispering in my son ear, go hit her back. Hit her, she hit you, you hit her back.
And that's why you got to stay away from males.
That's why you got to stay in a woman's place.
You got to separate.
What's
That's why you don't live with them.
Quiet and don't talk back to a man. Quiet and don't talk back to a man. Because all the women before me that I saw gracefully, those were those kind of women. Her grace and her essence of a woman will shut his motherfucking ass up. When the essence of a real woman come around, niggas pull their pants and say, man, don't do that in front of her. Then it's naturally what we done it. Because her presence of a woman, a bitch won't get that response. A hoe won't get that response. That woman that made her son kill her was a bitch. That man with that 14, that was a bitch. Arguing back and forth with a man. I would have watched my mama remove herself out of the presence of a disrespectful boy, playing like he a man. Wouldn't even respond to him. But a bitch got something to say back. A woman removes herself. There's certain things that a lady ain't go do. And when a lady walk into a room, men straighten up. I swear to God. Boys are misbehaved, but men straighten up.
Now we talk about the effect and we still get away from the cause. So now we just agreed earlier that women are kept out of the knowledge of a male. I done went down through the science of the things that women don't know about men. And women have been conditioned under patriarchy to let men do this, let men do that, support male degeneracy. So if we're not going to attack the root of the issue, talking about
like
what people
my woman
doing.
said, he my sorry motherfucker. She happy with why you want to change the dynamics of the man.
So what we talking about? If we we can't speak out of both sides of the neck. Women got to do that, but it's okay. My woman accept my degeneracy.
This is what I'm hearing. It's all the man's fault.
No. I told you earlier. The people in this system are victims of this, the male and the female, because this goes against both the male and female nature. Who did this? First of all, the average male is not the creator of patriarchy. Y'all didn't create the religions. Neither did the woman.
I don't believe in religions. I don't read religious
hold on.
books. This is what I'm saying.
This ain't about you, Charleston. This is about the public.
But hear me out about the public though. So if they happy, why we need to change it? Or if they're not happy, why should we change? Right? Why should we?
So we like dysfunction? Are we trying? Are you sending people to jail because you want to change something, or you just like putting niggas in jail because it's fun?
I just like putting niggas in jail because it's fun.
So you ain't got no real. So what's the point of you even talking to little boys and raising them? What's the point? That's fun too.
To help them make it through prison.
Well, why? Why would you change? Why would you even care about them making it through prison?
I was a kid going to prison.
Yeah, but what that got to do with it?
So I don't environment.
Hold on.
Ain't no resolution. It ain't no resolution.
First of all, it ain't women's job to try to fix this. What your job as a woman is to recognize what he's saying is the truth, and you act accordingly. Don't try to change his mind.
Yeah.
Don't try to reason with him. Let him say, and he's telling you the truth. He's telling you how they are. He's telling you how they think. I told you men are incapable of love. Stop trying to make them love.
That's not true. That's not true.
Dr. King,
Dr. King loved the shit out of Camilla. He fucked like a motherfucker. And that woman never came and spoke one bad word about this fucking preacher.
We ain't saying nothing about.
I hear y'all want to say something. Let's go. Who just said, "Oh Lord"? Go ahead. Is that Omni? You said something?
No, I didn't.
Okay, somebody was just mumbling. Okay, let's go.
Hold on, I'm just breaking down. Men are capable of loving because they're humans, and all humans are capable of love. All humans are capable of change
We agree
if they
that love is
place
the highest
in the right
frequency.
environment.
Love is the highest frequency.
Come on now, listen, because if man is not capable of love, then me and Kevin Gates would be enemies today. He conquered me with love. His loving response to me conquered my hate. I was being hateful, saying he got fucked and raped. That man conquered me with love. Oh man, we the best of friends now because he the first nigga to conquer a nigga with love.
Now hold on.
I love you.
Hold on. Now
what he said.
Earlier,
he said, but hold on, just watch the video. He said, that's what got me. I still wanted to be mean to the nigga.
Hold on. Now, we just got finished listening to I Don't Give a Fuck. We can rape all these women. Hold on. We can kill
white women. Stick with white women, though. No. Listen, see, that's what they don't want to stick with. I'm saying white women. Rape white women. I don't give a fuck about black women. I care about the women I know. Care about the women I know.
Y'all, listen, y'all hearing at your own earlier, he said, love is the highest frequency. Sex and food is at the survival animalistic level. The male is incapable. I don't care what come out their mouth. Kill, rape, I don't give a fuck. Sex and food. I don't care what they say. I don't care what they say.
Y'all, this is a woman with no man, though.
Yeah.
Don't
You're
talk
damn
to
right.
them women with a man.
That's right. That's right.
I saw mothers who were married for you. You talking to a woman with no man.
Exactly.
Pause that right there. That is the message. You're talking to a woman without no man.
Well, she actually was married though at the time.
You got cornrows, but you got no man. No man on my arm.
But she was married.
Women shouldn't. understand that she got no
Yeah,
man.
she was separated, but
She actually was married. She was married. Well,
It doesn't mean
she was
nothing.
separated. She was
She don't
separated.
got no man. Cornrows on your head, no man on your arm.
Angel, you want to say anything? What's your thoughts?
No, I'm listening right now. I know when to back out and mute.
Okay, let's go. Let's go.
How you pronounce your names? Sugar?
Listen, she's on the sideline. See, it's like this here. Fellas, we on the field playing the game. She in the stands watching, and she been watching this game all her life. She never got to play, so she can't really tell y'all how to play. She cannot diagnose her because she ain't on the field. She don't know what it's like when her dick get hard. She don't know what to do when your dick get hard. So she can't teach. She can't come in this locker room and teach because she don't understand the biology of us.
Wait a minute.
She can read about it. Listen. She she's an expert. Listen, but an expert on a gorilla ain't a gorilla. You're an expert on gorillas, but you're not a gorilla.
She has the knowledge, but not the experience.
Listen to me. You're right. Listen to me. You're an expert on games, but you wasn't in a game. You're an expert on serial killers. You done talk to the world's greatest serial killer, but you're not a serial killer. See what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying.
Hold on.
I would like
Did John Calhoun have to be a rat to understand the rats in his experiments? No, because let me tell you,
You
something.
have to be.
No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. Because guess what? Guess what? I didn't hit the nail on the head. Every single point that I have made about the male's
Tell
nature.
me what it's like to have an erection.
Let me say you. I don't have to tell you how I feel, but I know how to make your mind operate. I know you
So
can't. Listen, I don't. Let me say, Charles, I don't want to be gone.
So when I'm in class and I got a hard on and I'm not thinking about nothing, what's on my mind? And the teacher say, Charleston, come up, because you get a hard on not thinking about sex.
That's right.
And as a boy, as a boy, you wake up with a hard on not even thinking about sex.
Didn't I say that earlier?
So this is my next question. So how can you say what's in our mind?
Charleston, I said that earlier.
You said you know what come to our mind when I get hard. How do you know that?
Charleston, I study y'all, and I said,
you ain't. But
Charleston, come on, Charleston, calm down, baby, calm down, sweetheart.
This is what I'm saying.
Calm down,
Charleston. But you listen, just like a man. Now you done got me turned up now. Just like a man, he cannot get in a woman's body to say this is how a woman feels. This is how a woman thinks. He can study all day long, but you don't have the chemicals that we have.
Again, listen, a male can wake up, a male can hit a tree stump and his thing come up. No, you don't need nothing to make a male's shit stand up, right?
You lying to me? You lying? Come on.
No, wait a minute.
Yeah, you can't take anything he says seriously because he's constantly contradicting himself.
Because a man is.
My poor cow. You see, my cow's got this
serious. I can't take no studs serious.
Let's go.
They half-ass listen. They don't listen. Here's the thing.
We just heard what we heard.
No. Because I told him. Didn't I tell you earlier that men are visual? You just said, oh no, don't no men get no erections around no children. He said that earlier, and I said men are visual, extremely visual.
Come on now.
Hold on. No. Anything. Listen. No.
It's some men that are around by kids and call pedophilia. But it's some heterosexual man that see a kid is never turned on.
Sir, anything can make y'all dick raise up. Y'all waking up with hard-ons. Hold on. It don't take no major stimuli to raise y'all shit. It don't. You can sit.
So what she's saying is that what she's trying to say is that it doesn't have to be a sexual.
You said it do, then he said it don't. Which one?
That's what I'm saying. He's contradicting
A
himself.
man is not gonna get hard unless he got to pee in the morning, unless he's sexually aroused. He's just not gonna get hard.
3 a.m.
So you mean to tell me, you can be sitting in class, not thinking about sex, and his dick get hard? Which one?
A boy.
But that's what I'm talking about.
A boy and a man.
But that's what we were talking about. Sir, that's what we were talking about.
That. Thinking about nothing. It's just out of his control.
But didn't I just say that? They just being disagreeable for no reason. We saying the same thing. Yeah, we are. Yes, we are. You just don't like it.
Listen,
you just don't like it, y'all.
If you could put it on pause.
This is my problem with women.
At 3 a.m., this is usually when the mercury and the sun rise. 3 a.m., that's when it starts to rise. And when we are asleep as man, our manhood, whether if we're asleep, it's unconscious, our penis rise just like the phoenix. This is part of the phallic symbol like Haru, the sun. This is just the way it goes. It's just like with the woman and the 28-day phases of the moon and her menstrual cycle. Fellas, I'm not going to give no more code on that, but she knows what the 28-day cycle and the menstrual cycle is all about, and I'm explaining just a little bit about the sun and the phallic symbol, the manhood. Get it together. We're not all too different. We're all social animals. This is a cannibalistic planet, very predatory.
And here's a question I asked earlier about men being predators, right? And so they were like, well, no, but because when we talked about manipulation,
women too, all day long.
So because we were talking about
how many fairy tales about women, stepmoms, doing things to children, convincing the husband to leave their kids in the woods, and abandon their kids in the woods. Old women with gingerbread houses and kidnapping kids to boiled. Let's stop playing these games. This is a predatory planet, cannibalistic planet. The plants will eat your ass alive. Little sandworms, all this stuff. This is what it is. That's why no aliens come down here like that and really reveal themselves. We'd flip out, crash out real quick. You notice, just on fear alone. This is a predatory planet itself. Yes, it's very beautiful. A lot of beauty behind it. But that's just the nature of what's right here. And just understand, like 99% of us on the planet have never left this planet. And if we did, we never really do. We always come back. This is what the life is down here.
So getting back to the whole aspect of manipulation and predatory, right? I mean, yes, both sexes manipulate. But this is the female conversation. I have the male conversation in another live. But we were talking about like that men do manipulate women. They do pick women who they can manipulate at times. And how do they do it? Let's go.
Manipulate, and how do you know when they're genuinely interested?
Oh, there's always a profile to a manipulator. I'll give you some common reasons how they can tell if you're easy to abuse, manipulate, or exploit. Number one is if you're codependent. Another one, if you have low self-esteem. If you discount the positives, that's another thing. If they compliment you and you minimize yourself. If you're a catastrophic thinker, whether you magnimize things or you minimize things. If you operate from a place of low self-worth. If you shy away from just general conversations, those are the things that they pay attention to. If you have trauma, that's another thing. And if you are vocal about your trauma, if you have trauma from previous relationships, if you have negative experiences in your childhood and you are vocal about that, they can see that. They can see that in the way you speak, in the way you behave, in the way you interact with people. That is the easiest way to identify if they can manipulate you. If there are certain qualities about yourself that you find low, if you have a lack of self-confidence or anything like that, they're going to take that weakness that you have and they're going to exploit that to use it against you. That's the way that they can tell if you're a person that they can manipulate.
Look, I may have decentered men, but if there's one thing I can tell you about them, one thing, they will test you. They will test you like a Scantron sheet, honey. They will test you to see where your self-esteem is ranked. High self-esteem is linked to high standards, high quality, high respect, high ranking, and to some degree, even higher learning. And that is a meter that you do not want to rank low in. The lower your self-esteem is, you finna get the doormat treatment. That's the best way I can put it. You will be treated like a doormat and you will be picked for one thing and one thing only. That is the worst position you could ever be in as a woman. All this advice, all these women coming on these apps and telling you their stories, have you not learned, sweetheart? You need to have high self-esteem. Now, Camille, how does one get high self-esteem? What do I need to do? Tell me. You got to put your foot down. I don't care how tempting it is. I don't care how fun it looks or how fine he appears to be, or because by you saying no, you are letting him know that, hey, I'm not going to tolerate this. Whatever you're saying to me, whatever you're trying to get at, whatever your intentions are, it's not going to work here. It holds no merit, it holds no validity, and it holds absolutely no value or benefit to me as a woman. And I'm telling you, when you get to that point in your life as a recovering wounded feminine, I got to tell you, the power I feel when I set boundaries, I feel so powerful, because that lets me know that I do the choosing. I choose who to give my energy to. I choose who I give my time to. Because with time and with energy, you can't get it back. You can't get a refund on it. Once you give it away, it's gone forever. And we only have so much time on this green and blue earth.
So let me tell you something about a woman.
So when I talked about prey versus predator, when I talked about relationships, when I talk about the fact that you have some men that like women to give pushback, to be a little bit more meaner. There's certain men that like that because they know that woman is not going to be easily manipulated by any other man. That's the crux of the whole thing. A woman who is too easy to be manipulated could be for the streets, right? So yes, men, they like the women. They're like, hey, I don't, you know what I'm saying? I'm not down with none of that. But then when we had the gay dude up there saying it, everybody was focused on his sexuality and that he might be up here trying to get all the dudes for himself. But he didn't say anything different than that lady just said. And everybody is saying the same exact thing. And it doesn't matter.
I disagree, DJ. He did say she said something different from that gay man. The gay man is telling you to play a game. He's telling you to train them and go here, there, whatever, all these different things. She told you to set boundaries and have boundaries. Have boundaries, stand on your boundaries. That's the sum of what she just said. Stand on your boundaries, not sitting here playing games when they show you who you are. Dismiss, be okay with walking away and cutting them off.
I agree.
He said the same thing. He said to have boundaries
too. He said be mean. He said be mean.
Trigger the trauma.
What is the difference? The difference between being mean and having boundaries.
Okay, I'll tell you the
One
difference.
guy's trying to get you hurt. One guy is trying to get that gay male. He's trying to get you hurt.
I work 12 hours. I come home. Just because you want to be mean, instead of cooking and having some food ready, you want to be mean and don't have nothing. Normally you would, but the day you want to take this dude's advice, now you want to be mean. I'm coming home. I'm hungry. Guess what I'm going to be after I can't have nothing to eat and I got to go to Wendy's or some shit? I'm going to be mean about that because I don't want to get in my car. I don't want to go drive the Wendy's. I don't want no Wendy's. But because you want to be mean, I can't have no oxtail.
He didn't say be mean. He said don't be nice.
Right.
You know, he said don't be nice to men.
He said in the beginning, when you meet a guy and you're dating, he's saying that to train him, you have to be a little mean, not give, not basically just don't cooperate just for the sake of not seeming easy or,
That ain't the same one that said treat us like a dog.
They both were on that.
Treat us like a dog. And if you treat...
There is a big difference from what he's saying and what that woman's saying.
Auntie looking weird as hell right there. Holiday right there. Look at Holiday. Look at Holiday. Auntie.
One of us. Yes. When you are being mean to a man, listen to me. When you are being mean to a man, you always do it with niceness. It's like wrapping a hammer in velvet. You hear where I'm going with this? You always use femininity with it, right? So a man speaks to you in a way that you didn't like. He says something that you don't like, says something inappropriate, or something that just makes you uncomfortable. You need to correct him. They all have to be corrected. They don't come potty trained, darling. You have to potty train them.
Yes,
so what
queen.
he'll say in that moment is,
He's about to go into the
era.
acting.
Because, I got Big Deborah and I got Little Debbie. Okay? Little Debbie is sweet and soft. Big Deborah hits him hard, right? You could be Big Deborah. I'm leaving. Da, 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 da. You don't do all that. You don't argue with no man. You lose all your power when you do that. When a man says something you don't like, you take a deep breath. And as you're taking a deep breath, you think of what is one sentence I can say that will shut this down. You say it, and then you leave. You don't care about his feelings. Girl, do you understand? I am so vicious with this that I have left a man literally standing in the middle of a parking lot in front of a crowd of people crying about the fact that when he said something to me I didn't like, I left. I said, I'm leaving. And as I was leaving, he sat there crying in front of everyone.
I don't know how true that is. You know what I'm saying? But
And that's a weak dude too. Not to be honest.
Everybody, I don't know.
Out there in New York City, by making you question it and making you focus on what he wants, or for that matter, gaslighting you and discrediting you, making you question what you felt in the first place. You don't argue with the man. Never argue with the man. I don't care if you've been with him from 1 day, 10 years, 20 years, 40 years. You never argue with the man. You stop worrying about his feelings and you do what's best for you. If a man is not making you happy in a certain area, he's not a good communicator. Oh, he's just not a good communicator. He's just his emotion unavailable. He just don't know how. Girl, I'm telling you this as a man. We can communicate. All of us can. Can you believe it? We can. We really can. You don't believe he's a good communicator? Listen to him when he's on the phone with one of his good friends. Listen to how they talk about football, basketball, or whatever else. Listen to how they gossip. Men are some of the best gossips out there. Men can communicate. Oh, yeah. He's not emotionally unavailable. He's just unavailable to the topic that you want to talk about. So when he's doing that shutdown thing and not wanting to talk to you, or just answering with one-word answers, yeah, no, yeah, that's what's up. Oh, all right. Game on. Because I'm meaner than you. And I guarantee you I'll win. I guarantee you I'll win. Ladies, lock into your feminine energy. How many of you all, comment below, how many of y'all do you all agree with me? How many of you do agree with me? That when we truly lock into our feminine energy, and we're operating from that place of feminine power, a man can never dominate us in any conversation, any exchange, any issue. We always dominate masculine energy. Isn't that right? Mm-hmm. I'm talking about feminine energy.
My dear.
This
okay,
applies
my dear. This is why Tyler Perry's stuff really worked and was still successful. This is why he was able to come up with Medea and couldn't kill her, because y'all still wanted it. I'm talking about women. Women here in the United States still wanted to see that man in the dress relate to them. That's the ultimate infomercial.
Can I say something? He is actually saying the same thing. His choice of words is different. That's the thing. He's saying that, just don't give him his way. And that is kind of the same as having boundaries and not standing, not just allowing a man to do whatever he wants. But he's using the word mean. And more so, if you're in your feminine energy, you're just going to politely tell him, like a conversation, like I was saying yesterday or the day before yesterday when we did the part 2. When you say something to someone, it's not what you're saying, it's how you're saying. So I can have a conversation with you versus me sitting here playing games to try and train you into doing what I want. I can have a conversation with you because we're not perfect and allow you to get your stuff together But that's going to be like maybe 24 hours, like at the end of the day, because I feel strongly on when a person shows you who they are, that's who they are. You know, I mean, the more inches you give them to manipulate you, then they're going to start forming and adjusting to what you're saying you don't like or you do like. At the end of the day, our parents raised us, right? So we all know how to be respectful. So the minute you disrespect me, I'm just going to politely tell you that this is not what I thought it was, and I'm good, thank you, and you have a nice day, right? And we go our ways. We don't have to be mean. I don't have to be like, oh, I'm gonna leave you outside and I'll come back and see how you're not my son, you're not my pet. It's unnecessary. That's all.
Yeah,
I agree. That's the difference
I
between
agree
him and
with
the
what you
lady.
said. I agree with
Yeah,
what
I
you
think
said, but
Mrs. Angel.
but I don't like what he said though.
Miss Angel,
He said
that's your
don't
name,
argue.
Angel? I have a question for you,
Sorry,
Angel.
I don't know who's talking.
Is the Reverend Green, the man in the high castle?
How you doing?
I have a question.
Yes.
Even for you, DJ Genesis. When a man is mean, or when you see a man cry out there in public and he's crying over you, how do you feel about that man now? Is he even a man anymore? Can he get that back afterwards?
Yeah, that's a good
Do you
question too.
want him afterwards? Do you want that sucker afterwards?
I wouldn't call him a sucker, but I'm gonna say a little too soft.
No, you don't.
Yeah, don't be out in public. That's embarrassing. Like, what are we doing? You know what I'm saying? So yeah, no.
Yeah, but you
Don't-
treated me
yeah,
like a
you know.
dog because the dude with the blouse said treat me like a dog. So
No, I don't believe in treating him like a dog. I think that what he's saying is that you have to teach people how to treat you. You know what I'm saying? If you don't like set boundaries, see the thing is that you heard treat him like a dog, but you didn't hear that. Listen, you have to train up. What didn't they say? You have to train up a woman. It's in the Bible. I love the preacher. You got to train up. You got to train up the woman or something.
Listen,
Right,
argue
but
with me.
here's the thing,
I might be
train up-
wrong. I might be wrong about something, and I need to hear your argument. And you need to let me know that nigga, you wrong. But he said, don't argue with me. Go ahead and just let it go. But I'm gonna get you back later. Types. No, communicate with me.
No.
Because
We
I
should-
might
you
be
should
wrong.
Not argue with men. You should not argue. Actually, in a real like relationship, arguing is not. It's not. It
I
is
don't
not,
mean
you're not
fight.
You're not
I don't
getting
mean
nowhere.
fight. I don't mean fight.
You
I
can
don't
you
mean
can have
fight.
a
What I'm saying
conversation. You
is,
have an emotional conversation, but arguing, no, because arguing, you're not getting anywhere.
okay,
This is why
we
I
going
used to
down
watch
this way.
You listen to me. We both. I shut up when you talk. You shut up when I talk. We both have the conversation. But
But if I'm not listening to something that I need to hear, if we going down the road and I'm want to go right, and you like, baby, I done been here before. You go this way, you're gonna wind up where we ain't supposed to be. And I'm like, no, I know what I'm doing. You're gonna have to emphasize. And when I say arguing, I mean emphasizing. Do it the way that I know we should go because I've been here from experience. You have to argue me. You have to convince me. Sometimes argument is convincing, and it also can be a form of compromising. Because in the end, you can come to agreement. Then there can be some peace.
yeah, well, depending on what kind of man you're dealing with, because if you listen, I'm gonna show you. Man,
when I was younger, I used to watch Nick at Night, and especially like I'm talking about like 5, 6 years old. But there used to be this show I would study all the time. It's called Bewitched, and what Samantha would do on Darren, oh my lord! But notice the fact too, most of those shows, they would sleep on twin beds separate from each other, and there was always chaos in their love life. We don't want that for ourselves. Let's separate this fantasy of what we see on TV or in the books. What's the real world? We might have to break it down. We might have to break it down on the floor Or we might have to break it down on an air mattress, and then eventually get a queen size mattress. You know, a bigger place. We might need an extra bedroom or a house. This is a work in progress. This is not no damn fantasy. This is the big game killer right here, trying to copycat the imitators of the world.
Why does anybody have to train up anybody?
Exactly.
Yeah,
that ain't what the dude.
Good point. Why should
Yeah.
anybody have to train up anybody? You either meet the person that's got it down for you or whatever, or not. You know what I'm saying? Like if you like the person, just don't waste each other's time.
That
Yeah,
goes back to my point.
I
Dude with the
can't
blouse.
stand a woman
Dude with the
who gonna
dude with
ask
the
me
blouse
for a
say,
cigarette.
Doggers.
You
it
ask me
just
for a
sounds like you're
Lucy,
trying to
I already
control
know what time
somebody.
it is. You can't afford nothing.
Yeah, it just sounds like you're trying to
You can't
control
afford
somebody,
nothing. I'm
and
a full grown man. I can't be thinking like a young boy, like, oh, what's wrong with you, kitty? You need a place to stay? I got you. Oh, helpless and stuff like that. Hell no. Take money, guard your heart, fellas. You know what it is?
Not a kitty, a dog, bro.
Oh man, my wife
just-
once told me.
But Angel was correct with what she said.
Hold on,
Just
hold on,
be real.
hold on,
Just be real.
hold on,
That's
hold
all.
on. Wait, Scam Chan just joined the channel. Welcome to the channel, Scam Chan. What are you gonna say?
I was just trying to say that one day my wife told me that you know how I am, and you have to speak to me a certain kind of way. I say, well, I'm a grown man. Why do I need to speak to you a certain kind of way? You got to learn to listen. Then you don't have to feel hurt all the time when I say what I say. I'm not going to change how I speak to you because I'm not speaking to you wrong from the get-go. You looking at anything that I say as something to be upset with or mad or angry about. I shouldn't have to walk on eggshells to talk to you. I should be able to say whatever I feel to you, and we can have a discussion without having to pick certain words or a certain way to say something to you.
yeah,
That's like training right there.
yeah, I agree with that. 'Cause I've had men say that you gotta talk to a woman a certain way. You can't raise your voice and stuff like that. And I'm like, then why do I need to be with her? If I have to guard what I say to you every time I talk to you, that's walking on eggshells. I'm gonna get frustrated and angry with that. Now, with that being said, you don't intentionally say something to hurt somebody, but if I got something I have to say to you that is important, then I need to be able to say it. But if I gotta guard it is one, is not gonna be genuine, and two, that would be a type of manipulation that women say they don't want to happen. So it's kind of like it's like what do we want? Do we want people not to manipulate or not? Do you want me to be honest or not? Because I get mixed signals, not just from women but from men too. It's like what do we want out of these relationships?
So tell me this. All right. So this is young Pharaoh, right? He say that excessive yelling, men hearing women's voices yelling.
That bro fried.
Brain tumors. Let's go.
Touch it unless you ask me to hand it to you. Right. And if you ask me to hand it to you, I'm gonna tell you, hey, you see me, I'm gonna make sure you see me hand it to you. I'm not even gonna hand it to you to where you be like, what happened? That's virtue and vice. That is an innate understanding of peace. Now look at a body of water like a lake. The lake is calm until somebody skip a rock. So the rock skipper, right, and disturb the peace. So the rock skipper, right, is like the person that's bothering your mind. That's like people that bother you till they give you literal brain tumors or cancer, or like you ever be around a that's just excessively loud. Sometimes it's cute when hoes is loud, but I'm talking about excessively loud.
That's one thing I could not stand. Like a loud female go.
Because she giving you cancer. And they do it on purpose. I'm gonna tell you what happened. A lot of these
went to the military during World War I and World War II, and they learned torture tactics on how to clip him while he in the hospital.
Because that tone,
right?
listen,
So
that
bitch,
vibration just looks like a vibration that nobody should like to hear. It hurts my ears.
and an animal would attack you for it. This
For
shit,
being too
bitches,
loud?
yeah.
It sound like a female.
Yeah.
Because see, I have a lot of female friends, and I be witnessing a lot of stuff that be going on that females be doing. But sometimes it seems like the more rowdy.
Sometimes it's cool, but you got to know how to flavor it.
It's never cool for me.
No. Let me not tell you no, because let me not tell you no. No, because I cut you off before you got all the way out. I didn't even get to see what the you was gonna say first. I was still computing my thought and then saying what you're. So let me not say no, because you got to finish what you was gonna say before.
So men don't like that.
No, we don't like when it becomes to the point where law enforcement.
How you asking you?
Law enforcement.
No, because I'm asking on behalf of my homegirls.
Thank
My
you.
homegirls have. I mean,
No,
my homegirls
this-
have
this
music
is,
and like that. They be singing like that.
I'm gonna tell you right now.
They be being all rowdy in their face, clapping hands in face and stuff, and will act like it's a problem, then we'll be right back in their face.
No, listen to me. I don't mind that sometimes. I don't mind that. That's ratchet. I like ratchet. I don't like.
See? The beginning of this conversation is
This dude's a drug addict. He's fried. He cooked. You know, him and his homeboy, bro, polite. They cooked.
But we talked about like that. There's people were saying that they like a little bit of raunchy type of stuff. This is the weird thing. Like, what is going on? Like, they want
when
so
you
which one
playing,
is-
yeah. If you
and you got women who like to get abused by men. They like to get beat on by men.
We gotta be careful, fellas, because the Man Act was just the other day with P. Diddy, and they all trying to line us up on this stuff. We gotta be very careful entertaining a lot of this stuff, fellas. Offline, in the chat, me as well. Just understand that, you know, in the ladies who have young boys or teenagers, just understand that Man Act is for real. It's still activated. Just because Diddy's up in there, no, this is a real thing still.
Can you explain it more?
Huh?
What that have to do with
the Man Act?
Yeah.
What that have to do with what we was just talking about?
Basically, the pimping charges. They allow. See, what we in a climate where we've already been accused as y'all men or some men, you know, manipulated predator already, and so this is the sign of the time. You have to take necessary parameters on like, just shun that stuff, chant that away. You got the wrong one. I ain't never had to take nobody out of state or manipulate them to get what I want or get a passport. None of that crazy shit. That's not me. I don't care what these cornballs are doing. I'm just being very clear, fellas. Can't always entertain this stuff. That's where the trauma leads.
So
the trauma leads to we all the abusers, fellas.
We all predators.
We as men, when we meet you, we can smell low self-esteem.
Woo! Smell it.
He said low self-esteem has a smell to it. I said, I've never heard that. He said it has a smell, it has a look. I don't care how prerogative you're dressed. I don't care how sophisticated you think you're looking. Low self-esteem has a smell, and let me tell you why. Because it's not the outer, it's the inner. So if the inner don't get healed, I don't care how you dress. I don't care how many BBLs you get. I don't care how many times you lay on the table and get the waist snatched and all that. If low self-esteem is there and you're not dealing with the reality of really who you are and allowing God to heal you so that you can walk in self-love, you're still going to keep projecting the same type.
This is actually so true. I feel like people can tell when your self-esteem is low. Not only men, actually, everyone can tell when you have a low self-esteem, especially as a woman, because you may go and work on yourself physically. You know, you get the BBLs and stuff, but if you don't work on yourself from inside, if you don't work on building your self-esteem and your self-love, it's still going to show on the outside. It doesn't matter how good you dress and stuff. If you've not worked on your confidence, on your esteem as a woman, you're still going to attract the same type of men, the low vibrational men. You're still going to entertain low vibrational situationships just because you've not worked on yourself from the inside.
These are 4 things that weak women let their male partners get away with. Number 1 has got to be misbehaving on social media. If you catch him liking other girls' pictures or adding other hot chicks, and then you say, well, it's only natural. I mean, there's lots of pretty girls, you know, I appreciate other men as well. Then you're just being weak. You know you're not cool with it. You know he's directly perving on other women. He's disrespecting you. He's disrespecting the relationship. He doesn't care about your feelings. He wants the other girls to know he finds them sexually attractive. They think you're a muppet as well and weak. And basically you're totally gratifying him. And he knows that you're a doormat he can walk all over. And if he treats you like this, when he gets the chance, he'll definitely cheat. Number 2 is the woman who lets her man disappear on the weekend. He pops up and he says, oh, I slept on my mate's couch. I was too drunk to call you. My phone ran out of battery, whatever the case may be. And she goes, oh, yeah, that's okay. That's cool. If she's really weak, or she has a little go at him and then believes all his BS and forgives him. Now, the truth is he probably was up to no good if he comes out of those lies on a regular basis, or even if it's true and he did get drunk and sleep on his mate's couch, then he still has no respect for you. He sees you as weak. He knows he can get away with it anyway, so you're never going to really know what's happening in either situation. Number 3 has got to be being a grouchy, bad-tempered, rude kind of guy. So if your partner is the kind of person who's always snapping at you, putting you down, he's clearly dominant, you have to listen to him and respect. And if he gets angry, then you've got to be quiet. Then quite simply, he's toxic. That trait is only going to get worse. God forbid, it might even get physical if he's a really, really toxic kind of man. Even if he is really stressed with work, he's kind of a strong, dominant kind of character. That's no way to treat his woman. He's not respecting you. And if he continues to do this, and especially if he continues to do this and doesn't feel really bad and apologize afterwards, then he's just a self-centered, selfish kind of guy. He doesn't really love you because he can't nurture you. And if you don't nurture someone, then you don't love them. And you're quite simply being weak by convincing yourself you still love him and that things can still be okay, because those traits are only going to get worse and you're only going to get more miserable. You need to get out of there immediately and stop being weak. And number 4 has got to be the woman who allows her man to make no effort and show no interest in her own life. If he's the kind of guy who literally never asks you how your day is, never gives you compliments, never nurtures your feminine being, probably doesn't take you out anywhere decent, he doesn't make a fuss of you, he never wants date nights, basically he just sees you as another part of the furniture which he owns. He doesn't fear that you'd ever leave him. He doesn't care if you feel upset or disrespected, because he's your property, he's the boss, and you are just below him in the relationship. You know that kind of behavior makes you feel bad and unnurtured, but you still stick around because you're too weak to make the break and find somebody who can treat you properly. If any of these points resonate with you, just know you got it all wrong. This guy doesn't love you. He only loves himself. Get out before it gets worse. Peace.
Now he might have had an English accent, but what do you think about that? So we didn't heard the gay dude say it. We didn't heard the women say it. You know, young Pharaoh said, "Don't scream too loud. It hurt to get you a tumor." I mean, we heard a lot of stuff tonight. Let's kind of sum this all up. We've been here, honey. I've been here. I mean, I'm damn on 7 hours. So let's typical relationship. So it says a man treating like that. That's a typical. That's crazy. let's we're gonna do that next. We're gonna the next conversation is gonna be about disrespectful women. I'm not biased enough to only talk about one subject. I will come back and do okay. Like, when can women get too disrespectful? When can it get like that? You know what I'm saying? So low self-esteem smells like a rotten stitch. Like, wow. But anyways, let's go. Let's give some final thoughts. Who wants to go first?
I'll go first because I gotta get ready for work anyway. So to answer that topic, do you need to be mean? Do man haters make the best wives or girlfriends? No. Because if you got a man that accepts you being mean, accept you hating on him, and you are showing that you hate on him, you're going to only attract 2 types of guys: the weak dudes and the dudes who he's going to more likely want to dominate you and try to destroy you that way. The guys who self-confident in themselves, because I've known a bunch of man haters and want to control men. Their relationship don't go very well. It may not be, it may be months, it may be years, but usually something bad happens to them. You can't control, and the thing is, you can't control nobody. Now, you do need to set boundaries. You do need to, if you have a certain goal, let's say marriage, you have to stand on that square. You can't let his looks, can't let his money, can't let the fact that maybe you haven't been with a guy in a while. You got to stand on your square. If you don't stand on your square, yeah, you're going to be weak. And I will put this out there, even the guys who don't set out to be manipulative, don't set out to treat you bad, eventually they're going to, because you allow it. It's like I told a friend of mine, both men and women. If you let yourself be weak, why should I treat you with respect? Why should I? You don't respect yourself. Why should I treat you more than what you view about yourself? If you don't know how to do that for yourself, I can't do that for you. I'm just going to treat you how you view yourself. So, anyway, thank you for having me up here. Y'all have a good one.
Thank you for coming. Make sure you like and subscribe. I appreciate your time here on the panel. Make sure you like and subscribe to the video. Are you a member of are you like a subscriber?
I think I'm subscribed, but if I'm not, I will subscribe to your channel. I follow you from Mind Chaos Brew, so.
Well, I love to have you on more often. We have these conversations on a regular basis. Please like and subscribe to the video, and I'd love to hear your opinion more often. Thank you so much.
Oh, no problem. Y'all have a good night.
All right, thank you. All right, who's next? Who wants to go next? Barack, are you there? Barack O'Drama? Okay, he might be. He always fall asleep. Okay. Man, you unmuted your mic. You want to go ahead?
Sure, DJ Genesis. This is the man in the high castle. And first and foremost, before I start off, I may apologize for my words that were unkind. My reasons could be my own, but I will tell you my own. My own could be any excuse. But I think you already know my own reasons when I go off on you. And I was wrong that day. However, if that is not satisfactory, you could tell your homeboy I'll be on Dykeman this weekend. Dykeman and East Street. That's where my addy will be. Anyways, proud Americans, understand this. This is the man in the high castle, Reverend Green. What is the nature of the psyche when it comes down to predators? They want people like me, straight men like myself, to not be traditional. They want me to be soft. They want me to be dainty. They want to see my wrists very limp. They want to see my eyebrows waxed and plucked. That's the idea of a real, non-threatening, emotional IQ, highly emotional IQ type of male. I'm not that. I'm just a straight man, an ordinary brother from the United States of America. I love women. I love healthy women. I used to have a thing for baddies. Oh yeah. But I like squares who are true baddies. You know, square women. And my idea of a square woman is a woman who has dark skin. I love women with dark skin. And also, I love women who know how to cook and clean.
Girl, me too.
They also have to have the 5 C's. 3 out of the 5 C's. Cash, car, credit, career, and casa. They have to have their own home. You know, I have all that. They have to have at least 3 of the 5 C's to to be compatible. You know, I think women should already know, just like a man should already know. Within 90 seconds of an interview, of questions and answers, we should know what time it is, if this is a spark. I'm someone who subscribes to love at first sight. That's between a man and a woman. All that I don't see color, age ain't nothing but a number, you can't help who you love, that's all diddler mantra. It's love at first sight. I can't keep my eyes off of you. You know? Let a woman be a woman and a man be a man. And if a woman's talking on her cell phone or smart device and is in the bedroom with the Reverend Green, and she talking to her homegirls or family members, I gotta bounce out the bedroom for a hot minute. All right? I don't need to be around that. You know? And it's the same thing likewise. You know? It's just what it is. Boundaries, parameters. We're not all compatible. But some of us are just practice for the next person to be a better person.
Okay.
And that's all I'm saying.
All right. Okay. Well, thank you very much for that. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Next person.
Yeah, this is James Harlem. Larry, Aquarius. And I love a woman who loves everything and everybody. I love a woman who don't think it's okay to come in the bed with her jeans on. No, we ain't doing that. I like the sunshine and the moonlight. And I like a woman who like looking at the stars with me. Yeah, that's a good thing. Nah, but seriously, Genesis, thank you for this broadcast. I think you're a wonderful person. I think you can, just my thoughts that you might can learn a whole lot more from some of the people who you are fortunate to have on your panel. The guys with the blouses and rouge and lipsticks, I would suggest you be a little bit more wary. Not just you, but women in general be a lot more wary of. And I'm not the end all be all. I don't have all the sense. But anytime I come on your panel, I'm coming from a genuine good place, you know what I'm saying, in this precious heart that I feel I have. And I ain't trying to be on nothing else. But yeah, remember, I love a woman who don't come to bed with her jeans on. I land on that.
All right. The woman that don't come to bed with the jeans on. I don't know exactly what that means. She don't wear jeans in the bed, or just. But go ahead, Angel. What's up?
No, I was just gonna ask. Like, I'm lost. I came back to the computer and I'm like, what's going on?
Oh, we just wrapping up the show.
Oh, okay, got you.
So, final thoughts. You ever say something?
Hey, it's all love. I appreciate you letting me come back on the stage or the show, and it's all love. I appreciate y'all. Good conversation. It's always a good conversation with me and you. That's it.
Oh, no jeans in the bed. Okay. I was like, what? No jeans in the bed. I was like, what? Okay. All right, Barack Drama, are you sleeping? Barack. Okay, he always go to sleep. Okay.
Junie June, you funny. She's like,
what about a
I'm
sweatsuit in the bed? Okay. Ooh, sweatsuits. Okay. Who the master show enough? Exactly. So listen, this has been a great show. All 7 hours of it. Man, this is the second time I've did a 7-hour live stream. But I'm so happy to have, my audience that comes here, the guys that come here to like share some light. Now I'll say this. Man, this is the second time they done still clown my little MJ. You know what I'm saying? I like to watch him. He's entertaining. You know what I'm saying? A lot of it's for entertainment, but it's also great advice. Yes, you should take time and focus on your appearance. Both of them said that. All of the people said that. Focus on yourself. If the guy is not contacting you or whatever, then find something for yourself to do. Go take care of it. Go get a manicure. Go out and date other dudes. You're still single. Unless he put a ring on it, I don't see why you're being worried about that one dude. Go meet other dudes. If he ain't talking to you, hey, another dude will. It's like how many billions of men out here?
Clock that T.
You know what I'm saying? A lot of time we get hung up on one guy and it's billions of dudes, okay? So we're not gonna sit up here and be over one dude like just ready to like jump off a bridge. You know what I'm saying? He not contacting me, and then you gotta play all these games for that one dude. It's a lot of dudes. You up here trying to do all this because of one dude, and you ain't married. He ain't popped no question. You ain't got to. Come on now.
That's why I said, look, believe in who they are and move around.
Enjoy
your to be doing all that. Period.
For what? Enjoy your singlehood. Okay, you still single. Why you hung up on one guy? Go date other dudes. I'm not saying go fucking. Have one dude that you fucking and the other dude you're having a good time with. Make sure the dude you're fucking. I'm about to give you some terrible advice. Let me just stop that. Okay. Enjoy your life though. You know what I'm saying? But don't sit there and being hung up over one guy, letting him pretty much walk all over top of you and just treat you like shit. Why? And don't be having sex with these dudes that if they ain't treat you right, like just, cut the sex off. That's what they want anyway. The best way, the best way to get a dude's attention is stop having sex with him. And then you'll see if he really liked you for who you really are. Or if he's just trying to control you or whatever the hell it is, or just trying to keep you on a rack somewhere. A lot of guys will like have you on a, you know what I'm saying? They'll put you over here, be dating other chicks, and then, come around to you when it's convenient, have rosters. This guy was trying to say, we all men don't have if I like you, whatever, like that shit, that be lying. Okay? They be having rosters. Most men have about 2 or 3 chicks. If they ugly, they probably got 2 or 3. If they fine, maybe 10. Come on now. Let's not pretend. So if he's single, you ain't the only one. Hell, how many married dudes be having other women? I mean, come on. Married dudes be having the most. So, they be at the strip club, tricking off on you. The most strippers and prostitute, all that shit be getting done by married dudes in relationships. So, anyways, I just want to say thank you guys. Anything you want to say something else, Angel, before I go? Dudes be lying their ass off. Thank you. Love yourself first. People treat you how they feel about you. Exactly. I've never had a roster and I'm 47. Well, that's awesome.
Shouts out. We holding ourselves till marriage?
Till marriage? Hold it till marriage. Well, shit. I'm too old to be doing that shit. I'm 48 years old. I'm not. If I would listen, Now, if I find a dude that want to marry me rather quickly, but I'm not going to sit there and come on now. We have women have needs too. Girls need love too. Girls need love too. Girls need love too. Anyways, I was going to do the Way Out song, but we just going to do the DJ Genesis outro. Shouts out, guys.
DJ Genesis, Detroit. Truth in the algorithm. Welcome to the live stream.
Yeah, live stream junkie with the mic turned on, breaking down the matrix while the lights stay on. Politics, religion, yeah, we question every claim, while the media playing narratives and shifting every frame. Ancestors speaking through the wisdom of Ifa, cosmic knowledge shining like a distant star. From Detroit to the world on a digital stage, dropping truth bombs every time I hit the page.
Welcome to the channel where the truth get deployed.
DJ Genesis live from Detroit.
Breaking down the system, every lie gets destroyed.
Tap in, subscribe, you rocking with the voice.
Welcome to the channel
where the truth get deployed.
DJ Genesis live from Detroit.
Breaking down the system, every lie gets destroyed. Tap in, subscribe, you rocking with the voice.
Debates on fire, got the comments going crazy. Asking questions that the system can't face me. From ancient civilizations to the modern day lies, connecting dots that they hide from the public eye.
Knowledge of self, yeah, the ancestors guide. When the full moon rising for the spiritual tide.
This the place where the truth gets exposed.
Every live stream, another chapter unfolds.
Welcome to the channel where the
truth get deployed.
DJ Genesis live from Detroit.
Breaking down the system, every lie gets destroyed. Tap in, subscribe, you rocking with the voice.
DJ Genesis Detroit. Truth seekers unite, 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 unite.
Stay away, stay away, stay away. Stay questioning.